Hello everyone, welcome to this SAP Analytics Cloud training by ZaranTech. SAP Analytics Cloud is a cloud-based analytics platform enabling self-service data discovery and visualization. It allows organizations to combine data from various sources, conduct analysis, build dashboards and storyboards, and collaborate to share insights with others. We will explore SAP Analytics Cloud capabilities like smart analytics, intuitive storytelling, geographic and statistical analysis, cloud and on-premise connectivity, user collaboration, and mobile analysis. We will also discuss tips on selecting appropriate data models, datasets, and connection types, understanding user expertise for collaboration, and optimizing data sizing. By the end of this SAP Analytics Cloud course, you will gain skills to leverage this platform for strategic and operational reporting needs. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from news. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of SAP Analytics Cloud. 2. Benefits and functionalities of SAP Analytics Cloud. 3. Cloud, on-premise, hybrid. 4. Preparation, sharing and collaboration. 5. SAP Analytics Cloud clients. 6. Connections in SAP Analytics Cloud. 7. Live connections. 8. Import connections. 9. SAP BTP connectivity, Cloud Connector and Cloud Agent. 10. How to choose the connection type. 11. Supported connections. 12. User expertise. 13. Connection screen. 14. Models. 15. What's in a model. 16. Selecting the right model for your data. 17. Datasets. 18. Datasets vs models. 19. Features of SAC models. 20. Data sizing limitations in model. Let's dive into the video now.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining this session. I'm Subha and I just wanted to introduce myself and then probably a little bit of introduction of yourself and what is your expectations out of this session. Mostly I know, but still I just wanted to recap myself, and then we'll plan for the day, like how will the day go, and and then thereafter, say like some of the logistical part, like how many breaks, what are the times you will go for lunch and things like that. We'll talk about that, and then we'll from there we'll take the session. So just to introduce myself, I'm Shubha. I'm having around 13 plus years of experience in consulting, and I throughout my career I work in SAP Analytics area. So in actually you can call me like anything related to SAP Analytics, be it in different tools. I can help you out with my experience. That's about me. Apart from that, I resides in India, and I love being an analytics person. That's what I can say. So with that, that concludes my short introduction. So today is the first session, and we are going to talk about overview of SAP Analytics. And this is the disclaimer, like the standard disclaimer we from ZaranTech to do. So with the first slide, like here you can see like introduction to SAP Analytics Cloud. But even before that, like even before I come to the SAP Analytics Cloud, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of what is the SAP world, wherein the analytics comes in, and in your day-to-day life, you might be if your organization for a conglomerate, you might be facing having a lot of these analytics jargons, analytics, embedded analytics, real-time analytics, management reports, dashboards, digital boardroom, or maybe something like ad hoc reporting. All these you may have come across day in and day out. And I just wanted to make sure before even I come to SAP Analytics Cloud, you know what is the crux of analytics. So for that, I will quickly jump into Excel file, and I will start from there. So let me know if you are able to see my Excel file, and I'll try to explain it here. So for anything on the analytics side, we need data, and Data is the crux of every single thing. But where from we get the data? Or where from we start getting the data? So for every system, like whether it is the airline booking system, whether it's a railway booking system, or a organization running their purchasing cycle, right? Every day, thousands of transactions takes place. What is transactions? Transaction doesn't mean always involvement of money, right? It could be like something like it's just handshaking between two people. That could be a transaction. There are a lot of example where money might not be exchanged, but a transaction takes place. Say for example, quality notifications. If there is an issue, you raise a quality issue. There is no money exchange on that, but this still a transaction. Similarly, in the finance world, if you are paying something to somebody, the accounts payable. If you are receiving money from somebody, an account receivable, or then the GL posting happens. A lot of things, these things takes place every day. And the system in SAP world where it takes place, it is called, in today's era, I'm talking about latest and greatest. I'm not talking about previous version. There is a system by SAP which is called SAP S4 HANA, where this latest and greatest takes place. So every day, whatever module you are working on, and S4 HANA is quite tightly integrated with like different modules like FI, say for example, SD, could be TM, transportation management, could be QM, quality monitoring, quality management, and so on and so forth. These are the things. So each of these modules are different, but they are interrelated. SAP S4 HANA is basically at the database level. It works on the atomicity of the data. So something we earlier days, what used to happen, and we are all know all these things. When there was pen and paper, where we used to make a journal entry. So when you are paying and salary to an employee, your journal entry says like some entries, and again in the employee said there is another entry happens. So there are duplication of data, redundancy. So here with the S4 HANA concept of S4 HANA, or the previously this used to know as SAP ECC, which is called uh, enterprise core component. So this particular system basically are capable of doing the multiple transactions in SAP world. So this is where, and that's why it is broadly called as OLTP system, online transaction processing system. Okay. Now this you can imagine, like if you are doing if you go to, I'm just giving you a very day-to-day life example, not a enterprise example. If you are booking railway tickets every day, and if you go to the counter and say, okay, I need this ticket, I'm traveling from here to there, this is the total ticket prints out, and it shows like to how much kilometer you are traveling, what is the cost for that, and whether it is southeastern division of the rail, or the north or the west division of the rail, or something like that. Some information is there, and ticket, and in order to do that transaction, you pay money and you get the ticket, and you have the valid travel license for that, for the duration that you are going to do that. Now while doing that, you are also providing some information like what is your name, what is your age, what is your date of birth, probably or maybe the place where from you are traveling, and to which place you are going, things like that. So similarly, in the enterprise world, say for example, when you are writing for a journal entry, you are saying which company code, what is the ledger, 0L ledger or some other ledger, leading ledger or non-leading ledgers, or if you are saying that okay, what is the GL account against which it will be posted, or things like that. So this happens every day in and day out. Okay. Any questions so far? I'll just take a pause. You understand this system, like which is where everyday transaction is taking place. Okay. No answer. I'll take. There is no question. So this is where the everyday transaction takes place. But now when it comes to, but does this answer analytics questions? Questions like what is my revenue, quarterly revenue for the Western division of the rail? It doesn't. It just said like a transaction happened, so and so person bought this ticket and he's traveling from here to there. Another transaction happened, another person bought this ticket going somewhere and somewhere. So and those information and getting stored into this OLTP system database. Now, but that doesn't gives you the answer of what is your revenue. So what you need to do to find out that revenue, you need to first find what is the quarter, what is the range of date for that quarter. If the question is what is the quarterly revenue for Western division of the rail, you need to first find out what is the date of range of the quarter, what is the total number of sales happen, and what is the actual value you have money you have acquired from that sales. So and that could be your revenue, not profit but revenue. Okay, so this is how it happens. But then you can see here in identifying that particular information, I do not need any customer's name, any customer traveling from where to where, any customer traveling what is their age. I don't need those information. I just need what is my quarterly revenue, what is the date range, and what is sum up all the transaction between that date range and get the amount that you have collected. As simple as that. So this is at analytics takes place at the very high level, and that's where the challenges come. You deal with millions of records, summarize those, and present it into the presentable format. Whether it could be an Excel, whether it could be an visualization, or it could be something else, whichever way you want to present. Okay, so that's the challenge. Now imagine an organization generating 600 million records every month. What is the challenge? That the database is having a challenge, and on top of that, if you are querying that database for that 600 million records, say quarterly revenue means 1.8 billion of records, and you are querying that database to summarize 1.8 billion of record, it will die. It will simply die. So the analytical processes cannot run here. So that's why what is SAP's suggestion is that you have a OLAP system. This system is called OLAP. So this is called online analytical. These systems are typically, I will give you an example. This could be different flavors. This could be a BW4 HANA system in today's world. It could be an enterprise HANA system, or it could be something like a combination of both. Essentially, what it does, although this is not the subject we are going to study, each of these are specific subject to study in very depth. I'm just giving you on a high level. Essentially, what we do, we take the data, OLTP data, and push it or pull it into the OLAP system on a daily basis. Okay, and it could be more than daily. Frequency can be anything. But daily is the very common one. Okay, and on top of that, we build reports here, and do the reporting work. This is a general approach towards doing the reporting. Even in Oracle also kind of similar things we are there. In Oracle, probably in case of BW for HANA, there could be OBIE. So this is a generic approach. So all your online transaction processing data being fetched by certain setup, and I'm not getting into the details of those setup. Those are itself is a subject to study. Certain setup brought into the OLAP system. Here we denormalize the data. Denormalize means summarize the data. Okay, summarize the data and prepare it for reporting. Okay, prepare it for the reporting purposes. Now, what are the reporting tools could be? It could be SSE. It could be analysis for office in SAP world. I'm talking about all SAP world now. Analysis for office or UI. Analysis for office or UI. So this is the generic flow of the data. Any questions so far? Yes, we prepared the data. The process is called ETL process, which is extraction, transform. These are the process it goes through. Okay, and we get the data into these systems, and this system is capable of doing the wonderful things at its level. Different tool has different features, and then ultimately we report the data at this level.
Okay.
So basically, now a question from my side: when we prepare the report at this layer, does it only allow you to represent? Yes, primarily these tools are representative tools. I mean to say, whatever you have prepared here, if in a organization landscape, mostly from the architectural point of view, I will try to create most of the things here, and this will become only the not always. I'm telling in most of the cases there would be definitely exceptions. There will be definitely different things possible in each of these tools. This will be representative. Like you get the data from here, get the summarized level, you build a chart, you build a table, you build a geo map to represent that data. That's where these reporting tools comes into picture. And SSE is one of the reporting tool. Now it has different other capabilities as well. I'll come to that. This picture is, this entire thing is not yet the whole story. The story is not yet ended. Okay. So any other questions so far?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Now in these days, so any analytical report that you are preparing out of this reporting tool, which is connected to a online analytical processing system, which could be a BW for HANA, Enterprise HANA, combination of both either, okay? And getting the data from one of the transaction system, considering this is a SAP landscape, it could be a hybrid, SAP Oracle, SAP SFDC and all. I'm considering it. Generally, every customer prefers, every organization prefers to have a single landscape, at least for single type of module, single type of data. We do not mix and match because there are a lot of challenges in integration of different tools. Okay. So from this perspective, there is this is how the system looks. Now, very important thing to here understand, these tools are basically at a primary level based for management reporting, which is capable of dealing with larger volume of data. Now it may happen in the SSE is in the S4 HANA box, which is not BW for HANA, S4 HANA box, we might also need to generate some reports. So then question is, can you generate report in the online transaction processing systems? Like you may wanted to know, okay, what is my weekly, how many transaction I have done in weekly? How many tickets we have booked in the weekly? And what is the week to week comparison? 2 weeks comparison. 2 weeks data you need. Last week this was this. This week this was this. So last week I told I sold 4,500 tickets. This week I have sold 3,900 tickets. So 600 less. This kind of analysis, smaller set of data, which is required for day-to-day life, for our accountant, or for say for example at the clerical level, or low to mid management level people in the organization, that can come out of this system. And this has happened because of the fact there is a very interesting invention that SAP has done, which is called HANA. HANA is a database which works on columnar database, okay, which is very fast compared to the traditional row based database. Okay. Okay, so this, with the invent of HANA, what has happened, the gamut of this transaction processing as well as reporting from the same box has changed, and that's why the concept of real-time analytics came into picture. What is real-time analytics? SAP is saying, before even your customer goes out of your premise, you will have his data if he has made a transaction to analyze. Suppose you are going to a 7-Eleven store or say for example Starbucks, you bought a coffee. Before you go out of that premise, the Starbucks manager will have your data to analyze how much you have contributed to his revenue. That kind of thing is possible in S/4HANA. So this was very primarily possible because of the invention of HANA database. Now what has happened? And this HANA database, you will see, this HANA database is used across tools in SAP landscape, whether it is here, or whether it is here. I'll tell you more on that. So first thing first, with the invention of the HANA database, what has happened? Real concept of real-time analytics came. So that means SAP is saying, okay, guys, now you are able to do real-time analytics on the same box. You don't really need these. You can do the real-time analytics. You can do the analytics here. Okay. Okay, fair enough. You can definitely do the real-time analytics, and in doing that, you need to create certain objects called CDS view. Okay. This is a technical piece, technical jargon. CDS is core data services. As the name suggests, it basically do a data service to give you the real-time analytics. And these reports are basically published. Now I'm not getting into the details of what are the different types of report can be generated. It can also generate charts. It can also generate table. It can also generate pivot and everything. And every different reports in the Fiori you generate has a different name. It's an embedded analytics course. This is called real-time analytics, or this is also called embedded analytics because the system on which you are doing the online transaction processing, in the same system you are doing the analytics. That's why it is called embedded analytics. Okay, so you will come across this terminology. Okay, are we going to do embedded analytics, or are we going to do real-time analytics, or is it a larger volume data? Okay, the last question brings you here. If it is a less amount of data, now there is a lot of controversy here. What is less to you may not be less to me. So organization to organization, they have their own strategy that what will go to real-time analytics and what will go to here. If you ask me, what I tell to my clients or my organizations are very simple thing. If you are going more than 3 months of data, and if your volume is less than 1 million, then you can stay here. But if you are provided you have a lot of selection screen in that report, proper selection screen, you wanted to point out only 10,000 rows rather than 1 million records every time, but it can still perform well. But if you have more than that, more than 3 months of data, now it may happen like one organization in 1 month generating 600 million records, then definitely real-time analytics is not a good choice. You have to come to this route. Okay, so whenever the data volume is very high, or whenever you are not meeting expectations with the performance in the real-time analytics, you have to think of another option, which is a data warehousing system. Could be a BW4 HANA, Enterprise HANA, combination of both. Why I'm saying combination of both? Because BW4 HANA has a capacity called mixed modeling. I'll not get into those details because those are itself our course, but just to let you know, on the very to start with your basics. Okay, so this is so now you can hopefully you are able to understand that what is the difference, why I have come to this path, and why when this path has to be taken forward. Okay, so this will give you real-time analytics with less number of data, less number of consumption of data, whereas this will use extraction, transform, and loading functionality, load the data and generate the report with reporting tool. This tool doesn't have a reporting tool inbuilt, so that's why you need to build a representation tool. I'll take a pause here and wait for any question you have. Okay, if you no question, then further. Now you can tell me, you can ask me a question. Okay, so you have said that okay, WellTP is there, OLAP is there. I have also capacity of real-time analytics. When client comes, what would be your suggestion? So I would always say, you set up your transaction system properly. You may initially run with some of the reports here. Okay, some of the reports here, but eventually you have to land here, because as the data grows, you have to come to the OLAP system, which is capable of handling millions of records. Now, this is one-to-one. This system even can accommodate other data from the other sources. Say, for example, you are having CRM data from SFDC. SFDC is another system in your organizational landscape. I'm talking from the organizational landscape perspective, and it can also integrate here. Okay, so the added advantage of using this, you can integrate multiple set of data from different disparate system at the homogeneous level of the data, that you can do. Okay, now here I have written some of the SAP recommended tool in the SAP world. This report is basically for dashboarding, SSE, dashboarding, and reporting at the higher level. This is analysis for report is for use for detailed reporting, which is an Excel tool. You will represent the data in Excel. Webby is for ad hoc reporting. Now, what is ad hoc? Like if you wanted to do on the fly something, that is ad hoc reporting. On the fly, you wanted to achieve something. Okay, so that is your ad hoc reporting. Now, apart from that, as I said, here you can integrate non-SAP system like SFDC or Oracle, or say for example JD Edwards. All these systems you can integrate. Similarly, from a SAP system, you can also report into Tableau or Power BI. That is also possible. Okay, right? So this is the entire gamut of your reporting in SAP world, keeping SAP into the picture. Now, this BW4 HANA system can also connect to some system called Alteryx. Now you can think of any combination. Alteryx is another system. Okay, or it can connect to GCP, Google Cloud Platform. It can connect to AWS. These are all data lakes or Teradata. These are all data lakes for more than this is data warehousing system. This is data lakes, more than data warehousing. Okay. Now I will take this straight path. I'll not divert from here to there. In the straight path, what we are going to learn in details is this SSE and where exactly it is standing at the reporting layer. Now, having said that, SSE is also capable of doing extraction, loading, and transformation at the highest level. It is also capable of doing. And another features of the SSE is it can also do planning and some of the augmented analytics. We can see that, and I'll go to the slides in that. So this is the overall picture. Anybody has any question? I hope it makes sense with these diagrams and all. Try to little squeeze a bit. Does it make sense to everyone? At least you are getting how the reporting and things can be done. And this is where
Yes.
SSE. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Now let's come back to the slide. Yeah. So now we are going to study this SSE in details, and that is our course curriculum. Okay. So any time you are being now one more thing, SSE and all these tools are basically meant for management reporting as well. Management reporting. Say for example, you wanted to generate a P&L, or you wanted to generate a balance sheet report, something like that. These tools are meant for that, and you have to take the route from here, not from this route. Okay, that's not recommended. If you ask an analytics consultant, they will always tell you that. Now somebody who is telling you that okay, in this route it is also possible, I am also saying it is possible, but you are overcommitting. If you have a small organization where you generate 10,000 records in per month, then still it makes sense. But if you are a large organization where you are generating 600 or 700 million records per month, then that doesn't make sense. So it altogether depends on your use case and your organizational need. And that's where the architects, the technical architects, that's where the hardware capability and all these things comes into picture. Now there are two more things I wanted to tell you here. These systems can be hosted in cloud. Whatever I have shown you in the SAP world can be hosted in cloud, can be on premise. What is hosted in cloud? The same cloud version of SAP's, all these SAP's, all these S4 HANA or BW for HANA. There are more tools coming up like data warehouse cloud, data intelligence and all. Those cloud versions are still maturing. Whereas on-premise version is very much matured. See BW, say for example, if you talk about BW is there here for last 35 years almost as a product. It evolved through its life cycle and all. Right. So their cloud version are evolving, but on-premise version is very much mature. Large organizations prefer to have the on-premise version rather than the cloud because of many factors in US, probably specifically in US because of the regulation, because they wanted to keep the data within their firewall and things like that. But reporting tool, this SSE is completely cloud-based. Okay, completely cloud-based. As the name suggests, SAP Analytics Cloud. You will buy through a secure tunnel. You will connect with the SAP Analytics Cloud, and you will do all your reporting there. Okay, but your database, more cracks of the database stay here. Now I'll come back to the slide. So what introduction to SAP Analytics Cloud? I hope it makes a perspective where you understand where is in the product landscape, where in the architectural landscape SAP SSE stands. So this is where SSE stands. Okay. What is SAP Analytics Cloud? SAP Analytics Cloud is a cloud SaaS-based business intelligence tool provided by SAP company, formerly known as Business Object Cloud. So earlier SAP Analytics Cloud used to be called as Business Objects Cloud, and it's a SaaS, software as a services. So What is software as a services? As you buy, you use. Whatever you buy, you use. Whatever feature you wanted to buy, whatever number of database or gigabytes you wanted to use, as you use, as you pay. Okay, pay as you use. So that's the concept here in the cloud domain. So all analytical functions are possible here. Users has the capability of doing visualization. It has the cloud connectors to connect to different system, SAP and non-SAP system. I'll come in details. Software as a cloud, integrated also transparent and high performance and real time. So it can perform real time. Now here it is the very important thing, high performance and real time. Performance completely depends on your data volume and what you wanted to achieve. Having said that, performance is definitely SAP Analytics Cloud is good, but this word real time is a very important thing. Now, as I said, here in this landscape, you can see I said real-time analytics is only possible through Fiori. Okay, the scenario is also changing here. As I move forward, the SAP world is every day moving very fast, and as Marilyn, you have said that, right? SSE is changing every day. I'll tell what is the frequency of change in SAP SSE. So this can directly also connect to SSE for real-time analytics. Like here, you can do it through Fiori. Through these core data services, you can take these core data services from here and directly connect to SSE system. And you can do analytics there as well. So that's why SSE is also real-time. It is saying that it is capable of handling real-time data. Okay, so obviously the connection would be different. You have to connect to this system instead of this system. So, but if you connect to this system, which is your online transaction processing system where your transaction is taking place, you will be able to connect SSE to that. And it is capable of doing the real-time analytics also. So now the path is wide enough. In case of real-time analytics, you have an option to go through the CDS view to to Fiori, or you have also an option to create a SSE connection and do everything in SSE. That is also possible. Okay, so what are the two things? If you wanted to create any custom reports, right? If you wanted to create by your own, here you need to write HTML programming. Here it is a drag and drop. Maximum you need to write some JavaScripting. Okay, that's what it is. So that defines why SSE is real time. Okay, moving forward, what is SAP Analytics Cloud? Developed by SAP on HANA based Play platform. Now SSE also has its own database. As I said, here is a HANA database. Database is HANA. I'll write it. Database is HANA. Here is also a database called HANA. SSE also has its Cloud HANA database, which you will not be accessing very regularly, but all the artifacts, all the data you upload, it gets stored in some database, right? At the end of the day, a database is required. So SAP SSE Analytics Cloud is based on that HANA database. Provides analytical capability from data coming from different databases as well. It can connect to different other databases as well. And it has also an inherent database where it keeps all the metadata information, all the artifacts together. Okay. It is capable of doing linear, dynamic, and augmented analytics. What is linear? Whatever you get, you are doing. Dynamic, you wanted to create drill down, you wanted to run hierarchies, you wanted to run, say for example, quarterly versus quarterly. Okay, all those things is possible. Augmented is some more of a predictive scenarios like, okay, you type in something, you will get an answer. Or you wanted to do a time forecast series, or you wanted to do a, say for example, linear regression. Those kind of things SSE is capable of doing. And as we go increase in our capacity, it will more and more increase day by day. Okay. Now, here are the other things. Evolution of decision making, where you start a question. Okay. You analyze. Based on that analysis, you may predict. And that prediction gives you the planning. And that planning will give you action. So you ask and analyze and then predict and plan and act. This is a cyclical process. If you start from here, act, you took a decision, then you ask what is the, anywhere you can start in this cyclic motion. You can start from plan. If you are a financial planner, you can start from here. You will do a plan, then some actuals will come in. Then you will ask what is my plan versus actual. Then you will analyze plan versus actual. Then you will predict, okay, what would be my next plan, probably next quarter plan. So decision making, what is decision making is a continuous process, and all these activities is achievable in SSE. Okay. Then comes what is business technology platform, and this is a very important thing nowadays in SAP world. Business technology platform is a boom. Everybody is talking about business technology platform. It is nothing but a platform, as the name suggests, where everything can be integrated, whether it is whatever I have shown here, everything. And apart from that, maybe some other SAP things also it can be glued together. So it says business SAP platform is a glue to holds everything together. You can integrate anything and everything in that platform, which is cloud based. The SAP business technology platform allows customer to harness power of data from managing the quantity. So as it is cloud based, you can increase the capacity as and when you need. Okay. And having said that, SSE is also can be integrated in SAP business technology platform. Okay. So anywhere you are hearing something like, oh, okay, there is something called business technology platform is there. What are the analytics tools are possible to integrate in the business technology platform? You can easily say SAP Analytics Cloud can be integrated for you. For any analytics, whether you do, planning or any strategical operation or any kind of management reporting you do, there is a strategy involved, there is a operations involved, and there is a tactics involved. So SSE gives you that all the capacity. Like strategic, if you think like, okay, say for example a marketing department, they wanted to decide which particular segment they wanted to focus to market more, advertise more, right? If you build a report on the marketing module, CRM module, customer relationship module, you can easily find out that, and you can go to a strategic decision. Operational, if you are running a production plant, say for example, and say for example last week versus this week production is there is a gap, and you found that raw material was not supplied properly, and this finding raw material was not supplied properly, how will you get to that? By running the SAP Analytics Cloud reports, by analyzing the data into the SAP Analytics Cloud. That's where you can support your operations also. Tactical, okay, my PNL never got generated. My PNL got generated, and I see I am paying a lot of sales tax or a manufacturing whatever, like transfer pricing tax to this country. I move my manufacturing hub from this country to another country. So that we can save money. So for example, I can quote here, and pardon my quoting, Apple's all the product used to be started in China and Taiwan, because they are low cost manufacturing countries. Labor is good, cheap and good, whereas the assembly takes place in the US, right? So this is a tactical decision, because by that way Apple is saving a huge amount of money. Would they have made the same chips and the embedded circuits in US? Okay, this is a tactical decision. This is also achievable. So initially, suppose you set up an organization, and you are doing business every day, and then you led to this kind of problem that my manufacturing cost is skyrocket. Then you go into the another setup like Taiwan or something. So that tactical decision is also can be taken. Any type of decision basically is capable, you can achieve to SAP Analytics Cloud, provided you have the right data fed to SAP Analytics Cloud and you are representing it correctly. SAP Analytics Cloud helps all types of decision maker improve decision making with all analytical capabilities in one place. It is kept doing AI. Now, if you say AI, artificial intelligence, yes, it is it can do it artificial intelligence, but it's not that highly capable. It has very simple capability of natural language processing, but it can integrate R, through which you can achieve some set of data analytics or forecasting and little bit of artificial things out there. But if you ask me, does it do everything artificially? Can it take a decision, write a robot? No, it cannot. At the end of the day, robots are also fed data, and that's how they perform. But similarly, in SAP Analytics Cloud also, if you feed right data, it can give the insight out of it for sure. Then context level decision making is also decision generation is also possible through SAP Analytics Cloud, right? Particular chart you wanted to deep dive, you wanted to run the system itself and say give you some insight on that particular chart, it can do. Differentiating capability. Okay, what is the differentiating capability from compared to Tableau, Power BI? Trust me, Tableau is one of the market leaders. Okay, so is Power BI. But I feel, if as an SAP person, I feel what is differentiating for SAP Analytics Cloud. Number one, it is completely cloud based. Number two, it is capable of doing planning, very detailed level planning it can do. Number three, what it can do, number three is that it is very user friendly, and it can integrate to SAP BTP, which is the latest and greatest in SAP One. And having said that, it gives you the opportunity to create your own dashboard by dragging and dropping, as well as writing through code. You can do coding as well. Okay. Benefits of SAP Analytics Cloud: one platform to analyze, to predict, to plan. As I said, predict, it can run, basically the algorithms like time series, linear forecast, and all. That way it can predict to one platform. Second, it can help management to decide end to end. Okay, end to end it can decide, and from a very highest level. Suppose here you are running a P&L line and you see your COGS are very high, cost of goods sold is very high. Now you wanted to drill down. From there you can jump to a purchasing report and understand what are the costs. Material report, what are the material giving a lot of cost to you, how can you reduce raw material or labor cost. You can always go drill down into later detail level, that you can do. So that's why it is saying make end-to-end decision with data management and analytics together in one place. You can upload data also SAP Analytics Cloud, okay, apart from keeping that into outside world as well. And it is scaled to meet needs of your business and diverse user across all decision set. We have discussed this strategic, operational, and tactical. Now, AI driven, it has a capacity of natural language query and natural language generation. It has capability, as I said, but it's not a very I would not say if you are a salesperson and if somebody is selling you SAP Analytics Cloud, this is not the right versioning. Okay. Yes, definitely there is capability. It can be further improved, and it is getting improved for sure. But there is a lot of scope to improve. And you will always come across these scenarios where SAP is cleverly do not solve everything. SAP as an organization, it's a German organization, it's running for a long time. They do not solve everything for you. They keep something for others to solve for them. And that's why the SAP consultants, you, me, and everybody, are earning their bread and butter. So capabilities of AI-driven ML algorithms applied to guided data discovery, key influence pattern, and you can generate all those things. ML algorithms leverage historical data to build predictions, and no data scientist is required. Always not true. I would say there are controversy out there, but obviously at the highest level, if your data is accurate, you can generate these key influencer outliers, what if scenario, you can do that. I'll show you into the system as well. Benefits of AI driven, basically it gives you the key performance indicator, net best action you can do in the automated style, it will show you, and the potential outcome and forecast it will show. So these are the things. It is very easy. You upload the Excel, data is accurate, it will generate for you. Then data exploration and visualization. Data exploration, SAP Analytics Cloud just not that give you, okay, you create a visualization and represent it to your user. It also gives you of the capacity, like where you can explore the data to the row level. Each level of transaction you can explore. It gives you that opportunity. And that's why it is saying empower business user to safely and securely work with governed data and create interactive dashboard. Now, here is one of the other point I just wanted to mention here. When it is called that governed data, right? Governed data is nothing but you can apply security on the SAP data. And SAC also has a specific functionality of applying security. We'll discuss about that security roles and teams and everything in detail in subsequent classes. Okay. Then comes uncover and deliver actionable insight across the enterprise with intuitive service analytics. So it's the same point. Augmented analytics. What is augmented analytics? Automatically receives the strategic insight in embedded MI technology. So this is what it comes. It has an embedded machine learning capacity, and that machine learning capacity will analyze your data and give you output. Avoid agenda driven decision making by you unveiling the true story of data. So this is very simple thing. If you have the data point, you can do your augmented analytics and you can go for those specific like decision making points. Now this is another features of SAP Analytics Cloud core functions. This is one of the core function called integrated planning. So now say for example, Madeline says that in our organization we use business planning and consolidation very widely. Now business planning consolidation is a different tool. You need to feed the data, you need to create a planning calendar, you need to inside the data, different planners will come and do the planning, and ultimately one plan version will be saved as final. What if I do the same in SSE also, right? If I can do the same in the SSE, then my BPC is out of the picture. I have everything inherent into one system, everything embedded into one system, and as a result of I have lesser maintenance, lesser cost, and more output. But having said that, this tool is still maturing compared to BPC. BPC has a lot of capacity, but this tool is still maturing. But it is right now, I can say a lot of clients are running, they are planning activities in SSE. Specifically financial planning. Some of the organizations are doing workforce planning, not APO and all, inventory planning, but workforce and financial planning, lot of organizations are doing. Because this type of planning, specifically financial planning, is done at the highest level, account group level or company code level. So that level it can accommodate. Okay. Next, drive better business outcomes with extended planning and analysis in Analytics Cloud. So once the integrated planning is, planning thing can be if the planning piece is can be embedded into the same. So you have the one platform where you can plan versus actual versus forecast, all those things you can compare. So that's one of the core functions. Now, enterprise platform as a service, because your planning, your actual, your forecast, everything gets connected into the same platform. It basically works as an enterprise platform service. Okay, so it basically gives you everything in one shot, all the live data and all the things it can give. Now, life cycle of SAP Analytics Cloud. This is very important to understand. This is where it starts. You start with data preparation, which is business intelligence. Then you predict the data, right? Then you tell the story, and so after prediction you do the plan, and then simulate, and then tell the story. So here you can see this is the cycle at which in SAP Analytics Cloud this can run, and it can connect to on-premise dataset. It can connect to another cloud dataset. You can also combine these together two ends into a hybrid. So you can create a story where one data source is on-premise, another data source is cloud, which makes it hybrid. Okay, this is what is possible. This is what is possible to SAP Analytics Cloud. It can, so if you have a, say for example, your data warehousing system in your organization is on-premise, and you have something called, say for example, what should I say? Say for example, any other system which is hosted in cloud, that you can join together here to make one unified view. Having said that, SAP Analytics Cloud has this capacity called BI, planning and predictive in one scenario, one services. It can connect to on-premise data through live connection, and it has capacity of digital boardroom. The concept of digital boardroom, I will tell you at the very at the relevant topic, but just to let you know, it is meant for the C executive level people, right? CIOs, CFOs, CEOs of the organization, they are preferred to see digital bedroom rather than the one chart, one particular table you created, or one story. They wanted to see the digital boardroom. So when they go to the boardroom meeting, they have it open here and they have all the answer. That's why it is called digital boardroom. Next, this is the cloud integration, how it works in SAP Analytics Cloud. This talks about SAP Analytics Cloud. So here, platform as platform services, data connectivity, data preparation, modeling. This is what it can do. Administration, lifecycle auditing. This is also a platform service. These are all basically done by your basis people in the organization, SAP basis people or security people. Scheduling, collaboration, and SDKs. These are platform services. Then you can do business intelligence on that, augmented analytics on that, enterprise planning on that. Enterprise planning version is very tightly integrated with MS Office 365. That means Excel version of it, and this is getting mature. In 1 or 2 years, you can do your planning in the MS Excel SAP Analytics Cloud. It is becoming very much mature. Then you can do your analytics application where you can write scripting, extension logics to build your own dashboard from the scratch, whatever way you wanted to do. You can build your stories, and then digital boardroom, as I said, digital boardroom is basically the C-level, executive level things. So digital boardrooms are basically executive analytics that digital boardroom is basically connects to stories, and all these things can be accessed to iOS, Android devices, and maybe a centralized portal, which is called catalog or catalog, where you can publish those. Okay, so this is what is the total cloud integration. So I'll take a pause here. Any question on any slide or anything that you wanted to talk? I'm like, I know this is called little theoretical, but initially I need to be little theoretical, and after that we'll get into the system. Any question? No question? All good so far, whatever we have covered. So far we have covered what is the SSE, what is SSE, how it is capable of doing different type of decision making, the cycle of decision making, business technology platform, and differentiating capabilities, benefits, and core capabilities, core functions of SAP Analytics Cloud. And then the cloud integration. How does These different tasks are there. So mostly you will play your role here. Having said that, you may play some roles here as well in the SSE world, but mostly you will play here. Okay, this middle section. Okay, let's move forward. Then SAP Analytics Cloud embedded solution. Some of the embedded solution in SAP Analytics Cloud are there. Like, say for example, I will tell you what is embedded solution. I will tell you with an example. Say for example, if you buy a shirt, right? Simple thing. If you buy a shirt, you have the buttons embedded with the shirt, right? Whatever buttons required. Similarly, SAP Analytics Cloud has given a lot of embedded solution. What is those embedded solution? Like some reporting, some financial planning reports, some marketing analytics report, and all those things given as part of the license and standardized way. Okay, so that's being given, you know, like this. That's why it is called embedded solution. So what are the different embedded solution possible? SAP C4 HANA, customer for HANA, SAP Fieldglass, workforce management, okay, Concur for travel and expenses, and spend management, Ariba. So these are the tools which can be included with this, can be connected with the system, and you can use the embedded solution already provided by SAP on your data. Okay, your data you can use on your data, you can do that. Next, this is the architecture of SAP Analytics Cloud. If you see, this is the cloud. Earlier, it has the capacity of interoperability between business objects tools, and business object is nothing but BI 4.0. There it can interoperate, but very rarely we do that. We focus on here. It can connect with different systems, and SAP Analytics core architecture is this. This is the core architecture. Now, most important thing, SAP Analytics Cloud can share and collaborate. So if you have in a same platform, if you have, say for example, you can do a commentary. Say for example, I'll tell you, you saw a report and you found that some you know, like discrepancies in the net profit. You wanted to make a comment and pass it on to your colleague. That is possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Or you have built a story, you can share it with your colleague to edit. That is also possible, right? So these are the things possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay, so you can share, collaborate, comment, bookmark. All these are possible, and you can publish the content. Okay, you can publish the content very well. These are the things the SAP Analytics Cloud is capable, and I'll show you how you can collaborate. Ways of sharing: invite others in the or teams. So there is a concept of team in SAP as well. SAP Analytics Cloud also. I'll talk about that as well when we discuss about security. So invite others, users, teams to have a look at some content. Send content to users on a daily or weekly basis. That means you can schedule the job as well, reports as well. Ask other user to work with you, collaborate. So you build some portion of the report, somebody else build some portion of the report, and you can ask, hey, how do you feel about this report with this color? You can do. Send content to others so they can import the data into another application. You can give the data or content to other people for another application. It's nice to share, but be careful with your data. Always it is okay to share, but do not, from the governance perspective, do not share outside your organization. These are the different way of sharing and possible into the report. So suppose, as you said, somebody like as Sadia, you said, I wanted to know more on stories. You're creating a story, then you can ask, share the story to Francis and get his opinion. Okay, so this is all about the overview of SSE. I'll take a pause here. Any questions on any of these slides which you have not understood? First, what I tried to let you understand, in the SAP landscape where SSE stands. And then I dive down into what is SSE, what is its capability, what is its core functionalities, what is its architecture, and so on. This pretty much concludes our first module, which is this module 1, overview of SAP Analytics Cloud. Any question? Okay, now I will do one thing. I will show you first how you can request a trial license from SAP itself, and you can use that for your practice as much as possible. In case you do not want to use your Office's SAP Analytics Cloud platform. Okay, how you can do that. First, if you go here and you write in the Google SAP Analytics, SAP Analytics Cloud trial. Okay, it will give you this option in Google. Okay, click on this, it will take you to this page. You can all try. You can use your personal email address. You will get the link of the trial immediately, and you can activate your account from today onwards. You will get initial 30 days. If you use 20 days consecutively properly, SAP will extend it to 90 days. Okay, automatically it will get extended. Okay, so start your trial. It says register, verify your email, access all your resources. So here you give the business email address. Okay, then you give your name, ID, password, where your phone number probably. So generally for getting the trial, I'm telling you, I must not tell this. We give a little bit of different numbers. Okay, which is combination, and then relationship to the SAP and all. Then you can log in. So a unique ID will be created for you. If you wanted to try, anybody wanted to try, you can to get the but the email address should be correct. In that email address, you will get a link. You want to try, anybody wanted to have this done, can share your screen. Maybe I can show you. You can go ahead from there, and then I'll further take it forward. How you can register to a trial version, and you can use that. Francis, maybe you would like to do that, or Sadia? Just give customer probably, or consultant, student. So you'll first get a SAP account, SAP.com account. Yeah. So you will also receive another email where it says like, please log on to SAP Analytics Cloud. It will give you the link.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Analytics Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools to unify, simplify, and enhance all your organization's analytics and planning with one enterprise platform. Over the past year, we've seen strong demand from hundreds of business intelligence professionals looking to expand their skills in SAP Analytics Cloud. After taking ZaranTech's training, many have achieved certifications, transitioned into analytics roles, or gained visibility into data like never before. In just a few weeks, you can learn how to access, visualize, and share data through stunning dashboards, interactive stories, and augmented analytics. Discover best practices for data modeling, integration, and administration, and leverage smart capabilities like machine learning, predictive modeling, and more. This can open doors to new opportunities in BI analytics or help you transform existing projects. If you want to future-proof your analytics skill set with SAP Analytics Cloud, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone pursuing or advancing their careers. Thank you.
Login. You have to give the email address as well. You have given, right? Okay. Okay, so then it has taken out automatically. Okay. First, you are creating a HANA Cloud Services account, and once it is done, save. Okay, continue. HANA Cloud Services, yes, because it is like, it is, yeah, there you go. This is the first screen of your SAP Analytics Cloud, 30-day trial. This is how you can get this 30-day trial. If you use properly, if you use continuously, based on your uses, it will be extended to 90 days. So I hope Marilyn and Francis, you will also try in your time to create this trial account for you to understand everything or practice more. If you are stuck anywhere, just let me know. So I'll just come out of this. So this is your initial screen look like. I'll just, sorry, session got ended. Fresh. So this is how your screen looks like, you know. And if you see this screen, Sadia, you might be seeing hello Sadia, right? This is called home. This is in home page. You can see a home icon here. I'll just give you right now the layout of the tool. Okay, layout of the cloud platform. You might have already know all these things. Some of you have already like done your hands on this, but still I just wanted to, from my side, I wanted to show. So here, if in the home page, you will see today, catalog, favorites, shared with me. These are the 4 options. Okay. Today you will see, today means whatever you are seeing here, right? You can see some story, create a story and all, right? This is your home page. Catalog, as I said, this is a catalog thing. If you publish anything to the catalog, this is applicable to everybody. Okay. So these are the stories already published to catalog. Okay. In the trial version. Different language is also possible in SSC. That is one of the, sorry, this should be included in the slide later on, as I said. Language support. Yeah, different language support is also possible in SSC. Translation of the things is also possible in SSC. So you can see Japanese, German, English and all. Okay. So these are the catalog. If you wanted to see these catalogs, whoever has the access, they can see cash flow. If I click on that, resource is not available. Let me see. These are not activated yet. So that's why it is published, but it's not activated. My first story, say for example, okay, these are not activated. I'll tell you that this is where you publish your all the stories. Then favorites. If you mark any story as favorite, I am also using a very new box. Okay. If you mark everything anything as your favorites, it will start showing. And shared with me. Suppose Sadia has created a story, okay, and she shared with you, Francis or Marilyn, right? Marilyn, whenever you come to this, or Francis, whenever you come to this, you will see all the stories that are shared with you. Okay, that are shared with you, right? Say for example here, this one. If I open this story, this is how our report looks like. Maybe it will not generate proper data. This is an embedded story. It is generating still. This is a geomap. So this story you can jump. Okay. So this is where homepage is all about. Homepage has these capacities. Right. I'll go back. Similarly, if you wanted to open another story, you can open it. There is not much data, so it is not showing. Okay. So this is a fresh box, and this is where you can see. So these are the 4 pieces you can do. You can pin any of the chart or any of the bar, any of the story into this home screen as well. And I'll show you how you can do that. You can pin anything into the home page. Okay. Then on the top, if you see, there are some buttons here. At the very right corner, it is my name, and then some home screen settings. You can go to the home screen settings. You can change the color here. You can change the theme. Okay. I said none. You can change the theme. You can see it has become more or less white. Or whole home screen, if you go here, today is default tab, or you can make the favorites as also default tab. Right, whenever you refresh it, if it comes, if you log out and log in, then it will show, it will come to favorite tab. Okay, so this is what you can make. Then recent files and all those things. Whatever you wanted to see, you can see it here. Now, apart from that, you have request roles. You can request some of the role to the user. Self-service roles. If you have self-service roles, you can get yourself assigned. Okay. Comment and there is list of roles should come and send request. It will go to the admin. Admin will do that. Then comes profile settings. This is important. If you do the profile settings, you can see how you wanted to see the date and time format. What is your like cleanup notification? What is the number format you wanted to use? Okay. What is the scaling? Okay. So these are global settings. If you do it once here, this will remain in every story, everywhere. What is your default language? If you wanted to change it to some other language, that you can also do. Okay. So these are the default settings, right? That you can save and I'll cancel and close. So this is where you can do it. If you wanted to add a home screen note here, right? You can say my to-do list. Hey, this is my to-do list. Say for example, you wanted to write a note text, my to-do list. I do it every day to keep an eye on my daily progress. Say for example, you wanted to write this. Okay, you go here. You can see here a catalog got generated. So this is what you can do. You can keep on editing here, delete, preference, and all. I'm just giving you an understanding. You can keep something else also here. Okay. Now, if I go back to the profile settings again, you have seen also what is the default email got generated and all. What is my email address and all that through you will get to see that first name and second name and all. Okay. So this is one thing. This is your home page. Beside that, there is a question mark. Anytime, anywhere, if you have a question related to anything, you can come to here, help, what's new, browse community, send feedback, contact admin, explore add-ons, all those things, submit ideas. So if you have an idea and you wanted to give it to SAP, you can submit here, submit it here. So that you can do. Search knowledge base. Those everything you can do. And this is a communication between you and SAP, not you and your organization as admin. So if you are a contact admin, you are basically contacting SAP admin, not somebody who is working on ABC organization who is taking help of SSC. If you wanted to click on the quick start, it will give you the get started, all the documentations and everything. Okay, some videos and everything is there. How you will do model and all. So apart from whatever you are going to learn here, you can also have short videos, some notes. Okay, those are things around there. Do you guys know what is SAP notes by any chance? I hope you know. So SAP notes are basically frequently released updates in terms of next steps and all. So that's SAP notes. Okay, it may have a solution. It may suggest something to do by yourself. Okay. So that whatever you wanted to do, you can do it from here. If you wanted to go to the video library, from the help, you can go to the video library. You will all have see different things from the thing, from the tool. Okay. How to connect data, how to do everything is there. So you need to go SAP knowledge base website. SAP knowledge base. Okay, you have a support portal there. You have to log in with here. If you wanted to say, if you want here, you have to log in first. You have to should have a particular a login ID. You can register yourself. Maybe the ID that you have created now that may work because that's a unique ID now nowadays. So say for example, SSC planning data action. To type. She's asking for a login. You need to get a universal ID. So if you have a universal ID, I do have, but I cannot. It's in my another laptop, so I cannot recall it. But if you have an ID, you can go to the notes and you can get all the notes that is relevant for that. Okay, that you can browse. So here also like some notes you are seeing, right? That notes you can always download. And if you have a feedback to SAP, you can give it through this button, feedback button. So right now, let me see if there is any notes. Yeah, there are some notes I was seeing. So notes are basically specific scenarios, right? Say for example, some notes may give you solution, some notes give you alternative way to do it. Notes are basically useful whenever you are stuck with something. It's not how to, you know. Then you have this button called discussion. Now this is a very important thing. At the home page you will get this button. If you wanted to add a discussion, start. Say for example, you have some users here. You can see there are some more users are there. You wanted to tell something, okay, to somebody. Say for example, G0. Say for example, him. You wanted to say, and then say, sorry, I just wanted to select one. Say for example, this. Okay, this participant is invited to a discussion. Okay, now you can type your message here. Hi, how are you doing? Right? Were you able to complete the task last night? Okay, you can send this message to him. It will go. Once he replies, you will see it here. So this is itself, this tool is itself self-sufficient of doing whatever you wanted. Now, if he replies, generally instead of emails, you can do this also. Okay, so that's why it is interactive as well. Then comes the notification bar, and here you can see your system. Some notifications will come from SAP standard. Okay, some notification will come from your action. Okay, sorry, I'll just close it. From your action. So here you can see this notification is being pushed by SAP saying new features are available. So every fortnightly small release happens in SAP Analytics Cloud. That's the target. And every quarterly major releases happen. Now whether your system will acquire those fortnightly or quarterly or yearly or half yearly, it depends on your organization policy. Because you are being licensed to a particular SAP Analytics Cloud system, what way you wanted to upgrade your system, that's up to you, right? So this is what is the notification is helpful. Then comes something called search to insight. I'll not talk about search to insight now. I'll talk a little later. Okay. Then you have something called search. If you wanted to search anything on the SAP Analytics Cloud, you can search it here. Typing, say for example, my dashboard. Right now you might not get. You can see anything starting with AM is basically coming. You can search. So this basically search the entire platform. Okay, entire platform is search. So this is how it is. You can see all these things got searched. Wherever AM is there, whether it's a data model, whether it's a story, how you will understand this is a data model, this is a story. Okay, so that's what it does. So these are the search is basically searching this SAP Analytics Cloud tenant. So it's kind of like help is a reference. Suppose you are reading a book, right?
Yeah.
And if you wanted to search a keyword in that book, then you will do it here. Now you wanted to know more details about a topic in that book, then you go to help and try to find something here. So this is basically more of a tutorials. This is basically a search capability within that system. So this is your home page. This is nothing fancy here. It's very simple. and you can understand. Okay. Next, on the left corner, there are 3 parts, which is called expand navigation bar. If you click on that, you can see this got expanded. And here you can see files, stories, analytical applications, data analyzer, digital boardroom, dataset, modeler, more other things, security, connections, systems. All these things are there. Few more you might be seeing in your licensed version. Okay, like workspace. There's some few more you may see in your licensed version, which is not here. But the majority of the things are there. Okay. First thing I will talk to you about. I'll go to home screen one more time. Here. First thing I will talk to you is this system. If you click on that, there are about. If you click on the about, you will learn what is the system name, what is its version, what is the last committed version, when it was last built, and what is the library it is using. So this is the information about the system. It's like Windows XP or Windows 2010 or something like that. Okay. It gives you the about information about the system. Okay. And these numbers, whatever hexadecimal numbers, it has a implication. It has a meaning in the SAP side because SAP is hosting this, right? And then it is the APM library, and when it was built, it is. So this is system. Now, if you go here, there is something called benchmark tool. You click on that. So this benchmark tool, you can see this is basically used by admin or basis team. I hope you know what is basis in SAP world. SAP is basis team is nothing but the admin team. So now you can see run client test. If you wanted to do a client test, you can quickly run a client test. How the client is performing here. Client means this SAP Analytics Cloud. Okay. It is performing. It is running a lot of script in the background. You will not do this. You will not have access to this in your organization, but it is for the basis purpose. Okay. Let's see what is the output of this. Take some time to run. So system benchmark score is 29. If you click on that, code is greater than 75, excellent. So it has some parameter, inherent parameter on which it gives you a score. Okay, multiple benchmark. So it is that. Then run network test. How your network is performing. So you can see network latency to 123 milliseconds, and it is running further. Download bandwidth and upload bandwidth, it will tell. Take some time. Okay. You can see it has got told the 11.5 Mbps download bandwidth. Now it is calculating the upload bandwidth. So these occasionally is required to understand how your system is performing, and if there is any improvement required, you can your admin team will contact your SAP people to make it up and running and things like that. Okay, that's what it is. But this is something you will not be very much cautious about. You as long as it is working fine for you, you will not be cautious about. But if it is becoming so slow, you can tell some your admin team that is so slow. So then the admin team will run this initial checks, and they might contact SAP to check where it is going wrong. I know, because it's a cloud hosted by them. They can suggest. Okay. This is running longer time. I'll cancel it. Okay. So these are the system tools. Okay. Now after that you have something called connections. After that something is there, like some more things are there, security and all. I'll come to that a little later. But I wanted to show you after the home screen. If I go to the home screen, you go to the files, this particular view. So in this particular view, okay, I guess in that there are a lot of stories being built by somebody else. I don't know. Maybe they are giving a shared SAP is also giving us shared tenant for us. Okay, anyway, so everywhere you will see this particular folder in your my files is common, public, and it has a meaning. Whatever you see here, so there are three important things always common in your in your things. One, and which is not editable. You can see public, samples, and input forms. These three will be common to all users, and whatever you create inside that is not common. Okay, now this public is something, if you create anything within the public, that is accessible by anybody and everybody in the organization who is having the access to SAP Analytics Cloud. This particular tenant, this tenant. Public folder, as the name suggests, is a public thing. Okay? Everybody can access whatever story, whatever things you have inside that. Everybody. Right? Say for example, this one. If you have a story here, as I can access, if you have the access to the same tenant, you can also access this. There is no restriction. Okay, right, you can see a story here, right? You can see this story. This is the story. Everybody and anybody can access that. It has a separate page. It's taking to the liquidity page. So that's where the importance of the public folder, right? All these things. But if you do not have access to these stories, you cannot access those. Okay. Now coming to this my files, on the left side you will see all the my files that you are seeing. This is a kind of a folder, you can imagine. Is the starting point. Then you have favorites. Then you have featured files. Then you have systems. If you click on that, anything related to the system if you have here, and this is basically deleted files. If you delete something, first it comes here. From if you delete, everything is got deleted. It's like a recycle bin in Windows. Favorites are something like where you store your favorites things, which you can access from here as well. So this is favorite. And then featured files. If you have any files which you wanted to feature, then you can have that. Okay. So that's you can do. Now, if I go back to my files, here are a bunch of options at the top. First option, plus. You can from here you can create a story, analytical application, model, dataset, point of interest, content link, predictive scenarios. All these I will discuss in details, and that's the subject. If you wanted to create anything new, suppose you wanted to create a story, it will take you to the story page. Suppose you wanted to create a model, it will take you to the model page. Okay. Suppose you wanted to create a dataset, it will take you to the dataset page. Okay. So everything and anything that you wanted to create here is possible from this plus button. Then comes if you wanted to create a folder. Like a public, you wanted to create a folder, say for example, my project. Create a my project folder. Then if you click on a my project, and if you wanted to edit, you can also edit my project details. Okay, I edited. The description here, if you see, got changed from my project to my project details. Okay, so that's how it is. Then if I click here, if you wanted to share this particular folder with somebody and click on that, here is the option comes. So if you wanted to give it to some user, say for example, I wanted to give a particular user, a list of user will be shown here. If you say okay, then you can share their story. And what is the right you wanted to give, whether you wanted to give edit, full control, or custom. If you say custom, then you can say update, create, delete, share, and all those different options will come. If you give full, automatically all those options that you have seen in the custom will be ticked by default if you give full. But if you give view, only particular options will be selected. Now within this folder, like as I said, I was trying to share my project. If you have subfolders, if you wanted to share those also, you can click on. And then if you wanted to send an email to that person, that you can also do. All the person's email address is configured in the SAP Analytics Cloud. So when you create a user into the SAP Analytics Cloud, some basic fields are required, like display name and email address. Without an email address, you cannot create. So if you wanted to email, automatically the email address through which the users were created, that will get the notification of the sharing the folder will go to that email address. And then if you click on this share, it will get shared. Then someday when that particular user logs in, and he will see also my project into their screen. Okay, that's the sharing button. Okay, and then there is an option called publish to catalog, which is kind of grayed out because of this is a licensed version. You can, and because of probably you don't have the rights. Okay, if you publish in the catalog, if you go in this catalog folder, you will be able to see that. Now what is catalog? Catalog is somewhere where you publish high level stories and everything. Now comes the third button. If you click on this, there is an option called copy to. So this is not cut paste, this is a copy paste. Okay, if you copy to, it will ask you another name. It will allow you to put another name and copy that folder or story. You can also click a story as well. So how will you understand what is story, what is folder? Folder, this is a folder, this is a story. These are data models, black ones. Okay, and I'll tell you what are those in details. If you click on this, you can also copy that story, but right now it is because of the license version, it is not allowing me. Probably yes. So if you click on the folder, because I created it, and also for the fact it is not allowing, why? Because these stories might not be shared with me for editing. This story might have been shared with me only for viewing purpose. Okay, so that, and because I have created this particular folder by myself, that's why I am able to copy and delete. You can share, no, you cannot share. That person can share again with that, but if that person who has shared the story with you with full control, then you can delete and copy too.
Okay.
So these stories might not have been, I don't know, like why this tenant is being given to me as a free license version, because somebody might be as already using, but SAP has their own way. So if I share this particular thing to you right now with the full control, then you will able to delete or modify. Then comes the next option, draft the data. If you wanted to draft the data, you have not saved any draft data yet, create a new model, upload the data. So if you wanted to have if you have a draft data or an Excel uploaded into the system, then you can click on those draft data and see that. Okay, all right. Then it is a refresh button. It will refresh the page, the sub page, not the entire page, sub page. Then upload, if you wanted to upload a file. Okay, so say for example, I wanted to upload this file. It will get uploaded. So you can see this file got uploaded, exercise 2. Okay, this file got uploaded. If you click on that, again that file can be downloaded. If you wanted to store that file into the cloud, you can also do that. I will delete it. Okay, once you delete it, it comes here in the deleted folders. You can see. If you wanted to restore back, you can just click on this, restore back. It will come to restore back, original location or a new location. That is also it is possible. It's like a recycle bin. Okay.
Yeah.
Go back. Then comes the view. So here in this layout, what are the columns you wanted to see? I don't wanted to see the owner. Automatically owner is out. I don't wanted to see created on. Automatically created on in out. I don't want to say changed on. Automatically it is out. I wanted to see, say for example, featured or not. Or I wanted to see like restore default. Everything is defaulted. Whatever is default version. Okay, that you can do. What are the columns you wanted to see? Now there are filter buttons. If you wanted to see only stories, not the model, you can click on that. Everything will be stories. If you wanted to see only models, you can remove that, and then you can just click on models. It will show you all the models that is available. But it is towards that local folder. Now I am in the my file location. It will filter on there. Okay, like that. If you wanted to click on digital boardroom, it will show. There is no digital boardroom. That's why it is not showing. I unselect the model. It will not show. But by default, your folders will be shown. And these 3 folders would be must be shown always. So then I'm clearing all. Everything can be shown. Then if you wanted to search something, say suppose there are many stories you have created, and I wanted to file filter on new story. Nothing is there. Say for example, new story. You can see it will search. It will search. And it will show you what are the results out of that. It's like a Windows search we do. Right? These are the options.
Yeah.
Having said that, all these other options are remain intact. So these are the different options on the my files feature. Now if you further, you can also see, you can also filter here the files you own, that only it will see. If you want if it is anything being shared with you, that only you wanted to see. You can see now I am not able to see my folder, my project folder, because I have created only shared with me. If you wanted to see all files, it will show everything. So these are the different navigation paths through which you can navigate. That's how it, like when you log into the SAP Analytics Cloud, this is how it looks like. So very simple interactive things. Okay. Now we'll slowly get into slowly deep dive into it further, and we'll see what are the different other features are there, and we'll go initially the theoretical part, and then I will start showing you the system. Okay. So I hope these buttons are very much clear with you, all of you, and then what is there in the home screen and all. Right. One of the other thing I wanted to show you here is that suppose you open, say, go to my files and say I'm just creating one. Say for example, I'm just opening first story. Somebody created it. I just opened it. Okay. I'm really not doing right now anything. So I just wanted to go here and click on this, and let's see what it opens. Created gross amount, but it doesn't have data. See a good story. If anybody has created. After that, we'll create our own, obviously, but just to show you one feature. Let me go to a smaller one. One more thing you have to understand. There are in certain stories, you can see here some mobile sign is there, right? Right. That means these stories are mobile supported. Now, all the stories in SSC are not mobile supported. Which are mobile supported and which are not, I will come to tell you in future classes. And then you can see if you select here, there is a share button. Now you can see this particular model or this particular story is shared with me only viewing rights. So I am not able to share further. And if you wanted to keep it in favorite, you just click on this star. It will get added into your favorites. Okay. And beside that, you can see there is some options called open in story view mode, open in Explorer. I'll talk about story view and Explorer a little later when we talk about stories. Okay. So these are the buttons you can see beside the stories are also there. You can directly use those to do things. Let me see if I can run some. Now suppose you have run this debate story. Okay. There is something called debate story. And I don't know like how many pages there. I wanted to show you something where you have charts. Yeah. So here you can see this particular chart. You think that this chart is every day you are going to use, and you need to see it at the very first in the morning. Okay. So what you can do from here, I don't know like why that option is not coming. Let's check. No, I think what I'm trying to show it is not showing here. I'll create the story and I will show you. I think these stories are creating differently because I don't have the rights, probably that's why. So basically what I'm trying to say, from any charts on a story, right, you can pin that chart into your home page here. So like this sample bar chart is pinned here, like you can delete it also, but this from any story, if you see like one particular chart is important for you for every day, you can pin it in your home page. So there is an option called comes pin to home page. Okay, right? Got my point? I'll show you when I create the story how can you pin it to home page. Okay. So that brings to like the first understanding of the overview of SAP Analytics Cloud, where exactly it stands, and how does it looks like and all, and like how the tools look and features on the very first go. I'll take a pause here if you have any question on this tool. Then we'll go into deep dive and I'll further get into details. Any question? Are you able to all? Am I going fast or slow? Do you want it to go fast or slow? Let me know. And one more thing I just wanted to tell you, as you are also creating the license, taking the trial versions or trying to do that, you also practice along with me and you show me if you are stuck somewhere. That way it will be interactive and it will be like very easily, like if you face any issues, we can very easily solve. So this keeps us tracks of what you recently opened. Okay. Now, if you see this got opened from my files, whereas this got opened from this folder structure. Yeah, you can see this is the folder structure. Okay, this is the path. If you open into the new link, you will see the path. It will taking you to the story, but I'll tell you this is the path. You can see it. So this is the path. You can just hover on it. I think you can click on this. You can see this is the path. My files public workshop, and inside workshop reimagine half day workshop template. This is the path. So if you go
Okay.
here, my files, sorry, public, yes, reimagine templates, you'll get that story. End of exercise. So this basically keeps a track of what you have accessed recently. Nothing else. You will also get to see that into the models as well. If you go to the modeler, you will see what is the recent model you have accessed. So with that, as I was telling, like you guys also start practicing with me, get geared up with this license version, sorry, trial version. Probably if you don't want to touch anything on your organization licensed version, you can always use this. Okay. Okay. So with that, I will go move forward with next module, which is your connections and models. Okay. And this is important to understand in terms of what are the different connections possible, what are the like model, and model takes a little bit of time to understand, and I really want all of you to practice models with me so that you understand what is possible and what is not. So I'll start with connection. Let me see if there is anything left here. Okay, so I'll just quickly do this assessment and then stop. Okay. Okay. Can anybody answer this question? I mean to say it's just a question answer. And after that, I will take break and we'll come to come after the break and we'll start with the models and connections. Okay. So first thing, which of the following features are included in SAP Analytics Cloud? Choose the option from the following for using SAP Analytics Cloud: exclusively cloud-based, hybrid, on-premise, and cloud solution, both in A and B, hybrid or off-premise and cloud solution. C, yes, correct. Okay. Then which of the following activities you can perform after selecting a tile or node? D, yes, navigate to a story. Exactly. So this is how here, this is the tile. You can navigate to a story like I am doing right here. got navigated to a story. Now you can also create a note, my to-do list. And these are the things. Sorry. Navigate to a story, edit note. You can always edit,
Okay.
and you can always delete a
Note.
for a tile from here. Then you made a story and intend to share it with external agent who does not have SAP Analytics Cloud. You choose to save the story as a file. Which file type can be included? I have not told this, but still you can try. Mind it is a story, PDF, right? SAP's business technology platform joins all elements of data processing into one seamless experience. True or false? You want to build a story and utilize the embedded help function in SAP Analytics Cloud to support you. What is offered by embedded help? Okay. So he's saying that you want to build a story and utilize the embedded help function, okay, in SAP Analytics Cloud to support you. So basically, it is talking about this help function. It has videos. It has also guided help tutorials. Okay.
Yeah.
B and D. You have produced story bookmark. I have not shown what is story bookmark yet. Your colleague says that it's possible that you share this bookmark. Is this statement true or false? I have not. No, is saying that your colleague says that it's possible to share this bookmark. Imagine that, like, assume that a story is also shared with him. He just wanted to share the bookmark in the story. Yes, even if it's just
So
could be. I am also not sure on this. I'll have to check. In which of the following editions of SAP Analytics Cloud? Okay, Enterprise Edition, Embedded Edition, Business Edition. So yeah, I can give it a try. Wild guess, probably. I think it's Enterprise Edition B. There is nothing called Embedded Edition. There is nothing called Business Edition. The Enterprise. Then comes, which of the following options are included in SAP Analytics Cloud? Enterprise Planning, Augmented Analytics, Business Intelligence. All of the above. It is saying A. It is true. You can share
so
the
it means
so as the next module, what we are going to study in the next module is connection and data models. Okay. And connections is very important in terms of creating your data model, and it has a significance, in SAP Analytics Cloud. So as I said on the very starting, like SAP Analytics Cloud is capable of connecting to different systems, whether on-premise or cloud. We'll see the capability of SAP Analytics Cloud in the next few slides. So with that, let me go to the slideshow mode. Let me know if it's. So here, this is what we are going to do, overview of connections in this particular class. And we'll see where the connections are, like basically used and which scenario what connections could be. So this is the agenda: connections of the SAP Analytics Cloud, live import BTP collection, user expertise, connection screen, and supported connections and all. So in SAP Analytics Cloud, it is as a software services that enables on-premise and cloud data sources. Okay, both can be accessed. Now, furthermore, SAP Analytics Cloud provides live connection and acquisition connection, which is also called import connection. There are two ways of accessing the data located anywhere in your information system. So basically, there are two connections. One is import connection or acquired connection, and one is live connection. Okay. Now, imagine you have an on-premise database system, and you wanted to connect to that system directly. Then you have to create import connections. I will tell you the features of import connection and live connections in a bit. So in that case, if you wanted to create a direct connection with the box, on-premise box, you will use a live connection. And if you wanted to load the data from that third-party system or on-premise system into your SAP Analytics Cloud, in batch mode, then you will use import connections. Now in SAP Analytics Cloud, planning is only possible in import connection. I said that there is a features SAP Analytics Cloud supports, which is planning. Planning is only possible on import connection, model build on import connection. It is not possible to build any planning model based on live connection. So every planning model has to be created through import connection. Now, what is the difference between import connection and live connection? We'll see as we go on. What is live connection first? Let us understand. Data is in the live connection, you are just connecting to the another system. So for example, you are connecting to your BW4 HANA system or BW system. You are basically connecting to your BW system. And in the process of connecting, you are giving some connection parameters, some configuration details, username, password. Okay. But after you connect, your data does not goes into cloud. Your data does not go to the SAP Analytics Cloud. It stays in the on-premise. Only the metadata gets transferred. I mean to say, suppose you have a BW query or BW cube, information about that query or cube will get passed on to SSE. And during the runtime of the SSE dashboard, it will pull the data. Not any point of time, your raw data will get passed to SAP Analytics Cloud in live connection here. So that's why it is saying no data is stored in SSE. Data is always stored into your on-premise system, from where you wanted to get the data. It will never get passed to SSE. Second important thing, if you have a security enabled in your on-premise system, say for example in this case BW4 HANA, the same security would be applicable in SSE as well. So SSE supports the native security setting of the third-party system or the source system in case of live connection. So any point of time, there are three advantages in terms of live connections. One is your data never goes out of the on-premise box, raw data basically, I would say. Your data is never, the net data is never stored into SSE, which is a cloud application hosted by SAP. Anybody can access. If there is a security breach can be happen. And the third thing, any security that is applied on the data model in the BW underlying on-premise system, that security will be intact. Whether it is a data level security, whether it is Excel level security, anything. And in case of live connection, all of the data stays here to the live connection, only virtual model is there. So you do not really have to build a data model from scratch. It will connect to the on-premise system and you will be asked to create a model, right? But that model will automatically get created. You don't have to define anything exclusively into SAP Analytics Cloud. That's how it works, right? Any questions on this? And move forward. With live connection, you can create models from data sources in on-premise or cloud systems, build stories based on the models, and perform online analysis without storing your data in the cloud. So you are not storing any data in the cloud, you can directly build a model. It will exactly replicate the structure of the third-party system on which you are connecting that particular models, like structure. The feature allows SAP Analytics Cloud to be used in scenarios where data cannot be stored into the cloud for security or privacy reasons. Say, for example, a banking client. They don't want it to let their data out of their on-premise system to SAP Analytics Cloud system. So that can be used through live connection. And mostly live connection in your project, mostly you will, for the reporting purposes, mostly you will use live connections. Okay. Very rarely you will use import connection unless and until you are doing a planning activity. then there are two type of live connection, and these, trust me, these connections and everything, you will not work very frequently. It will be set, it is a one time setup, will be done by your admin, and you will be using those. You don't even, like in your organization, you will not even being allowed to touch this. Security will restrict. Okay, unless and until you are admin guy. So in a live connection, there are two options of live connection. One is direct connection, one is tunnel connection. So in case of direct live connection, what happens? You have a BW server, okay, and there is a firewall in your organization. BW server stays inside that, okay, and you basically send your there is a reverse proxy setup, okay. This is to be studied in very details. It is a basis topic. Reverse proxy setup is being done. Instead of the forward level proxy, there is a reverse proxy, okay. So that proxy basically invokes the data into the BW server and get transferred to SSE. So the browser here, there in the browser level, there would be like in the server level, there would be proxy setup being done, which is called a reverse proxy, and through reverse proxy you will get to connect to the BW server. Then comes to the import connection. Import connection is basically some connection which is, you know, you have to define your model into the SSE. Your data gets out of the on-premise to SSE tenant. Okay, data is duplicated. That way, data is duplicated. Whatever you have in your third-party system, that data is also get updated into uploaded into your SSE. So this is duplication. That means there is some storage also in SSE required. Okay, in case of import connection. Security in SSE access data controller. So there is no security being implied from the on-premise box. If you have an on-premise box security, that will not get replicated here, and you have to create your own security. Okay. And unlike your virtual model, persistent planning models do contain data. So the planning model will contain data, and model will you have to create explicitly into the SAP Analytics Cloud system. Okay. So here on-premise data is here. Through import connection, you will create a persistent model. That means persistent means the data also stays into that model, and the data goes out of the enterprise system to that model. Okay, so that's why the duplication of data happens. This is SSE, this is your BW4 HANA, say for example. So import connection, data is imported, that is copied to SAP Analytics Cloud, and changes made to the data in the source system do not affect the imported data. So suppose in case of live data, what happens? You at a time right now you created a you have say for example have a data which is having a amount, say against the amount is $100. Few minutes back another transaction, few minutes after another transaction takes place, and the amount is added with $10. So $110. Report will immediately show $110. The dashboard will immediately show $110. But in case of import connection, there is a batch jobs are set. After that job is done, then only the data will get updated. Otherwise not. So that's the one thing we need to keep in mind in import connection. Okay. Setup of SAP BTP connectivity cloud connector and SAP Analytics Cloud agent is required when creating a import data connection to system. So here the import connection is not as straightforward as we have seen here, right? With a reverse proxy. Here the import connection needs a cloud connector and a cloud agent. Needs to be installed into the third-party system. Now to the system type such as business warehouse, SAP business planning and consolidation, that means business BPC can also be connected with SSE through import connection. Thereafter, you have business intelligence of universe, SAP ERP, SQL database, success factor, workforce analytics, OData, SAP Concur, Salesforce.com, SAP Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery, and File Server. These many places you can use to get the import connection. From here you can get the data. So these are the import connection you can see. So if you see here, if you wanted to connect SAP BPC, Business by Design, BW4, now you can tell BW4 HANA is also capable of connecting to the live connection. Yes, it is also capable of live connection. It is also capable of doing import connection. Similarly, S4 HANA, similarly SAP HANA here, similarly S4 HANA, right? It is capable of doing both the connection. Now, what is the difference between SAP HANA and S4 HANA? If you go back to this picture here that I draw, this is the difference. This is SAP HANA is more or less, you know, OLAP. S4 HANA is OLTP. It is capable of connecting both. Now, when you see the connection here, SAP Analytics Cloud, it goes to the BTP Cloud connector through the analytics agent. It connects to the on-premise sources. What are the on-premise sources? These are the on-premise sources: Dow Jones, SAP Universe, SuccessFactors, S4 HANA, Integrated Business Planning, IBP, Fieldglass, ERP, Concur. So you can see majority of the things are SAP. Having said that, there are non-SAP sources are also there, like Dow Jones and Google Drive and all. Okay. Now, what is Cloud Agent and what is Cloud Connector? So you see, right, here is the customer network, the on-premise network. SAP BPC, NetWeaver, say OData and all, SAP BW and all those things are there. So what happens? You have a cloud connector which connects, and the agent is basically transfer the data. Okay, these two together works to get the data out of on-premise box to SAP Analytics Cloud. This is public domain. This is customer's network. So in this import connection, your data is always in the public domain because it is in the cloud. Okay, if you are doing planning, you have to use this connection. If you are doing analytics only, you may not use this unless and until your source system is not capable of doing live connection. Now, what is Cloud Connector and Cloud Agent? Do you have any question? Yeah, any question? So I'm saying that import, in case of live connection, data does not goes out of your firewall. Okay. In case of import connection, data goes out and the public domain. You can see data here. So whatever data you have, you also goes out to SAP Analytics Cloud. Not better. Planning data model only supports import connection. There is no planning possible in live connection in SSE as on today. So if your organization is doing planning, you always have to use import connection. But if you are using live connection, optimization it can be possible. Optimization both at the on-premise boxes like BW4 HANA or BPC, whatever you are connecting, their optimization is possible. And it is suggested that like as I said here in the very beginning, right? These tools, right? These tools are meant for management reporting, on a very higher level reporting. If you go to the detail level, the performance is going to be having a problem. If you really wanted to go for detail level reporting, analysis for Office is something which you can try. That's an Excel based tool. It can support around 500. I'm just recalling the number. Some 500 million records, or some, not 500 million, I would say 500 million cells it can support probably. I'll give you the exact number. That's where it plays a good role, but that is Excel. That's a tabular format of report you will get, not the visualization. So that's why whenever you are using SSE, we need to fix the granularity as much as high as possible. And in case of live connection, if you give like the queries having a lot of parameters, that way you can reduce the volume and increase the performance of it. That's what I can say. Okay, so moving forward, so the cloud connector, compared to the approach of opening the ports in the firewall and using reverse proxies in the customer domain to establish access to on-premise system, the cloud connector has the following. So this is basically a comparison with this methodology. Here you need to open the proxy, you need to open the port to get connected with the system. And it's a reverse proxy. Reverse proxy gives you a more secured connection. Okay. Only when it is invoked from the internet, then only it gets established, otherwise not. It's not a forward looking proxy whether the port is always open. When you reverse proxy send, then a connection established, and proxy response gets sent into the internet browser that is mean SSE, and both tunnel get created and then pass through happens. Okay, in this. But in this case, what is happening? The firewall in this case, you are basically using cloud connector. So cloud connector connects the system between two, and cloud agent basically pass the data. The firewall on the on-premise network does not have to be opened and inbound port to establish connectivity of SAP Analytics Cloud to an on-premise system. In the case of permitted outbound connection, no modification are required. So the SAP BTP Cloud Connector allows the identity of cloud user to be propagated on-premise system. So basically, Cloud Connector passes the identity that this system wants to connect with your on-premise system, and in the on-premise system that identity is maintained, that is matched automatically, it get open. And BTP Cloud Connector is easy to install and configure. It comes with a low total cost of ownership and fits. So SAP Analytics Cloud basically comes with its own cloud connector. You really don't need to worry about this much. Okay. So cloud connector is one of the way of connecting to the connecting to the your on-premise system for import connection. Now, SAP Analytics Cloud Agent is an on-premise data connectivity component that is used for the following: import data connections from SAP. So that's why I said SAP Cloud Connector establishes the connection. Cloud Agent basically pass through the data. Just can import the data connections from SAP Business Warehouse, Universe, ERP, SQL database, file server, and so on. So these are the two different methodologies. Now, when to use what type of connection? Obviously, where you need more security, you don't want it to pass on the data from the on-premise system to any of the SAP Analytics Cloud platform. There you need to use you need to choose live connection. But if you need less data privacy, or if you are doing planning, then you have to use import connection. Okay. And if you wanted to have performance, probably in those cases, you can think of whether the live connection will meet your requirement or not, as Madeline said. Okay. Customers need to decide on which connection type to set up according to their own needs. As you evaluate which connection type to use, consider the following: functional needs, that means whether you are doing planning or not; data privacy constant, whether the privacy you wanted to maintain or not, or are you okay with pushing the data to SAP Analytics Cloud? That one of the thing. And then the data volume constant, how much volume you are expecting. These three things makes the important decision. But in my knowledge, whichever client I have worked for, mostly use live connections, because any change that happens into the on-premise system, you do not have to wait for the batch load of the data. It is automatic, and that's why people prefer live connection. Coming to the point of performance, yeah, there are performance issues that can be mitigated in different way by increasing the number of parameter, asking the user to pinpoint the data which you wanted to show in the dashboard, give more mandatory parameters into the dashboards, and all those things. Okay. Then how to choose a connection type? Direct live connection versus standard line connection. Here we showed in this slide. Yeah, there are two types of live connection: direct versus live. When to choose what? It says direct live connection perform analysis without data replication. Confidential data stays in the customer landscape. This is the natural thing. End-to-end SSO. You can also single sign-on is possible. Low latency near real time. Leverages existing investment built in source system. So this is direct live connection. Okay. And tunnel live connection, ideal if your organization wants to expose some of your data to the user outside of your corporate network, like VPN and all. If you have the VPN, then you have to create a VPN tunnel. That's where it will come. Data is temporarily moved to SAP Analytics Cloud. Tunnel connection are slower than direct live connection. CORS configuration has to be maintained. This is a specific configuration in the server that you need to maintain. So now tunnel connection are not supported for live connection to the universe. So this type of connection is not supported for universes. So this is where these are the points you need to keep in mind. In this case, initially the data is temporarily moved to Analytics Cloud, and that is for creating the tunnel where from the data will flow in and flow out, but this is not permanent. And then the import connection leverages full SAP Analytics Cloud capability. Now here is one of the points, such as planning, smart predict, and all, based for data preparation and blending scenarios, scheduled for data replication. This is one of the important thing you need to understand. Import connection leverages full SAP Cloud capabilities. That raises a question: does live connection cannot use all the facilities that SAP Analytics Cloud provides? Yes, correct. Some of the features is not possible in SAP Analytics Cloud. Like I said, planning, number one. Probably the search to insight, okay, predictive scenarios are not possible into the live connection. Those are not possible in the live connection data model. For that, you need to create import connections. But the con side is that it is a case scheduled data replication. It is not immediate. Whatever changes in the sources, it will not reflect immediate. How to choose a connection type? Tunnel connection, import connection. This is a comparison slide. I'll not go through it again. I'll not read it out, but this is the comparison slide. You can take a look. So this is the official SAP is published, like connection types, import data connection and live data connection. You can see all these things. It can also connect to the files, .txt, XLS, CSV, and all. We'll mostly use CSV in our example to show you all those things. Okay. So that's how it is. Data sources supported in case of live connection: SAP HANA, SAP S4 HANA, BW or BW4 HANA, BPC embedded, Universe Web Intelligence document, Data Warehouse Cloud, and other third party like via APOS Live Data Gateway. These are supported in your supported connection in case of live connection. These are the supported connection in case of import connection: SAP BW, BW4 HANA, BPC, Universe, ERP, Database, SuccessFactor, Concur. Here it is, you can see Dow Jones, Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery. This is the GCP connection, SAP HANA, S4 HANA, Qualtrics. Now, as I said, SAP BW is also possible in import as well as live. Now, why? Because if you are doing a planning on the SAP BW's cube, then you have to create import connection. So that's the reason. User expertise. These are the different user expertise. SAP Analytics Cloud system owner. System owner is basically the owner of the system. And in the SAP Analytics Cloud, there could be only one system owner. Only one person can be system, only one user. I'll not say person, only one user can be system owner. Data source expert, connectivity, who will be basically these are admins. Network expert, this is also falls under the admins. Security expert, that is falls under the security. That means these three are basically admins. Information system architects, they are the super users in SAP Analytics Cloud. And application expert, they are the specific application expert. Now, a user can be assigned with a different roles. Like some user can do planning, some user can do only analytics, some user can only do certain features. So that application expert wise, as per the need, the roles and everything will be added. Now, how to create a connection? So this is a screenshot taken. This connection is basically shown how you can create an import connection. So if you can go to connect, and then you are say here it is given, and then this is how the connection options comes. So that is all about connections. Any question on connections? So generally in your day-to-day life, you will not be handling the connection. Mostly the admin will do the connection, and this is a one-time setup. Okay, and this one-time setup will be done by your admin. Now in the system, where will you see the connections? If you go here you will be seeing the connection. There are some connection is already done, right? In this system, some live connection is also there. I don't know whether I'll be able to use that or not, but there are some. If you wanted to create a connection, admin will come to this connection tab and click a plus button. See, this is asking for what are the type of connection you will create. So this is basically connect to the live data. You can see these are the options. BPC, BW, Data Warehouse Cloud, and HANA, S4 HANA, SAP Universe, or OAB document. These are the acquired data. These are the possible connection is possible here. Okay. Now, if you wanted to see only SAP connection, you can see it is all the SAPs. These panels are for filtering purposes. Now, if you wanted to create a, say, for example, a Google Drive connection, here is asking for signing in. Okay. So you can sign in and create a Google Drive connections if you want, right? So I'll go back. If you wanted to create a SAP BW for HANA connections, let me refresh one more time. I think so. I will just give this. SAP Analytics Cloud is not enabled in SAP BW, so that is one of the prerequisite. In the server SAP BW, SAP Analytics Cloud agent has to be there. So I was trying to show you in the Google Drive. I'll show you in a minute. Probably in the Google Drive. Suppose you wanted to connect to SAP HANA. You can see these are the connection parameters are coming that you need to give. What is the connection name? What is the description? What is the local connections? All these things. So, but in case you want to connect, these are how you have to create a connection. If you wanted to delete any connection, once you click on this, you will see like there are a lot of options. Some of the options is grayed out here because I don't have all the access. Okay, so this is where basis will come in and create their own connections. Some of the connections will be shared with us. Some of the connection is not will be with us. Any question? Basically admins. Yes, SAP admins, but security is different. So in SAP world, basis is something who is taking care of the system. Security is somebody who is giving you accesses and setting up your access and all. So these are two different people, and they have their own different job, because SAP systems are so complex. Their landscape is so complex. Basis has specific activities, like they only take care of the system health, log, memory allocations, things like that. Security will create the users, their rights, their they will create roles, which role to be assigned which particular user. Those are security. So in case of SAP Analytics Cloud, it is the like basis people or the admin people. We call it admin here. They will be configuring this connection for you, and they will share you the details that this is the connection, and then you will use your own user ID and password to connect to the live connection, and also for the import connection. That's how it works. Clear so far? Okay. If this is clear, then let's move on. Next, we are going to create a model. But before that, I will just go through the overview of the model quickly. Data preparation, basic modeling. So once your connection is set up, is done, whether it is your import or export, import or live, you will have to create a model. Okay, always. Model is the basis for, I mean to say, not basis, but basis for your stories or your dashboards. Okay, whether you are connected to live connection or import connection, or import that is acquired connection, you have to create a model. A CSV file or Excel file, you have to create a model. So now let's discuss what is a model. A model is a representation of business data of an organization or a business segment. You can use the model as the basis of your story. The modeler is the place where you can create, maintain, or load data into models. So I'll talk to you about the modeler in a bit. But so this model is basically the representation of the business data in an organized manner. Now in SAP Analytics Cloud, there could be two types of model. One is analytics model, one is planning model. And in terms of connection which it is using, one is live model, one is acquired model, imported model. I mean, I would not say imported model, a model connected to import connection.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP Analytics Cloud component allows you to prepare, model, and visualize data before creating stories? Option A, Explorer. Option B, Modeler. Option C, Stories. Option D, Library. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone, I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Analytics Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools to unify, simplify, and enhance all your organization's analytics and planning with one enterprise platform. Over the past year, we've seen strong demand from hundreds of business intelligence professionals looking to expand their skills in SAP Analytics Cloud. After taking ZaranTech's training, many have achieved certifications, transitioned into analytics roles, or gained visibility into data like never before. In just a few weeks, you can learn how to access, visualize, and share data through stunning dashboards, interactive stories, and augmented analytics. Discover best practices for data modeling, integration, and administration, and leverage smart capabilities like machine learning, predictive modeling, and more. This can open doors to new opportunities in BI analytics or help you transform existing projects. If you want to future-proof your analytics skill set with SAP Analytics Cloud, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone pursuing or advancing their careers. Thank you.
So whichever model is created on the live connection, you really have very little to do there. Nothing you can do because all your model definition stays in the on-premise and you are just connecting. The metadata of that model gets transferred from the third-party source system. Okay, I'll just explain it to you here in a bit later. So if you have a SSE model here and you have, say, in SAP BW box, you have a sales cube, and in the sales cube you have written monthly sales analysis report. You have created there. To use this sales analysis report, in SSE, so this is your BW for HANA. Right? To use your SSE, you will in SSE what you will do? You will create a model, then a story to represent it into the story, and maybe after that, if you need digital boardroom, you will digital boardroom. But here you need the connection. In case of live connection, nothing of the monthly sales volume data doesn't go out. What happens? Okay, so what is the query structure that get replicated from BW4 HANA to query structure here as model? This query structure get replicated here, okay, as model. This is how it works. No data goes out. But if you are doing the same thing in a import connection, say for example import connection, there is no query structure. You need to create a structure here as per the query structure here yourself. Create the model as per the structure of the monthly sales analysis. as per that, and then you through batch jobs you will load the data through batch jobs. There are batch jobs, but here it is not batch jobs, it's direct. Whenever you are running a story on top of this model, in turns it connects to this monthly analysis and pull the data. But here, whenever you are run a story on top of this model, what happens? Whatever data stored on this model in the SSE premise, SSE tenant, that data get represented. There is no connection. Connection only takes place only when the batch jobs get started and the data get transferred from here to here. Okay, so this is the difference between live model based on the live connection, and model based on the import connection. Clear? So you have, so in SAP, this is the example basically. If you see SAP BW4 HANA, right? In BW4 HANA, you have created a monthly sales analysis report. Okay, and when you create a live connection on that, you are basically creating a model through a live connection for monthly sales analysis. The query, that structure is there, the metadata get involved here. The model doesn't store any data, it's just the metadata. It just keeps the metadata information. In this case, when you create a query structure, you basically do not, after you connect to this system, before even you connect to the system, to this system, you have to create a model exactly same like this, and then map the fields one by one to this monthly sales analysis, and then you have to schedule the batch jobs, and here the data is resides in the model. So this sales cube, right? Say for example, in case of BW4 HANA, it is basically called star schema. So there is a fact table in here, and beside that there are dimensions. So what I will, every fact table is stays in between, and every fact is connected to a dimension. This is called star schema. Okay. Case of live connection, I'll tell you more detailed about the star schema in a bit when I start creating the model. You will see the star approach also. In case of live connection, this star schema resides in the SAP BW4 HANA system. I'm thinking that SAP BW4 HANA is the source for SSE. It could be SAP HANA as well. Okay, I'm taking you with the example with SAP BW4 HANA, which is widely used. So in case of it is not BW4 HANA, BW4 HANA has this own embedded. Rather, I would say in the BW4 HANA also the star schema concept now got obsolete, because it's a primitive approach. After invention of SAP HANA, they are saying there is no concept of queue. Every data is live data, and I mean, so that is a deeper subject to understand. Every data I can accumulate on the runtime. So I'm just trying to give you an analogy. So here in this particular type of connection, where you are using a live connection, your star schema basically resides into the BW4 HANA premise, which is basically get replicated into the model here, but just the metadata. You are not loading the data. But in this case, when you are using this, right, the import connection, you literally have to create a star schema in SAP Analytics Cloud, and then map each of the field of that monthly sales analysis cube one by one. Okay, that's what is the difference. That's what is the difference between any model created on the live connection and the import connection. Okay, so this is the star schema, and I will see like how star schema looks like. I mean to say, when I create a model on top of a import connection or from the scratch into the SAP Analytics Cloud, we will see that how that model looks like. Okay, in a star schema format. So coming back to the slide, so there are two types of model. One is model on an acquired connection, and model on a live connection. In case of live connection, data is stored into the system. As I said, it is not copied into SAP Analytics Cloud. So any changes in the source data available immediately, and if no structural changes are brought. Now, say for example, the sales cube structure in case of live connection got changed into the SAP BW for HANA, and you are trying to run a story based on the model. What will happen? This will get broken, because until and unless you update the structure here as well and save it, it will get broken. Because suppose it has in current time it has 100 columns, and this sales cube got updated with 200 columns, another 110, another 10 columns. So then 10 columns are missing here. If those 10 columns are used in this story which are new, okay, say for example, then until and unless this model is updated, your query will be broken. So you have to make sure every time you do a change here, you also change here. Same is the case here as well, but here you have to, in this case, the effort of changing the model here is less because most of the effort spent here. But in this case, your effort is here as well as here as both. Okay. So these are the some of the things you will come to know when you start working with live connection, import connections and all. Okay. These are the things. Now, moving forward to the next slide. What is a model? A model is a representation of large amount of business data, uses common business terminology like quantities for each clothing type and all those things. Examples, I'm not going into that. What is a model? This is the data set you can see, and this data picture about is a small subset of data. Typically our business would generate thousands of rows like this. Okay, and use a database query language such as SQL to create a model, dimension and measure our business data and manipulate them directly in the application. Creation of a model is crucial part of the data preparation. So we'll definitely see how to create the model, but one of the important thing here I wanted to tell you, as you can see, there are many columns and many things are there. Many rows are there. When you are trying to create a model, we need to take care of each of these definitions: customer number, neighborhood, order date, quantity, their data type and length and all. Now, when I talk about metadata get transferred in the live connection, nothing but the data type and length that get transferred. Okay. Okay. Then what's in a model? And one of the important other thing is that in a model there are two things. One is dimension and another one is measure. Dimension is something called, say for example, customer is a dimension. Say for example, vendor is a dimension. Company code is a dimension. Company code. Profit center. Cost center. PL account. Count. All these things are measures. Measures are amount, quantity, and so on. So dimensions are anything against which a measure is being analyzed. And measure is something is a key performance indicator. Like, okay, this is the amount. This is the amount I have been. This is the total revenue. Revenue is a measure. Okay, and so on. So dimension again can be also standalone or master. So master dimension means it holds some master data. Say for example, customer is a master data. It can have multiple attributes like city, email address. Okay, then it can have phone number and so on. Standalone example is, say for example, pin code. It doesn't have anything for them. Right? So dimension can also have like any master data can also have hierarchy. And hierarchy can also be again two types. One is level based hierarchy and one is parent child hierarchy. These are the two different types of hierarchy possible. We'll come to each of these topics in details when we create the model. So any question on the dimension and measure on this? I'll just a little bit arrange it so that you can later refer it. One is okay. So yeah. So any question on the dimension or measures? Okay. If not, let's move on. Okay. So analytical model. As I said, there are two types of model. One is acquired and live. There are also another type, so the model can be also classified and looked at in a different way. That is, one is analytical model, one is planning model. Okay. Analytical model is basically only for read purpose. Here you can read the data and you can represent the data into a story format. Planning model are basically the models which basically helps you to write the data into that model. Okay. Planning models are prepared and pre-configured to help you to perform business planning tasks such as forecasting, to support and streamlining the planning process, with many of the self features to give you a quick start in the planning process. Okay. So if you wanted to plan for the future, so you will have a model which is plan model, and it will be open for certain period, and you can configure your data and save it. There are version is one of the key attribute of the planning model, because if you have different plan version, then version column will actually help you into maintain that thing. Okay. Then when working on this type of model in a story, planning users can use variety of features to update the value in the model and create the new value. Copy the data. This is one of the feature. Transform the data. That is another feature. Do a, say for example, data locking. Those are the features it can do. Planning models are available in SAP Analytics Cloud as well. You can enable a model as a planning model always.
Okay.
So out of the box, what is the right choice of making the model? So if you are not doing any planning activity, simply you will not create the planning model. Like if you do not have something called budget, plan, forecast into your analysis, you do not create to planning model. Planning model is basically where you enter the data. Your planner comes and enter the data. Okay, this is my forecast for the next 2 months or next quarter. Like, but analytical model is basically read only. It cannot you cannot write in that model any data. It's just a read only. Okay. Now there is something called data sets. This is very important. Data sets are basically apart from the models are the basis for your story. But data sets are also is a simple. If you wanted to do any ad hoc analysis, say for example, tomorrow I sent you a file and I'll ask you that, okay, can you do a little analysis and tell me what is the issue, or what is your opinion on this? Then you can use data set. It's just a tabular format of representation of data, and you can analyze that. Okay. Data set are the first choice. It's basically if you wanted to do any ad hoc analysis, data set is your first choice. You just upload the data and just see the data how it looks like. It is a basically pivot table kind of structure. I'll show you into the system right now after this pivot table kind of structure where you can create your data set and analyze. Okay, it's an ad hoc analysis. What is the difference between data sets and data models? Data sets are simple, quick ad hoc analysis. This is for more formal for creating stories, governed data analysis. Supports more cells columns than models, limited to 100 columns in models. That is all you need to mentioned. So if you see here, these are the columns A, B, C, D, E, F. Like that, it can support only 100 columns. Can access live data only from on-premise HANA. Can access many live data sources, like it can only use only HANA from the HANA. It can use the live data. Does not support planning use case. Support planning use case. Data set is basically just for ad hoc analysis. Nothing you will do apart from that. Okay. Now datasets versus models. Again, some comparison. Use case ad hoc BI analysis. Models can be used for planning as well as analytical. Data updates. It's one time. Whatever data you have, one time you can upload that and see the data. It can be scheduled. In case of live connection, it is a live. I think this slide needs to be a little bit updated. Global. These are all global. No, those are all same. Tables, one data table. It has dimension table and the fact tables. I'll talk about dimension and fact tables here, and I'll show how in models dimension and fact tables are created. Okay. Then which type of connection it supports? It supports import. It connection supports import. It connects live and import both. Okay. Dimension required, not applicable, account and category and time. These three dimensions are mandatory for planning model. And in this case, the account, that means a measure is important, at least one measure. Public dimension, not applicable, public, private, public, private. Now, what is public dimension and private dimension? I will tell you when I create the model. Okay. Both datasets and model can be used for data sources in stories. Shareable live datasets can be created for SAP HANA. Live datasets can also be created from a story based on the SAP Data Warehouse Cloud. So these are the different tools possible. Now, what are the features of the SSE models? Features of the SSE models are transparency of the data, reusable. One model can be used in multiple stories. One model can be used for multiple planning activities. Required for planning, flexible. Okay. When creating model, SAP Analytics can two viewing point. One is structure view, one is data foundation view. I'll come to that. This is how the screenshot of a structure view. You can see there is a fact inside in between. Around that there are dimensions. And this is the data foundation view, which basically gives you a columnar data foundation. Date, lines, state, city, and all. There are some limitation in case of you are using an Excel file, which should not be more than 200 MB. If you are using CSV file, you can use 2 GB of data. Maximum file size for cloud storage is 200 MB, and again here it is 2 GB. You wanted to connect Power BI to you will certainly able to do that in live connection, but I will not be able to show because I do not have a live connection setup done in my trial license. If you have your in your organization, if you have the access, I can show you it there by sharing, like where your live connection is there. But I do not have a live connection with me, but certainly with SSE you can do live connection like you do in Power BI. Yeah, we can see that, Madeline. Definitely, we can see that in your system. We can see that. So some of the other limitations in here, I'll just continue and come back. In case of data acquisition, new model type. For these are the number of columns. These are the for the SQL, Google BigQuery, HANA data sources. CSV. This is the row limit. This is the column limit. And Google Drive, these are the things. These are some of the self-explanatory things. Okay. For the models and stories, this is again the limitation for all other data sources. 18. These are the same. All this. Data sets. You will have, these are the limitations for data sizing and system limitation. You can refer to this link if they have given a link. This is all about model. I will now go into the system and talk about the model datasets for more details, and you will understand the differences further. Okay. Let me go to the system. So here you can see there are some of the connections are set up here. live data, but I don't know if I have the authorization to use those. Let me see once. I'm just seeing it right now. Don't concentrate on this. I don't. Yeah, I can see some of BW port connection. Generally, in the trial license, you can see there is some user ID and password it is asking, which I don't have. Okay. Generally, in the trial license, it doesn't give. So here, if you give the user ID and password, right, it will not it will allow you to connect to that system to which the live connection is maintained, and you can access all the artifacts there. Okay, but I'll try to I'll try to show in your system probably. Okay, first let's focus on the data set. Before that, I will use this file, okay, to create our data models. You see this file, right? This file is a version column is there, row ID, order date, ship date, shipping mode, customer ID, customer name, country, city, state, postal code, region, and then you have product ID. So this is the complete set of data. And I'll simply do one thing. I'll go to home page, okay, and I'll come here. I'll drag and drop. Okay, drag file here, drag file here. I am lucky. I'll just drag and drop. It will upload. The data is getting acquired. This is only possible from the home page, by the way. It is loading for a story view. So simple drag and drop. You can start building your story. Okay. This is the nicest features of SSE. Have a file, drag and drop, start building your story. Insert a chart. I'm just showing it to you. I'll come back on all of these in details. Discount if you wanted to see profit by, for example, city. Generate the chart. Okay, this is as easy as you have seen right now. Okay, right? But this is just on an ad hoc basis you are doing. I'm just coming out of this. I'll discard this. If you wanted to use the same file for ad hoc analysis, you will go to the data sets, you'll go to CSV, and you select the same file again. Okay. Here, if you see, whenever you are selecting a file, there is these are the different delimiters possible in the file. These are different delimiters. Okay. So I'm giving auto detect, it imports, and it asks me to save the data sets with a name. I give the same name, copy the description here. If your file has multiple tabs, it will ask you which tab you wanted to do. Yeah, it's opening. You see, when you say full data is 9994 row, 22 columns, 200 rows. Okay, so this is your data set. Simple data sets. Right? To save it, to go back, and I stored it here somewhere here. Yes, this is the one. I'll just move to in my project. Okay, it got moved into the my project. Now see, this is the data set. Okay. Now if you wanted to analyze this data, right? Is ad hoc analysis. Let me do one more time. What is issues coming? Error is coming. Should not come. This is strange. This tenant is causing some problem. Just now it showed some filing by projects. Now it is saying field folder is empty. Try to create one more time. Let me try to create it from let me copy some file. Just give me a minute. Okay, so let me try to do it on the actual data. I think there is some issues on this. No, there is some issue. Okay, I'll come back to the data set a little later. Let me try to create a model. For that model creation, I will just first explain you the file. Okay, so this is the file I'm going to use. So I'm going to create a model which will have a sales organization, a product, a customer, entity, and account. So and for that model, this is the raw data. Looks like. I'll show you the raw data. This is the raw data. Okay. Account, version, date and month, sales organization, product ID, customer ID, entity ID, amount, quantity, price. Okay. These are the raw data in my, and it has almost 22,000 rows. Okay. This is my raw data. So I'll create a first model. So how you can create a model, and this model what I'm going to create is basically a import model for on top of a CSV file, which is meant for import connections. Okay. So where we can create a model? If you go to the modeler here, if you see that model option, and in that model there are 4 tabs. One is model, one is public dimension, one is currency conversion, one of point of interest. Okay, model, if you are in the model tab, you have again 4 options to create the model. One from you create the model from the scratch. I'll talk. One you create the model from the CSV file. One you create the model from the live connections. Okay, another one is create a model from a import connections. Okay, so this is import connection, this is live connection, this is CSV file, this is you create by yourself from the scratch. These are the 4 options. Within the model, as I said earlier, there are dimensions and facts will be there. So that's why you can see there is something called public dimension. You can create a dimensions as well by yourself. You can give the name of the dimension and type of the dimension. I'll talk about the type of the dimension in a minute. Enable access control, currency, responsibility, will come to that. Okay, so you can create a dimension. Now dimensions are basically, you can see something through which, as I said, you can analyze your measure. So what is the amount by vendors? What are the top 5 vendors which contributed to my what is the cost top 5 customer which contributed to my revenue? So that is the customers is the dimension, revenue is the measure. Now every dimension in the SSE can be of 2 types. One is public and one is private. What does the public dimension does? If you create a dimension as public, right, then what will happen? It will basically can be used in another model. But if you create a dimension as private, then that particular dimension stays within that model itself. That this cannot be used in another model. Okay, so suppose you have model 1 and here you created a dimension in that model and say it is a public dimension. Then in model 2 this public model 2 this dimension can also be used. Model 2, say for example model 2. But if you have a dimension in model 1 which is stated as private, it cannot be used here. Say for example customer is a private dimension. Customer cannot be used here. Cannot be used here. Customer cannot be used here. But if you have a vendor here as a public dimension, vendor can be used here. So that is the difference between model 1 and model 2. If you, in case of dimension is public or private. Got my point? Right? This is how the dimensions are. In case of public or private dimension. So this dimension can be used in also model 2. This dimension cannot be because it's a private to model 1. Okay. So when you create a dimension can be created inside the model as well as separately outside. Okay. Now you can see these are the different dimension into the system, and there are so many dimensions are there. That is the another thing is the currency conversion tables. Now, when you in the SSC, you might come across scenarios where you need to convert the currencies from one currency to another currency, and in doing so, if you wanted to do that, you need to give a reference exchange rate, and that's where the currency conversion tab comes handy. Here you have to provide the exchange rate. Okay, so if you wanted to upload your own currency exchange rate, then you will provide upload it from here. Okay, that's where you will upload. But and then last option is point of interest. Point of interest is basically related to a map, geo map. I'll talk to you about that later when we talk about geo map. So far, public models. What are the options to create the models from the scratch, from CSV file, from data model, live data model, and from data source. Okay, these are the three options. This is for import connection, this is live connection, this is from the CSV file, this is from the scratch. Similarly, we can create the dimension. Dimensions can be public or private, and there are if you define a dimension as a public dimension, that same dimension can be used in another model. If it is defining you through a private dimension, that cannot be used in the other model. Okay, then currency conversion tables, you can upload a currency conversion table for converting the currencies from one currency to another currency. And then there is point of interest, which is basically used in the geo map, and I will tell you when we discussed about geo maps. So let's first create a model from a CSV file. Okay, I'll use this actual data. Okay, and import. You can see the file is getting imported. If you click on the file, it will take you to the modeling environment. Here it comes. So here it is very important notification. You can see your data was successfully uploaded. Because there are large number of rows, your data set, you have a sample data to work with. Any work done on the sample will be applied to the full data set creation. So here it is also saying data uploaded, this sample size is 2000. If your data set, your Excel file, in this Excel file, this actual data Excel file, you saw that the data set is more than 22,000 rows, right? So a sample of 2000 being loaded here. Okay. So this is how the sample data looks like. If you see, this is how the sample data looks like. Okay. What are the columns it has? Account, version, date and month, sales order, product ID, customer ID, entity ID, and so on. Now against each of these rows, there is a flower like button, and there is a button called there is a button like scale. So wherever the scale button is there, that means these are measures. Wherever flower like buttons are there, that is dimensions. Okay. So that error, basically it will give you more explanation. The other error we are getting, that while creating the data set, that doesn't give any explanation, so I skipped that. Basically it will give you some explanation. And if you see, there was some flash like type of things coming in, like a flash card. So then you can click on that. You can see there is a more option will come. It will give you more details on that. And most of the times you will understand from that particular details. Okay, that's how you have to analyze. There is no specific way of like error reduction in case to case basis. It's basically a case to case basis. Okay. Okay. So your data here, if you see, okay, fantastic. So your data here, if you see, are not continuous. If you see the data, you have month is only in one column. This is like a pivot kind of data you have used. So you should be using mostly a data which is okay.
Okay.
That's number one. And then what is the error you are getting? I'll tell you. If you scroll down here in the details, no, not there. Further right. Here
This
there
one?
are values not appear in visualization. Yes, I can already see your after the decimal there are so many digits which it might not able to correlate. If you go to the model level and validate the model, there is an option called validate model. Can you click on the details? Yes, model. If you go to the model, oh, you have created the data sets. This is the data sets. Okay. Okay. This is the data sets. Okay. So here, if you see measures one issues, click on that. So material hash. I think you have your data, your first column you have not ticked as okay, got it. You have not ticked as the first column as a header row. Go back and upload it one more time. Now here you cannot fix it. You have to upload the file. Wrong representation.
Okay.
And you are good that you are capable of uploading into the data set. Let me try it once more in my side. Okay. Okay. So I'll just try in my side also. Let's see if I can upload the data set at least. I can show you the data set. I'll come back to this model. Let me try your data set now, because I wanted to show you the data set first. Okay. Yes, it got uploaded. You see. So this is how the data sets looks like. It says you have 2000 rows. So not all the data got uploaded. That's why it is called ad hoc analysis. 2000 rows it supported. Okay. And it has 10 columns. These are the columns: date, month, price, entity, and these are the measures, and these are the dimensions. The system is clever enough to decide which is a measure and which is a dimension based on the sample data it has here, and it can decide. Okay, it can decide like which is my measure, which is my like dimension. And here if you can see automatically it took the heading of the column, first row as the heading. Now I'll first save it. I don't want to lose this. Okay. Now, okay. Now if you see, if there is any error, that it will start showing here. So if there is any error here, you can always see it here. Okay. So this is for this data set is basically you just created a data set. It is just an information, right? Now on the top of the data set, you will have, see, there are few buttons. One is save and one is save as. Save and save as we already know, self-explanatory. If you open the display panel, any column if you wanted to sort, okay, A to Z, or if you wanted to sort anything like Z to A, it will come back. The column order will get changed. Now, if you wanted to see if there is error, what is the error count? There is no error, right? And all those things. Then in the data set, there is something called smart transformation. And this smart, see, all of these features that I am going to discuss here is also available in data model. Data model is a kind of like everything together. Data set is something out of that data model for ad hoc analysis. So here there is some options are there. You can delete the column, duplicate the column, okay? And then on the top there is a create a transformation. When you create a transformation, you have these two based on the column that you have selected. You have these 6 options available. One is concatenate, one is split, one is extract, one is replace, one is change, and one is filter. Okay. Suppose I click on the sales order, and then I go to the smart transformation. I say first option, you can say it is coming to change to lowercase. If I click on that, everything will become lowercase. Okay. Failed to execute transformation. This system has some issues. Okay, but it actually executed. Then this is one option. So again, change to already in lowercase. It got changed to uppercase. Okay. So you can change this to the uppercase, right? And so if you wanted to create a transformation, you can see for this column, all the options are there. Now, if I wanted to concatenate, now if you click on concatenate these sales order ID and say for example product ID. Okay, using value dash, you can see this new column got created using value dash. This is your sales order ID. This is your product ID. And after you do that, you can go here and save. This will stay in the data set. I don't know. This system has some issue. See, just now it got uploaded. Now it is saying it is not there. Again, I am uploading. It is showing no again. Strange. Yeah. So I got back here. So if you wanted to create a transformation, just click and concatenate. Say for example product ID, right? And using the value, say for example double slash can. And this is a new column that got created. And if you wanted to keep that, you can also save it. It will get saved into the system with that actual data one. It got saved now. You see, so there are some issues in the system, but it got saved now. Similarly, if you wanted to create another transformation logic, say for example, split on, further use split on dash. You can see it's got splitted. So this kind of smart transformation is possible in and it is automatically suggesting few things you may use or may not use. Then you say for example, I wanted to, this is where we started. Okay, and I will delete, I want to delete this column, delete. I wanted to duplicate this column. Duplicate. You can see automatically it is happening. So you can play around with the data sets. I wanted to delete this column. I wanted to delete this column again. Okay. Now, say for example, you wanted to click on the here, okay, and split. Okay, delimiter you give dash. You see, it got the delimiter. Repeat 1. If you wanted to repeat twice, it will got into split it into three. Right? You see the beauty. These features of these functionalities is called smart transformation in SSE. SSE has these features called smart transformation. Okay. Again, you wanted to create a transformation on this. Say you wanted to replace all S's matching with value S with W. Okay. So that is a data type change. Data type change. Data type you cannot change it through here. When I create the model, you have to explicitly define the data type.
Okay.
That's the. I'll show you where you will explicitly define the data type. Like this is a model screen. You will see that this is a generic dimension. Okay. Similarly, if you come here, it is a date dimension. You can make it. You can change it to date. Okay. So that I'll show you further. But if you wanted to change the length of the, well, like I mean to say anything, any metadata information, that is basically a metadata. What is the data type and length for that column? That you cannot change. System decides automatically, right? And you can see here these are decided. Let me see. You can just change it to the measure or change it back to the dimensions. If you see here, change it to dimension. And you can change the aggregation time to sum, count, mean, max, and all, but you really cannot change the data type and length. Yes, so in the data sets, you can concatenate, you saw, split, you saw, extract, you can do. Extract, you can see, extract the word you give from sales organization ID, say for example, after first, and you can change this first, last, occurrence, after, before, between, containing, okay, and then you can say S. See, everything got extracted after S in this column, new column. Or otherwise, if you do not want to show it into the story, ultimately, you have to apply corresponding filter into the story. You cannot get rid of a row. You can get rid of a column, but you cannot really get rid of a row. Calculations. That's what is the smart transformation. Some of the calculation you can do: transform, extract, replace, change. These are the calculation. But if you wanted to see the sum of it, you will not use here. This particular data set will be used in the story. There you can do calculations, and in the model you can do calculations. Not in the data set. This is data set. I'm teaching you the now data set. Data set is basically for ad hoc analysis. Whatever data you have, you take a sample and see what is the nature of that. And also it will also allow you only to upload 2,000 rows, not more than that. So now again, you in a data set, you can enrich a particular column as a geo enabled feature. I will come to the geo enabled little later. And then there is a hierarchy button. You can create some hierarchies. Okay, if you want, you can create some hierarchies. I'll show you the hierarchies also little later. And then you can transport the column to rows and rows to columns. If you do that, just take a look how what it looks. That way you can do, but that you can do. That you can do. You can here even have an option for remove duplicated rows. If you have a same value loaded twice, then you can remove that. And you can re-import the data. If you re-import the data, it will start getting the data from the same location. As long as the file is available in the same location, it will start re-importing the data. But somehow this system is not behaving properly. if you, so I was showing you some of the transformation, right? Some of the other transformations are replace. If you wanted to use the replace with S, with W, it will do. In sales organ matching value with capital S. So you can give some condition here as well. If you see some conditions like with WO, I just say some condition where column matches value. Say for example, column is sales organization, or you can give entity ID, ENT 0002. So wherever entity ID 0002 is there, their SO will change with W. That's the functionality I'm trying to achieve. Hope it will done right properly. So yeah, that you can, those kind of transformation can be possible. If they are if the row is found, then it will change. No, this is in the data set and the model. You will have that. These smart transformation, right? These features create transformations, right? This concatenate, split, extract, replace, change, and filter is only available in the data set and data model. Yes. Now, once you transform, there will be a new column. Sorry. In this case, there is the last example that I got. It will be applicable onto the same column, and then that transformed data will be available into the story if you save it. In live data model, you cannot do this smart transformation. Live data model is just the metadata. You have to do it into the premise. This is not. This is for all import and file. So all these functionalities is applicable to import connection as well as file-based connection.
Okay.
Okay. Change sales order ID to uppercase, lowercase, title case. You can do it. Okay. So I'll just show. I'm showing you these options, right? Then if you have create transformation, you have filter. Wanted to filter the data based on certain condition. It is just to see the data. Okay. This is not. So depending on the functionality that you are choosing on the create transformation here, the action will be taken place. And if it is splitting across, different columns, then if you save it, then it will get saved into the database, into the SAP Analytics Cloud. And that saved data you can use into the story. That's how it works. Now, what you can additionally do further, you can create hierarchies. Say for example, here there is not. Okay, let's say for example, this is what I'll create a hierarchy. I say my first level of hierarchy is entity ID, and the second level is sales order. Okay, say okay. It will create a hierarchy. I don't know like why this system is behaving like this. There is some issue with this cloud. It is not getting connected to the database saving. Strange. Very failing. Say for example, I wanted to create a the first level is entity ID, second level is sales organization. So basically company codes are always on top of sales organization. That is the hierarchy I wanted to create. Your hierarchy is created. Okay, it is saying successful. So whenever you use this data set into a story, you will see that hierarchy. I'll show you in subsequent classes how when I use this to actual data into a story and show the hierarchy. So this is what are the things possible. You can transpose the column, right? And what are the columns you wanted to transport? It is giving you an option and just say okay. Everything. I just chose everything. You can see that it got transposed. So in data set, you cannot do that. But in case of data model, right? You as I said, there is a flower like button coming dimension. There is a flower like button coming date calendar. Then there is a scale like button coming like this. You can hold that column and change the data type. You can change the data type from here, measure to dimension. Data set, you cannot change the data type. Metadata and length you cannot change. It's automatically taking it. You can see this hierarchy got created. This is called new hierarchy. Okay. This data set is basically for very ad hoc analysis.
Okay.
Very first set of your understanding of the data. It's not meant for something like where you will do very aggressive things like you will build a model, and it doesn't create something called like a star schema like thing. It just holds the data and it can be used in the story. So I'll just show you if I can save this. I think this got transferred and it is causing problem. I'll delete all this. I'll upload the dataset one more time, and I will try to create a hierarchy and show you how does it looks like. I wanted to create a data set from here quickly. Actual data. I will store CSV. No, it's not allowing me. In the hierarchy quickly. So now if I create, if I go to the story, I'm just showing you how, if I go create a story, how does it look? If it got set for properly or not. System is causing problems. But anyway, I hope you have understood like what I am trying to say. Right. If you create a data set, that data set can be used into a story for for visualization purpose. Okay. Now you can like I right now created a data set using a CSV file or Excel file. You can also create a data set using a import connection or yeah, mostly the import connection through which you can create, and only live connection on HANA database. Okay, only HANA database. If you have a HANA database, then you can use the HANA database as your for creating your data sets. These are the two options are there, and that is also called out into the slides. If you have seen here, data sets can only be created on top of HANA database in live connection. Somewhere here we talked about it. A shareable live data set can be created for only SAP HANA. So HANA database is the one which is supporting here, live data repository of HANA. So similar to Excel file, you can also create it from the HANA database or any import connection. So data set is the primary view of the data. Any questions you have on the data set? Additionally, you can create a data set as like you can add hierarchies and you can enrich it for the geolocation. This system has issue. You can see automatically it is absolutely. I will show you the geo how you can create geo map. What is the geo enrichment you need to do? Absolutely. But before that, I'll go one by one slowly. You will see that everything will happen, right? But before that, I wanted to cover the model. If you start creating a model of your own, then enrichment through here also it is possible. Geo enrich by area name and coordinates. I'll show you. Definitely, I'll show you. Okay. So on the model side, right? If you wanted to create a model here, right? Here also in this case, I have brought in that Excel file and uploaded it. The model can be created. What are the different ways model can be created? As I said here, you can create a model from scratch, from a CSV file, from live data connection, from import data connection. Right now, what I'm showing is from a CSV file. So CSV file uploaded. Everything looks good. You just check it out and just say validate the model. So validation starts. Okay. Validation completes. It can say no issues detected. There are 7 dimensions. Overall 10 columns are there, 7 dimension, 3 measures. So you can understand, system is clever enough to understand which is dimension and which is measure. These are measures, amount, quantity and all. And you can see right identification is being done. If you wanted to make this model as planning, you can click on this. It will be enabled as planning model. If you don't click at this, it will be enabled as analytical model. Default currency to the model, you can say USD. So all the currencies are USD if you wanted to, for price and amount. If you wanted to change it, you can write it INR. Okay, right? So this is how the model is created. Now if you create the model, or if you wanted to create a hierarchy in the model, right, you just create a level based hierarchy. You need to give a hierarchy, say entity sales org. Okay, so here you need to select a column first. So first is your entity ID, then is your sales org, but the level should be toggled. I just toggled the level. Okay, so validate again. Then now once I created the hierarchy, it has some issues. What are the issues? The following columns contain data quality issues. Okay, sales org and entity. What are the issues here? So you can see it is highlighting some issues, and non-unique property P25. Okay, yeah, so this relationship it is not able to establish the hierarchy relationship. That's why it is causing the issue. Everything should be unique. Okay, so I'll not create the hierarchy right now. That's where you can create the hierarchy. If you wanted to enable anything as a geo coordination, you can do it in two ways. One is by giving the area name, selecting a column, which one you wanted to give it. I'll show you a different example to understand it better further. And then you have to give a region column. Once you select this one, say for example, this organization, and say for example, entity ID. This doesn't make sense. Logically, this doesn't make sense, but you can make it through this and just say create. Once you do that, this data model will be geo enrich enabled, and it can be used for maps. Okay, when you create the stories. But even before that, I wanted to show you how to create the model using a flat file. I'll come out of this one more time. I'll discard this, upload the file, and create the model from there. Hopefully this will go. You are not authorized to create an article. Okay, so I'm just not creating anything else here. I'm just first creating the model. Okay, let's see how the model looks, and then I'll come back and explain everything one more time. Create, I just create actual data. No, so model can be created only through four way. One is your flat file or CSV. Second is your live connection. Third is your import connection. Fourth is from the scratch. From the scratch, I have not shown it to you. I'm just right now trying to show it through a CSV file.
Okay.
I'm not doing in this model any manipulation. I'm just file I uploaded, and I have created the model, and data successfully imported. Model data is created successfully. Let's see. Now you can see the model got created, and once the model get created, there are 3 tabs: model structure, calculation, and data management. Okay, so I'll go to the model structure, and you will see that beauty. The system after reading the CSV file, it's capable of creating that start schema. What are the dimension? Here dimension is date and month, sales organization, product ID, customer ID, entity ID. And there are accounts. Accounts, if you go inside the accounts, you will see amount, price, and quantity. Okay. So this is how the model gets created. I'm just wanted to give you the glimpse. But apart from that, how you are achieving it, what are the different manipulation buttons are there, I'll definitely cover that. So this is how it looks. This is the first glimpse of the model. This is your fact, and you can see here, if I enlarge, there it is saying 3 measures is 1, which is account measure, and dimensions are 8 dimension. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 1 is date dimension. So this is wow, it is coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, version is there. So these are the dimensions. This is how it creates the model. Now, if you wanted to create some calculation in the model layer, you can do some calculation as well. I'll come to those calculation in details. Okay, now data management. Data management tab is basically for loading the data, scheduling the data, and uploading the data properly. Okay, that you can do through the data management, and also you can export the data from the model in the export job. Here, it's for basically drafting the source, importing the data, and exporting the data. So right now, 2,24,880 rows was imported out of this model. Okay. Once you load the file, so this is how the model looks like. So this is one step, right? Just upload the file as you have prepared in the Excel. Say validate the data. Your data is validated, to upload it. Okay. So this is how you create the model. Now, if you create the model, after that, I will just explain these on the top, okay, one by one, and then thereafter I will show you how you can create the model from the scratch. Then I will show you how you create the attribute in a model. I will show you how you can create the hierarchy in a model, and then the geo map, geo enrichment. Okay. So first, if you see in the model structure here, there are first in the general tab, then edit tab, data tab, view tab, more. In the general tab, there are very simple things are there. One is save. If you wanted to save the model after doing any changes, you can do that. Then there is called preference. This model preference is very important. Once you open the model preference, it will initially give you the general settings and say that this is a analytical type of model. Okay. Then access and privacy. Okay. You can give data access control into the model. What is data access control? Data access control is a concept in SAP Analytics Cloud. Suppose you are authorized to see profit center PC001. You should not see anything else apart from PC001 because you belong to that profit center. Then in that scenario, you will have to enable the data access control on profit center. Okay. So this is called the DAC. Then date settings, if you wanted to mention any date settings here, you can do. And these are very much applicable when you start doing planning model. Then whether you can enable a model planning, because I have created it on the very first time, I have created it not from the scratch, but by uploading the Excel file and not taking that planning option there, it is now right now not allow me to change it. But if you would have created the model from the scratch from this option, okay, then you can toggle it. But from the CSV file, once you are uploaded the data and did not tick that planning button and you wanted to change it later, you cannot do it. Okay. So it will always remain as it is. Then comes to the planning button, if you cannot do it. Then currency. If there is any default currency, you can mention it here. If there is a currency conversion table you need to mention in terms of conversion, then you can mention it there here as well. Structure priority. So prioritize the properties for calculation from account table. And then some performance parameters are there. Say for example, if you optimize the story building performance, optimize recommended planning area, all these things comes into options. Okay, so these are the preferences. Now these preferences are very much important in case of planning model. In case of analytical model and you are using import connection, this is not that much important, but in case of planning model this is very important. Okay, then you can share the model from the third button and you can also publish it to the catalog. Share the model, again the same thing will come up, email recipient, view, whatever actions you wanted to give. Then if you are doing some changes into the model, this is undo and this is redo button. These buttons were earlier not there in the earlier releases of SSE. Now they have added it. Then plus edit. So if you wanted to edit a model, now this is also one of the thing. If you have not created a model from the scratch and you have uploaded by creating a table, right? You cannot change it, but you can change it after you delete the facts. So right now data is uploaded into this model. Once you click on this delete the facts, then you can start adding more dimension. Okay, I'll show you that. So you can create a new dimension, you can add an existing dimension. Now here is the beauty. What is the difference between add a new dimension and add an existing dimension? When you add a new dimension, you are completely creating a new dimension. When you create an add new dimension, in that case, any dimension which was previously created but public can be used. And that is where this option I was discussing. Any dimension in model 1 created as one vendor as a public can also be used in vendor 2. But any dimension that is created in model 1 as private cannot be used in model 2. So this is what it is saying. So here if you wanted to use a dimension which is already existing in the system, that dimension has to be public. Otherwise you cannot use. Then options like delete, rebuild the model. This is rebuild model. If you hover on it, you will see rebuild model, no update permission, actual data. So if you do some changes here after save, you can rebuild the model and then delete. If you wanted to delete a particular dimension, you can delete. Right now the data is there, that's why it is not allowing me. And then you can migrate to the new model type. Now SSE has been evolving for the last 2-3 years. So this option migrate to the new model, okay, is the new option because there are certain optimization is taking place in SSE world, which helps you to create a new model. But as of now, whenever you upload through Excel files, it will not create a new model. Okay, it will create a older model type. There are two model types. One is older model type, one is new model type. Similarly, there is optimized story and there are standard or primitive story option. So whenever you are creating models using the files, then in that case it will be always old model. Then the options here in the data, you can create a variable. So you can always create a variable in your model. Okay, then you can delete the facts. You can configure the data logs. Data logs are applicable only for planning models. Okay, just to keep you aware, data logs are only available for planning models. You can see, please set a planning time dimension. Then you can delete the facts. Then in the view button, how you wanted to view this. This is your structured view. If you wanted to change into the data foundation view, this is the data foundation. Okay, this is the data foundation. This is the data foundation. How you wanted to see this? If you click on structure, then you have some options called validation. So if you have, if you wanted to validate the model, you can do it and all. So these are the options are there. And if you click on the details, it will tell you what are the details of the particular customer. So right now it is clicked on customer ID. If you change it product ID, it will give you the relevant options. And you can do much more things here. As we create the model from the scratch, I will show you. Okay, so This is about all the buttons here. And if you have any question, let me know. First, you get acquainted with the buttons and the layout. Then we can keep on creating more models, as many as you want tomorrow, in detailed way. Any questions on these buttons? If not, let's move on to the data management tab. PDF. So the overview of connection, data preparation, basic modeling. This is the one. Do you have this? Do you have the next one, performing basic data modeling? There should be an option where you can raise the technical support and can submit a support ticket. They will upload that. Just mention that. I'll also mention to Nitin. But Sadyat, let me know if you have any questions on these buttons. Now, if you wanted to delete the data of a model, how you can delete? This is the button, delete facts. Okay, you click on that. Okay, I'm selecting everything, just saying okay. It will delete the entire data in the model. You can see deleted these rows from the model. Now, if you come here, it is still not allowing me to add the dimension. Neither it is allowing me to delete any dimension. Neither it is allowing me to create any variable. So these are the basic disadvantage when you create the model out of a CSV file. Okay, these are the basic disadvantages. That's why we should always try to create from the scratch from the model. So just to recap what we have done, I know I have been talking a lot and maybe you're not grabbing it properly. Just to recap, logical recap, we talked about connections. We talked about there are two types of connection, live connections and import connection. In live connection, data resides into the third party on-premise system, never comes in. Only the metadata, that is the data type and length of the columns and measures comes out, and that's how it is. The data is always live. On the other side, import connection, you have to create a model already into the SSE environment, and then you have to map it, or you have to create to a flat file or something like that, and you have to do the load. Okay. Whereas in the import connection, your data gets replicated into the SSE tenant. That's where the data security is sometimes not met. Then we talked about data sets. What is the difference between data sets and after the live connection and import connection, we talked about data model. What is the basic data model? Data model is the highest level modeling object in SSE, which allows you to create all the functionalities in the SSE from the data modeling perspective. Then alongside there is data set, and this data set is basically for ad hoc analysis of the data, not for keeping a large volume of data and analyzing that. Okay. In the data set, some of the properties like hierarchy creation, geo enrich, map enrich, and some of the transformation techniques is also possible. But in case of, it is not possible to change the data type and length and define that, which is possible in data model. Now in the data model, there are various sections. You can create data model through 4 different ways. One is from the scratch, one is from CSV file, one is from live connection, one is for import connection. I just showed you how you can create through a CSV file. Okay. Now I will show you how to create from the scratch tomorrow, not today, because then otherwise you will not be able to correlate. But today what I am going to show you how you can upload a currency table. Okay, so this currency table, as I said, in the modeling activity, currency tables are very much referred for currency conversion. If you are doing any currency conversions, then you will have to you have to give it a reference. So here you can create a currency conversion and you can upload the currency conversion table. So I will first explain few. I have one of the table prepared called currency conversion table. I will upload that currency conversion. I'll name my currency conversion settings. Once I keep that, it is basically a tabular structure. You can see, and I'll just say source currency, valid from, target currency, category, rate type, exchange. So I'll just copy the data and I'll just paste it. That's it. Your currency conversion is ready. So what is this current? These particular columns are meant. This first column is saying from what is your source currency, from which currency to which currency you will target. So if you are, this row represent, if you are transforming the data from AED to USD, this is your average rate, exchange rate on the day of, starting from the day of 2017-01-01. That's how it should be read. So these are the different exchange rate. Mostly the exchange rate are type of average we use, and category can be planning, budget, forecast, rolling forecast, and or specific. If you are using something called planning, then that particular exchange rate will be used for only planning purpose. So in SAP world, like the exchange rates and everything gets updated every day. Okay. Now in SSC, you can upload that from that tables. Like, so ultimately, whenever you are doing a reporting and things, right? Ultimately, whatever the exchange rate at which the online transaction process has happened, which I showed you here, where the transaction took place, right here, right? That same transaction, that same exchange rate at which it has happened, the same exchange rate has to be uploaded here. So you take the exchange rate from this system and upload it into the SSC. That is one way. The other way, you prepare an Excel file yourself and upload it. These are the two ways, basically. Absolutely, it has to happen. Both be and whenever you are doing a transaction here, that exchange rate gets applied in your transaction. And if you are doing a reporting model here, that exchange rate also transferred to this side here, which is called global transfer, global setting transfer, and global exchange rate transfer. We do that. We'll have to do that in your planning model. If you are creating a planning model out of that, it will always ask you for that. And if you are ticking that for currency conversion, right, it will always ask for the reference table. Without giving the reference table, it cannot do the currency conversion at all. So I have used my file. These are all prepared files. Okay, these are prepared file when we are using that. I'll provide. I think you have these files also uploaded into the LMS. So I have updated this. Now after you are satisfied with everything, okay, you just save it. That's it. Your currency. That I don't know, like. So I'm not authorized. This system they have given, they are not authorizing me. Maybe I'll have to arrange another system tomorrow. Let's see. Okay. There are a lot of authorization they have stopped. That's why I was little wondered, like when I saw this, actually it should be a brand new thing. And I see some of the stories are there, they are already. I need to maybe get another system. It is not allowing me to save. There is no authorization. But this is how you can save the currency tables. Okay. And this currency table, whatever I have named my car conversion settings, can be referred in your model for currency conversions. Okay. So this is how you will upload. Not allowing me to save. You can also get the currency tables from the BPC import for the planning purpose. If you have a BPC connection, you can get the currency data from BPC import. Okay, that's where you can also get. So these are the two options through which you can configure a currency table in SSC. Now there is one more thing before we get into the model tomorrow into more details. Tomorrow will be, so tomorrow what I am planning, the plan is I will create a model from the scratch and upload the data. After that, you all will do that so that you are aligned with the model creation. And maybe you can create a data set. Data set is easier. You can also create a data analyzers. I think here is data analyzer options is not there. Yeah, it is there. This is the data analyzer. Now, what is, these are the modeling artifacts: modeler, data sets, and data analyzer. What is data analyzer? If you have a model created already, suppose in this case, this model, okay, and you wanted to analyze the data out of that model, you can do through the data analyzer. And it's a tab, it's a basically a grid. You go to the designer, you can see data analyzer. You can just keep on adding columns, right? So I'm adding it to the rows. You can click on these buttons. This is a data analyzer. So this is how you can create a data analyzer. Here you cannot, unlike data sets or data model, here you cannot apply any hierarchy. You cannot create anything like geo enrichment and anything. That you cannot do. You can do only few things like refresh the data and save it. And these are saved as an insight. The icons for these, if you see it here, wherever I created, let me show it to you. Yes, these are created as new insights. The type of it, insights. So what is insights in the SAP Analytics Cloud? Insights are nothing but the data analysis. Models are model, and data sets are basically a sample data set which is also used for ad hoc analysis. Basically a data set that you can use for using it into the stories. But insights cannot be used into the stories. Okay, insights mean data analyzer, whatever you have created, these cannot be used into a story. One thing, data analyzer cannot be based out of the CSV file. It can be from an existing model, or it can be a connections, kind of a story level thing, you can say, model level things. But
Okay.
Here in this case, it is basically an existing model. Suppose you have created an import data model and you wanted to analyze that data, then you can do it. So for example, I go to my projects, go to my projects here, and I wanted to analyze the actual data. It will allow me to do that. Either it has to be an existing model, or it has to be a live connection data. Now this deleted the fact, so that's why it is not showing data. I just deleted the fact to show you how to delete that data fact.
Yeah.
That's why there is no data right now. This was the earlier one. So this is called data analyzer. Data analyzer helpful in understanding. So it's like kind of a pivot. If you see, if I go to the designer, it's a pivot. These are the measures. How you wanted to show it. If you wanted to show it, it's kind of a pivot. You can see.
Okay.
If you can drill down further. This is a hierarchy, date hierarchy. It's kind of a pivot, account type, forecast value, and all, right? It's just a pivot kind of thing. So lot more coming on SSC probably. A full-fledged tool. So you can, so this is when you click on this side of the icon, you are adding at the column. Data is stretchable at the column. And you are adding this side of the things, then the rows are increasing. This is rows, this is columns, and these are the measures. Right? So this is called data analysis. You can maximize it to see you in the full screen. You can also pull out the information if you want, and all these things that you can do. The data analyzer come into picture, and you can save it, and you can share it with somebody. Just this is how it looks like, or something like that. And once in the view mode, you have all the options like freeze the panes up to the rows. Okay, you can select a row and freeze the panes. You can see these rows are got frozen. All those things can be possible, and you can export the data. Okay, you can export the data into the CSV from here, or then you can do the edit style. So for example, you have forecast value that is in the column here as a measure. Scale, you can define the scale, million, billion, or something like that. Scale format is what? This is the formatting. Decimal places, how many you wanted to show? 1, 2, 3. Show sign as in the bracket if you wanted to see, or if you wanted to give plus minus, those kind of things. And if you wanted to do the currencies and all that, you can do it here. And if you further, if you come out of this, and then that you can do, then you can show, hide, subtitle, and all those things of all are there. If you wanted to swap the axis, in one click you can swap all the axes will be swapped. The pivot
So,
and columns will become rows, you can see. So this can be possible. And if you have a hierarchy, you can drill further, right? How many level you wanted to drill. So this is possible in data analyzer. So this is very helpful in terms of ad hoc analysis rather than creating a data set. If you wanted to ad hoc analyze the data, is very easily possible to using the data analysis. So I will just recap where we are standing today. We just know data analyzer. We understood what is data set. We understood very basic of modeler, and specifically modeler, how we can upload a file and create a model. And we saw how we can upload a currency table. Tomorrow, what we are going to do? Tomorrow we are going to discuss this model into much more details, and I will be creating a model from the scratch. And after I create the model from the scratch, then you guys will be creating a model and explore these data analyzer data sets by yourself. Once you do that, then only we'll move to the stories on the third day. Okay, this is what is the plan. If you have the data into the LMS, you can use that data. So basically, I'll tell you what is the file you should be using. These 3 files should be there with you. If you go to the lab activity, you should have these 3: actual data and meta model. These two data should be there: actual data and meta model. Just have a look as I have a check if you have this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of connection does SAP Analytics Cloud use to connect to data sources in real time? Option A, import connection. Option B, live connection. Option C, hybrid connection. Option D, BW connection. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Many have achieved certifications, transitioned into analytics roles, or gained visibility into data like never before. In just a few weeks, you can learn how to access, visualize, and share data through stunning dashboards, interactive stories, and augmented analytics. Discover best practices for data modeling, integration, and administration, and leverage smart capabilities like machine learning, predictive modeling, and more. This can open doors to new opportunities in BI analytics or help you transform existing projects. If you want to future-proof your analytics skill set with SAP Analytics Cloud, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone pursuing or advancing their careers. Thank you.
We have been using this. So this one, today, what I'm going to do, if you see, first I'm going to create a data set. So for creating a data set, as I said yesterday, we can create the data set out of a CSV file or from a data source. Whereas if you wanted to create a data analyzer, yesterday when I showed, it can only be created on an existing model and from a data source, which is live connection. Now, first I will create a data set. So if you come here, if you wanted to create from a data set from a CSV file, I'll just upload. Before even that, I will just do one thing. I will create a folder here so that I save everything in that folder. So I'll create a new folder. Okay. And I'll name it, say for example, exercise. So I'll do that. And this folder that got created into my files, unless and until I share it across with any one of you or any of the users in this platform, it will not be visible by them. But would I have created this folder into public, then everybody could have seen that, can have access to that. Now let's first create my first data set. So I'll create a data set from a CSV file, and I will use this CSV file, the superstore data CSV file, which I was trying to use yesterday, and I was getting a lot of issues. So today I'm going to use this, and I'll name it in the exercise folder. Let's say my first data sets. So here, if you see, this data set had 9,994 rows, 22 columns, and 2,000 rows. It's a sample size. So sample size is 2,000 rows. Okay, and that's what it is. That is a default sample size in the data sets, because it's ad hoc analysis. So we are required to maintain that default size. More than that, data sets cannot accommodate. We need to go for data model. The moment I uploaded the data file, you see there are a bunch of columns, bunch of things has been decided here. Okay. Now the system is intelligent enough. Last day also I told, intelligent enough to decide which is this measure, which is a dimension. Now in some cases that doesn't make sense. Like say for example, postal code, it has taken as a measure. It's not a measure, it's a dimension. So I'll change it to dimension. So here beside that you will see that 3 dot buttons, and you can click on dimension, change it to dimension. Okay. So this get added to at the bottom. Now on the data set level, you can check the data here. There are the column. This is numeric type. This is characteristics type. So capital A's are all characteristics. This is calendar is date types. So the system is automatically able to identify those. Wherever the problem was there for the postal code, I have changed it myself. Okay. And then ultimately you have sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Okay. So that's the data sets looks like. Now, if you wanted to analyze these data sets together, we can do it in a story. Now, having said that, there are a couple of other buttons here. You can see, as I was telling you yesterday, one is hierarchy, another one is transpose the column. That you can do. You can, or then remove the duplicated rows. If there are any duplicated rows, so then that will be removed. Now here one point I missed is these two are important things that I missed yesterday to show it to you. Let's discuss around that. First, whenever you get a data set, it is available for a story to create on top of a data set. Okay, so you can create a story out of a data set, but limited to only 2,000 rows. That you need to keep in mind. But if you create a model, the model can hold an innumerable number of data. That's not restricted to 2,000 rows. So both are more or less similar. Only thing, the model has more robust structure and more advanced features. Datasets is just for ad hoc analysis, but both can be used in stories. Okay. Now, in the datasets, I can create any of the dimensions and enrich it by a geo dimension. Okay. Now there are two options here. One is coordinate and one is area name. So what is coordinate? So every geographical location in our map is kind of it's an approach through coordinates. One is latitude and one is longitude. So everything has a latitude and longitude. Using those longitude and latitude, it can pinpoint a particular position in a map. So if you have in your data sets the latitude and longitude, then you can use that through coordinate. In this case, I do not have a latitude and longitude. Okay, so I cannot use that. Okay, so as a result of that, what I need to do, instead of coordinates, I need to use area name. Now, if I start using area name to geo-index this data, what will happen? This area name is option is only supported for US, not the global map, only the US map. And it is in when I create a story and I put this data set into a story in a geo map, there are certain particular layers of layer can be used. Not everything can be used. So ideally, you should always index the data through the coordinates, and if through the coordinates. But if it is not possible, and it is not possible in your data set, you can do it in area name, but it cannot support any other country's map apart from US or any specific type of geo map apart from one or two specific types. And those types I will discuss when I'll talk about stories. Okay, so those are the two important things to keep in mind. So any question on this coordinates and the area map? I will show you in both way how can you create a index the data. So this data set doesn't have a coordinate, so I will do a through area map. So when you click on the area map, at the very bottom you can see supported locations. So if you click on that, it will download an Excel. So these supported locations. It's basically nothing but the location that SSC supports, right? Is listed here. And if you see here, the supported location is only, I think, country is US. If you see, everything should be US. If I put a filter here, there are Argentina and Angola are there as well, but this doesn't support apart from US. That's what I can say. It doesn't support anything apart from US. It is saying that, but it doesn't support right now. That is not indexed to that level. Now, coming to the settings. So you can see the moment you geo-index the data here, you can see there are two options are coming. One is this and another one this. Select a column in your data set. So it is asking for any column to choose which will be representing your country or region. In this data set, I have a column called country. Okay. And then it is asking for select a region, select a column for a region. So I will choose state as my region. Okay. And then sub-region, if you wanted to give, you can select further. But I'm in this case, I'm not giving sub-region based on the type of data we have. Okay. So this is the settings to geo-index. So in this case, I'm telling my country column here and my state column is basically the basis of geo-indexing the data. By making the data model geo-indexed means that you are making this model available for geomaps, geographical maps. Okay. So you say okay, it will get the data sets will get adjusted. Okay. And the location dimension, there is a dimension that get created called location dimension once you create this kind of geomap enrichment, right? You can see these two columns are basically got highlighted and they are basically paired together. Okay. So this becomes your geomap enriched column. Okay. You can do globally, but in that case you have to enrich the model through coordinates, not through area. In case of import connection or in case of your not live connection. If you have a live connection done with your SAP BW system or HANA system, there is completely a separate methodology through which you can enrich the data, and there you can you can enrich the data set by latitude and longitude. That's the by default, and that latitude and longitude details will come from the native BW system or native HANA system through which you are connecting. No, maybe you do not have that in the data set that you are pulling. Suppose you have a column called source location or a target location. In case of transportation management, source location, source origin, source country, target destination country. Those are very common fields, right? Those fields are internally, these are master data. Those master data internally related to longitude and latitude, you can that can be done in the BW system, and in turn it will help you to create the map. Not in the query, in the model, then model will support you give you the related latitude and longitude. Not in the SSE model, and
Okay.
a BW consultant would be able to help you there. Here in this case, because I am using an import connection, right, and I do not have latitude and longitude in my data set, so I have done it through area, and mostly the data set belongs to US. So that makes sense, and then I have done it through area. I will also show you how you can do it through like coordinates, that is longitude and latitude. I'll show you in the next example. So right now, you see this is geo-enriched. Also, in case of anything right here, you can create a hierarchy. So this is the geo-enrichment I have shown, and then there is a button called level-based hierarchy. In this case, you are able to create level-based hierarchy. Now I will come to one important topic: level-based hierarchy and parent-child hierarchy. I hope you already know, but I'll just reiterate that what is level-based hierarchy and parent-child hierarchy once I create this. But now just understand, we are creating a level-based hierarchy. So you can, in these data sets, you can also create a level-based hierarchy, just that you need to create a dimension. You choose the dimension properly. So I said my category is the first layer. Second layer is my subcategory of the product. Third name is my product name. This is my hierarchy. So this is a product hierarchy. I name it as product hierarchy. Okay. Just this is my product hierarchy, and just say okay. The hierarchy will get created automatically. You see your hierarchy was created successfully. Automatically, this will be mapped to as a hierarchy. And once you do that, now you have created enriched the data set as a geographical, and then I also created a hierarchy. You save the model. Simple. Once you save this model, this is now this 2000 records is geo enriched, as well as hierarchy being created for that. Okay. Now this data model, this data set, sorry, not the model, data set can be used in stories. I'll come to detailing of the story later, but first just to show you. Okay. Okay. I'll come to more details into the later part, but just to show you how can you use these data sets. If you wanted to create a chart, say for example, you can just point to exercise, and you can see, you can just point to this data set, my first data set. If you click on that, all the columns and the measures will be available for your creating your chart, and then the story here, basically the dashboard. Okay, so I'll just add a measure, say for example sales. Okay, and I wanted to show it by, say for example, as I did here, product hierarchy. Okay, so now at the very high level, it is showing everything together, product hierarchy. Now I choose the hierarchy from here. I give level 2. So you can see I'm drilling down to level 2, furnitures, office supplies, and so on. If you drill down further, it will give you level 3. Okay, now you can make sure you can do some top 5 also, right? Top n options. So for example, top 5 I wanted to see. I'll show the top 5. Then you can go further to level 4. Okay, and then this is how you can build. This is the product name. This is how you can use that. So that means you can see the hierarchical approach include the parent level also. If you wanted to include the parent level, it will include the parent level, and I will just show till level 3. That would make sense. So you can see this is how you can use the hierarchy in a chart. Okay, that's one thing. It could be any other chart as well. Right now I'm just used a bar chart. So data set is being created. What we have done in this process, data set is being created. And then thereafter, once we created the data sets, we have enabled that as hierarchy. I also did something like I enriched as a geomap. So you just include a geomap here. Okay. I'll not go into the details. I'll just do the beauty right now. Detailing I will do when I'll come to the story part in detailed manner. Okay. I'll just add a layer, and I will say this is my first data set, and in that there are different type of layer it is possible. So this particular, when you include the layer, it is called base layer or base map. Okay, so if I come back and hold it, you can see this is the this layer 1. I'll come back, I'll say okay. So if you hold back, this is my base layer, and there are many base layer types available. From here you can choose this base layer type. Some standard design is available. Okay, light gray, dark gray, maybe satellite view. Okay, those kind of base layer is available. That means you are creating the base layer of the map. Okay, then you have to give a layer. Okay, so you can give and in the layer you have to give a location dimension and then the measure. Based on the layer type, there are 6 different layer types are there. The corresponding location dimension, color, and the size will change. But as we have created only enrich the data sets only with the area name geo enrichment we have done, it only supports this choropleth or drill layer. It doesn't support anything else. Okay, it doesn't support anything else. So this is the layer it only supports. If you are enriching your data set by area name instead of longitude and latitude, that is coordinates, then it only supports choropleth. Okay, it doesn't support anything else. It doesn't support the bubble layer. It doesn't support the point of interest layer. It doesn't support the heat map layer, feature layer, flow layer. Okay, so it just the support. I'll discuss all this in details again, right? So I will just add the location dimension here. You can see the geo hierarchy is automatically coming, but the moment I choose bubble layer, it will not show you the geo hierarchy because it doesn't support. Okay, so this is one point to remember. Only choropleth layer will be supported by when you enrich a map, a data set or a data model by area name. Now the map is getting formed. This is the location dimension, and then you can give a measure to identify what is your profit. Okay, or maybe I'll give the, instead of profit, I will give the sales to make it looking better. So if you wanted to add a filter, you can give a filter as well. If you wanted to give this, for example, only we wanted to set office supplies and furniture, that you can do as well. It will accordingly plot the details. Okay, so this is how you will get to the map. Okay, now I'll remove the filter. Okay, filtering also gives a lot of option. You can give a range. Okay, there are other range, and you can filter it through product hierarchy as well if you wanted to do. Okay, or there are a lot of options in the filtering that you can use on this map. So I'll not define many filters. I'll just keep it open, and I'll just make sure this is here. This is the chart. Yeah, right. And if I hold this, just say okay. Okay, this is how you can build a chart. Now, if you wanted to see it in the view map, this is how it will be viewed. Okay, right. So this chart creation or the geomap creation is possible only because you geo enrich the data set through the area process. Okay, area name. If you do not geo enrich the data set, this plotting will not be possible. This mapping will not be possible. So that's the prerequisite. Now within that, when you view the data, you can change the layer 1. You can remove the layer, and you can do all of the dimensions and everything, right? You can do everything. And geo hierarchy, you can, if you wanted to filter to the geo hierarchy to the region level, let's say for example, that you can also do, right? You can see the data is looking like that. And then if you wanted to focus on one particular area specifically, you can select it like this and just filter. It will show you that focus line. And if I hover on it, it is if you wanted to further get into the details of it, and you can click on this, you can go up. So if the further hierarchy is there, from the region to city to something, you can further deep down into the details. Okay, so this is how you can do it. This doesn't support bubble map. It only support drill layer. But what you can do in the drill layer, if you go to the layer here, you can change it to the bubble instead of showing it the color. Let's see how does it look. Yeah, you can see this is how it will look. This is how it will look. Bubble map, if you wanted to do on the map, you have to enrich the data set by coordinates. And I'll show you. No worries. I'll show you that also coordinate with how can you do that. Okay. So right now the data set is such that it is only showing the United States. If I go to the region level, it will show you the different bubbles. You can see within the. I wanted to filter it. I'll just remove the filter. Start with using the bubble. But this is not a bubble map. This is a representation of drill layer with the bubble with the region name as bubbles. Okay, wherein the color defines here. If you go here, the color defines the intensity. Say for example, the cells at what is the number of cells is there. The color defines that. Just a sec. Let me. Yeah. So more go left is 0%. If more you go 100%. So you can see New York is one of the highest cells, whereas Texas is in the mid range, whereas the rest of the things are in the blue range. And probably the darkest blue is this is at the lowest level, and Rhode Island, like that. The size of the bubble you can change in the bubble chart, not in this chart. In this geomap. What is the geomap we have used here? If you see here, we have used the choropleth or drill layer. In that, the style I am showing into bubble, because I had the data set that is being enriched is enriched by area name, not by coordinates. If you enrich by coordinate, you can create the bubble chart as well. But this is the representation of drill layer, right? It basically quantity versus sales relationship. Here you can see you sold more product, 7,667 units you have sold to earn 87.63 $, whereas New York has done only 4224 and earned 876.27 sales volume, where Texas is this. But as I said, whenever you are I'll just duplicate this tab. Whenever you are basically using a geomap and you are enriching the data set by area name, it will only support choropleth type of chart. Now, if you wanted to, like the data set I have created earlier is this, right? The geo enrichment was done through this area name. So if you do this through area name, only choropleth will be supported. But if you do it through coordinate, then a lot of other different types of charts is also like geomaps also possible. I'll show you that as well now. Okay. So to understand that, I will create another data set. I'll close this and I'll create another data set here. Sorry, my bad. Data sets from CSV file. I will take another CSV file here and like select the source. I'll take this earthquake data. Okay, this earthquake data I will take, and this earthquake data I will upload it into the like data set. So I'll say this is my in the exercise file. I will do earthquake. I save it. This is sample data taken from internet. Okay. So this is got updated, right? Now some of the columns here I don't require. I'll quickly massage the data. I'll delete that. Okay, this column is not required. I will delete that M. This is also not required. Then I will delete Q. These are all some dummy data. And then what I don't require is, I think these are not required for my I'm deleting those from the column. Then, okay, so this is my my data set, and then this is my date column, this is my time, this is my event type, okay, earthquake, UQ, and then magnitude, what is the latitude, where exactly. Now here you can see the latitude and longitude are there. Okay, that is one of the important measure. Okay, now I will make sure the I will duplicate this latitude and longitude. Okay, I will duplicate this latitude and longitude. If you wanted to duplicate it, this is how you will duplicate. Sorry, my bad, not latitude and longitude. I should duplicate it. I'm duplicating. And I wanted to create a dimension without touching this. Okay, so what you can do, you can go to this the magnitude 1, right? You can click on this icon and change it to a dimension. And before that, I will give a rename. I'll say this is D magnitude, and I will change it to a dimension. Similarly, you can create a like depth, and this one I will also change it to dimension. I prefix it by D to identify this is a dimension. I'll just change it to dimension. Okay. Now this is just I prepared the data set. Okay. So these are the columns are there. Now I wanted to geo-enrich this data. How you can geo-enrich? You click on this. In this particular data set, I have the longitude and latitude. I'll say coordinate. Instead of area name, which I chose earlier, I will choose coordinate. Okay. And I say my dimension, which I'm going to create is a location dimension, and latitude is latitude, longitude is longitude. So that's the field name. Okay. And I'm going to ask, I'm creating a new dimension. This is the tab. Okay. I'm creating a new dimension. So it will create a location dimension. Just see the beauty. It created a location dimension, you can see. So that means your data set is enriched by latitude and longitude to have a location dimension separated by comma. It's a coordinate geometry kind of thing. Okay. So this is now geo enriched. Now if you wanted to create some hierarchy, you can also create here. I don't want it to create. I'll just save it and see how using this latitude and longitude I can create charts. So I'll go back from here. I'll save this story for now. If I go to the edit mode, I'll save this story, the one I created earlier. Okay. Now I'll come back. I will create another story. I'm using the canvas phase for now. I'll show you what is canvas and what is responsive and all later on. So I'll create a geomap using the data sets. I will add a layer. First, I will choose a base map. Say, for example, this time, let me choose a different type of base map, probably this one. See how does it look? Not be that good. Now I will create a layer, and here I need to choose the model. Which model I need to use? So I will say my earthquake data set I wanted to use. Okay. So I'll say now because this particular data says earthquake data set is being enriched by latitude and longitude, that is the coordinate. You can use any type of layer: bubble, point of interest, heat map, photopleth, feature, flow. Okay, so this case I will use bubble. Okay. Okay, so bubble is already chosen. Now it is giving you the location dimension that I have created. Okay. You can see it started creating the location. Now bubble size and bubble color, you can give depth as bubble color and this, and maybe bubble size is by magnitude. Okay, so this is how the chart is looking like. The color combination might not be that good. We can change the color combination as well. Okay, if you have any particular cluster, you can change the clusters as well. So basically, what the message I'm trying to convey through this, you can create any type of chart. You can change the chart to the heat map. Yeah, right. You can see that how does it looks like. This is the area, San Diego area, and now if you wanted to go back and say okay and change the base layer to a better layer, say for example, instead of using this, I wanted to use this gray. This looks better, a little better, you know. So you can use that kind of chart as well. Right, this is how it in the high level look. The more you zoom in, it will look different. Okay, so this is your art. This is how you can use different chart. If you wanted to, instead of add another layer, say for example, I wanted to add another layer location. I wanted to use instead of bubble layer, I wanted to use choropleth. Right, this is the data. Okay, and this is where this is the second location, and you can just give some color and all, depth and the choropleth and all. You can see this is how it looks like. So you can combine two layers as well into the chart as well. This is how you can combine. So the messaging here is very simple. If you have a data set which is enriched by location, which is latitude and longitude, then you can use any of this type of chart or any of the type of layer in the geo map, whether it is choropleth or whether it is heat map. Now there is one layer called flow. Flow layer is very useful when you show in the freight management system, like if you show like source location to the destination location, what is the flow of data, something like that. Heat map is very much used in terms of you wanted to understand what is the most say for example in case of earthquake, what is the most heated area, like where the earthquake can take place. So if you change the things, automatically chart will get adjusted, and you can see that heat map is showing that how it is looking there. So these entire area is more prone to earthquake rather compared to these areas or these areas, right? So that's how you can understand by the color. Obviously you can change the color combinations as well. This is how you can build the two different type of charts. Make sense? Wanted to view in the view mode, this is how it will look like. So any question on this? Are we clear on how we can enrich a data set for GeoMap and how we can use that into the chart? Are we clear? I'll guide you each one of you. I think the initial spreadsheet, the Superstore data spreadsheet is already there, shared with you. Only thing, this earthquake data is not being shared with you. I will share it. Yes, I will share it with you. I'll send it to Nitin, and he will circulate. If you use the same tenant, I can share these tenant details as well to you. If you use the same tenant, then I can share within the tenant, but model I cannot share you in the in terms of like like to a different tenant. That's why I'm saying you will create the data set, you will create the model yourself, and then create the chart. Okay, I'll show you, I'll guide you how to do that. So now approach is, first approach I took is that I created a data set. Okay, here I created a data set. Sorry, my bad. I'm doing back and forth scrolling. So yeah, so I created a data set, and I showed you how this data set can be geo enriched, and it can be before, because you have geo enriched the data set, you can use it into the map. Okay, that is how this is what is the purpose of this. I'll save this story as well. Okay, just a sec. I'll go to the edit mode and I'll save this story as well. And I'll say I second. Right. So this is how you can create it. Now I will show you how you can create a data analyzer. The beauty of the challenge, like not the challenge, the limitations of the data analyzers is that you cannot use them into the story. And I just give you the glimpse yesterday. So if you use the same data and same say now I have created a model, right? One model is, you can see, if I go to the exercise folder, one model is your first data set and second is my earthquake data sets. If I wanted to use that particular model to analyze my data, I can create a data analyzer. But this data analyzer, once you save it, it cannot be used into a story. Okay. So I showed you yesterday also. I'll create a model. I will use an existing model exercise from the exercise folder. Okay. Why showing? Just a sec. Let me check. Okay. So if you wanted to create a data analyzer, so yeah, I will use an existing model, okay, or I will try to use I'll try to use a existing model. Say for example, this workforce model I will use, and I wanted to analyze that data. Simple. So here in this case, it's just an ad hoc analysis of data into a pivot table. I showed you yesterday, and you can see, right? You can add these columns here. There are so many rows, and here. So this is the employee data. I just wanted to see by company code, GL account, say for example, and this I'll give it here, business unit, departments, say for example, and country they belong to. And then if you wanted to alter the rows, that you can do. Departments, I don't want a CGL account, maybe business unit at the top, and say they are cost centers. And then I wanted to see and their charges. This is what I wanted to see. Now you can apply a filter to this data set. Any dimension you can use to filter. Okay. And you wanted to see like job level. No, I will not say use job level, something else I can use. Dimension. Say for example, I would say positions. Status. I just give only A is there. Let's see, just A and no value was there. So I just gave this status. If I wanted to do this kind of ad hoc analysis, right, on a tabular data, then I will create a data analyzer. But this data analyzer is kind of a story, as Sadia you were telling yesterday, like it can be related as a story. This data analyzer cannot be used further into a story. It itself is a story. Okay. Few important things you can do. You can just save this. You can refresh the data. You can just apply filters. Okay. Then, and if you have hierarchies, you can create the use the hierarchies to create your own data sets. Like you always see that hierarchies in that. So this is what it is. The data analyzer. Now I will take a pause here. I want you all of you to do the same exercise, and if you wanted to save, okay, it gets saved in your as an insight, because this data analyzer brings the insight out of the data. So that's why it is called insights, and the icon for the insights are this. You go to the file, exercise. This is what is the insights icon. Okay. So this is how it looks like. Again, if you open it, it will come to that particular. Okay. So I want all of you to create till this far, and then I will deep dive into data model today. Okay. And I'll
So
create
where is this workforce file located?
So this is I have used. This is not a file. This is So when you create the data analyzer, you can use a live connections or a existing model. So I have just used a model that is being provided by SAP. So as I said, some out of the box solutions is being provided by SAP. So I just reuse that. Okay, because I don't have any model which is basically live connection. You will have some models by default, which is provided by SAP. Okay. Now each one of you can download from LMS this folder, this file called Superstores data. That first file you can create and create a data set, enrich the data set by area name, and tell me like when it is done how, and I'll tell you how you can create a simple geomap out of that data set. Okay. In the meantime, I will try to circulate the file with Nitin, the earthquake file. Okay. Superstore exercise, this file. That's the file you are going to use. Exercise 2, Superstore data. You can start putting, creating a data set. If you wanted to share your screen at anywhere you are stuck, share it with me and I can guide you. No, you are going to create not the model, the data set. Data set is a smaller version of model. Model I have not yet created. Okay. Today we are going to create model after this. So we are going to create the data set. If you go to your SSC tenant, you can see data set and click on that, and then you will see from CSV file. We are going to create a data set first. No, list of countries is basically you will not use the list of countries. You will use the other option, the first option that you said. Yes. So so the first thing you should do there, you should move your postal code as dimension instead of measure. And you can share your screen. I can guide you. You need to enrich the data set for geography. So what you can do from the action below the action button, what is written at the top left side, at the top in the Microsoft Teams, there is nothing called annotate. No, yeah, not there. On the left side at the top. Left side, no, further left. Yeah, there you go. In the actions, beside that actions, you go to the third button, and you click on the drop down area name. So from that you will be giving. So it is asking first country and region. Select a column from your data set. So you have to give the country first. You can choose country. Okay. Now if you go to next region, it is asking select a column to state region. So you will give state. Yes. Now just say okay. Now your data set is getting enriched by geo, not geomap, geo enriched. It is getting geo enriched. I need to check that in your screen after this you share. So this is how, Marilyn, you just updated the like what do you call your data sets as geo enriched. If you wanted to create a hierarchy, so you can see here there is a geo hierarchy got created. Country state at the bottom. You can see like right bottom. Right, you can see there. Yeah, there itself. If you scroll up, you can see that in the blue bar, geo hierarchy, right at the very after the dimension, exactly after the dimension. That's how you are enriching the data. Now, if you wanted to create a hierarchy, just click on the hierarchy button, which is beside that geo enrichment button on the top left corner. Not there. That is the right corner. Not there. At the from where you started for enriching the geo, left side. Yes, hierarchy. Yes, that is the hierarchy. If you wanted to create a hierarchy, you can create a level-based hierarchy, and you can give the name of hierarchy. Here you can give it as a product hierarchy, the product or level-based hierarchy, whatever you want to call it. You can the geo enrichment is done. Here you use product hierarchy. You create a product hierarchy. Say you create category, subcategory, and product name. Category, subcategory. Again, you have to give the level 2 subcategory. Okay. If you think about employee hierarchy, director, senior managers, senior consultant, and so on. In this case, you use product name because name makes more sense rather than the ID. Now, if you see, right, product hierarchy got created. Now this data set is being created, and you can save it. Save, how will you save it? the left corner. Yes, beside below file, save. Yes, you have to give the name wherever you wanted to keep it stored. You have to give the location and you can see. It's a data set. We have not created the model yet. We'll create the model.
Okay.
That's what you do for while you create the data set. Now, when you can use this data set into a story to create chart and map and table and anything there, that will come to as a second part. In the meantime, Sadia, you were facing some issue. Just show me. You have to scroll down probably. Not there. Do you see? Do you see in your data? Okay, you have already chosen the country. Can you cancel this? Yeah. Now start from the again. Just click on any of the cell rather than the selecting the country as a yes. Now you start from just say that and is the data. No, not there. And is the data. I mean to say third button in the on the yes area name. This doesn't have a. Now you try to choose that. So see if you are getting the country. Should be getting the country. Discard this. Can you load the data one more time? Close. Click on that button. Close button. It will automatically get discarded. Yeah, that is going back, and beside that, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. It is that is already there. Just give a different name. Yeah, first you change the postal code as from the measure to as a dimension, and then now you try to geo enrich the data area name. Let's see if you are getting country now. You should be getting the country. After that, you have to also mention the region. You just mention the region as a state to make sure the geomap properly plots. You can go further deep, but I'm just giving 2 level. The data set is such that it is going to go 2 level. Okay, just say okay. The moment you do that, you will see that after the dimension, there is a geo enrichment. Geo dimension will be created. Go up, little scroll up, right side. Now, if you wanted to create a hierarchy like Madeline has created, just select the dimensions. Category, subcategory, product. Now you save this. Francis, are you okay? Creating till this part? How to create a data set? How you enrich it by geo? Are you stuck anywhere? Now, if you wanted to create a story out of it, Sadia, you can stay there, and I can guide you how can you get a story. Or Madeline, if you wanted to do, you can also share, either of you. Yeah. So now you wanted to use this data set as for a story. Now you go to the home. Yeah, click on the story. Just create a canvas page probably. Responsive page are basically auto adjustable. Canvas is not auto adjustable. Responsive page are basically if you drag and drop something here and there, it will automatically adjust its length and height based on the screen size. Canvas will not. Canvas will increase the scroll bar. And in here, we will choose the classic design experience. I'll tell you what are the difference when I talk about stories. Now I am not discussing stories. Now you can create any chart, any geomap. If you wanted to create a geomap, you just create a geomap, right? Okay, just give a base map. This is the base map. Okay, now you add a layer. In case of area enrichment, what could be your layer type? Only choropleth, right? And then give a location dimension. Coming. I think your data set not got saved. Oh yeah, it came now. See. Okay. Not coming. It should be named as geo hierarchy. Yes, you have to choose the model. Oh, sorry, my bad. You have not chosen the model. Right. This is the data store. The data set you are giving. Now you have to choose. There you go. Right, and give the measure. You can see the plotting has happened. Like me, you guys are also getting the plot. If you wanted to change the style as instead of choropleth, if you wanted to change the style as bubble, you can do that. And you can give any filter. This is multiple selection filter. You can give a range as well. So click on the filter. You see beside wherever range is possible, you see there is a bracket. In bracket, it is saying range.
Oh,
Postal code, order date. Yes, date makes more sense. You can change the chloropleth from chloropleth to bubble. It will see the change. No, not there, not there. Right side, right side. Here you cannot change the layer type if you are enriching by. Now, if you
so
go
this
below,
is
bubble color you give profit, bubble size you need to mention. No, yeah. Bubble color profit and bubble size you give something else. I mean to say not like that. Bubble color you give different time, different measure. Can close that, cross that, and add a measure or dimension. You can give a dimension as well if you want. If you wanted to see by, say, for example, product hierarchy. One hierarchy you created. And you can choose from in the chart geo hierarchy at the top. There is a hierarchy button, right? You can click on that at the top left corner. No, not there. Left corner inside the chart. Yeah, just say product name. Yeah, just give more level till level 3. See, changing. You can see that within the United States how it is getting changed. I mean to say this is a flavor. Now you
yeah,
can play around with this.
yes.
If you change by profit and sales, different measures you choose, you will get a lot more bubble. And yeah, you give the region, see lot more bubble. Yeah.
Okay.
Within a region, how is your product category is divided? This looks like pretty colorful. Madeline, are you able to also follow, or you wanted to share and do the same? You can save this story, Sadia. Now, can you create another data set using that earthquake data and enrich it by coordinate? You just double click on that, zip that file. And in this, if you see a lot of columns are not required, you can keep it, you can delete it. The GT, that column is not required, you can delete it. Further, some of the other column M is not required. Those are some, I don't know, like what is that mix. I just download it. No, you have some more columns to delete, which doesn't make sense. The last 3 column Q, NPH, NGRM, underscore. Just try to press Control and see if you can select 3 together. I don't think so. I'm not able to. There is no shortcut key for this. Okay. Now change. No, before even that, you can change the depth and magnitude as dimension. I'm just telling you in case you wanted to do it, how to change, because that will also be exercise how you can change. No, that is your dragging and dropping measure to dimension. I just wanted you to create a duplicate column. Yeah, there you go. I can see to the right, towards the right, just to show you. So this basically this data set I chose, you can delete some column and you can do it. Now if you go to you can do the geo enrichment by coordinates. coordinates. You have to give the dimension name because it will create a dimension. You can give, instead of location, you can give something or some other name, my coordinates or something, whatever you wanted to give. And then you have to give the latitude column to latitude or longitude column to longitude. You can, it will allow you to choose something else, but system is clever enough to choose the latitude and longitude. If it is not choosing, then you have to make the choice. I do not see the location column got created. Can you go to the left? Users gave a coordinate name of that name is coordinate, right? To the left.
Yes.
No. In the data set, go to the.
Oh,
The coordinate column did not get generated properly. So maybe you have selected magnitude by wrong. Cancel this. Can you click on the no. Can you click on the details and come again at the top? Now can you click on the details again? Yes. Go below, scroll down. I think this you need to delete, magnitude _1. That is not the location column. You have some error in definition. You chose the magnitude column for instead of latitude and longitude in one of them by mistake. And you can delete the dimension Q from here. Here also you can do it. Now you geo enrich again one more time by coordinates. I deleted the geo enrichment. Now again you do that. Just say okay. You wanted to give this as name as coordinates. You can give. Now it is location column is properly created. Right now you can use this particular data set also for creating the chart stories in and create a geomap.
to this.
You have to give the this is how you can create a map. Francis, are you able to follow also? Earlier you were seeing at the country level. That is, all countries are US. Here it is all the states. Yeah, remove the model. Brought the model 2 times. That's it. Oh no, you have to, for the other one, you have to. Thing is that you have to create a magnitude dimension and the depth dimension. So what you have to do, click on the magnitude and duplicate the column. No, duplicate. So to create in the duplicate, you have to choose the column in the layout, in the data set, in the middle, not here, not in the details tab. In the, so you can see magnitude column. Yes, choose that and click on that. Duplicate the column. You have another column created. Similarly, for the depth, you can do that. Yeah, move those 2 columns to dimension. Now you can geo enrich the data by coordinates, not by area name. Coordinates. You click on that. Yes, coordinates. Give the coordinate dimension name and the coordinate and now save this data set. You can use these data sets for creating your story. Probably just add the location dimension and then add the measure.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following capabilities allows multiple users to collaborate on stories in SAP Analytics Cloud? Option A, workspaces. Option B, channels, option C, versions, option D, teams. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Analytics Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools to unify, simplify, and enhance all your organization's analytics and planning with one enterprise platform. Over the past year, we've seen strong demand from hundreds of business intelligence professionals looking to expand their skills in SAP Analytics Cloud. After taking ZaranTech's training, many have achieved certifications, transitioned into analytics roles, or gained visibility into data like never before. In just a few weeks, you can learn how to access, visualize, and share data through stunning dashboards, interactive stories, and augmented analytics. Discover best practices for data modeling, integration, and administration, and leverage smart capabilities like machine learning, predictive modeling, and more. This can open doors to new opportunities in BI analytics or help you transform existing projects. If you want to future-proof your analytics skill set with SAP Analytics Cloud, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone pursuing or advancing their careers. Thank you.
You can give any filter. If you do not want to give, that is also fine. It's just a filter purpose. So hope this makes sense to all of you. Yeah, we can do that, but I think the data is such that it will not correlate. So I just gave 2 level. You can always do that. If your data is your city level of data is properly, set, then it will do that. Otherwise, if it will always check against the master list of list of countries, cities, regions in the by countries in SSC. So if you remember, like there was a file I downloaded and I showed that these are the countries and everything supported. So that particular against that particular file, it will be checked. Your data set will be checked whether it's correctly defined or not, and accordingly you can divide further levels. Okay, now this is what is data set. And this has these functionalities, but ultimately data sets are not good for creating your data a robust artifacts to for your analytical modeling or planning pieces. So that's why, and it can only hold 2000 rows, right? So if you wanted to increase the number of rows, you have to start creating data models. Do any one of you want to create a data analyzer quickly? Francis, you can save this story for your future reference. Quickly a data analyzer if you want to create. Also, just to see that what is the difference between data analyzer and data set. Data set is kind of wanted to create a data analyzer quickly. Data analyzer is for just ad hoc basis if you wanted to analyze any data, right? That's why, but use case wise is just ad hoc analysis. There is not much huge use case.
Okay. Oh, okay.
As the name suggests, is for analyzing the data on ad hoc basis. Nothing else. If you go to home screen, Francis, and I can tell you the path how you can create the data analyzer. Yeah. Yes, by default, because it's a cross tab, right? In data analyzer, by default it is 2000 rows.
Okay.
SSC has that default limitations, 2000 rows.
But
these are all for ad hoc purposes, like a small thing, agile. You wanted to do quickly, you have to upload a file and quickly show it into a chart, then this is for it. But it's not like so for your lifelong use. Lifelong use is always you have to better create model. Okay. That can keep on, where you can keep on delete, you can delete the data, upload the data and all. But data analyzer for when you create data analyzer, basically you cannot create the data analyzer using CSV file. So that's the disadvantage. You can use live connection or existing model. So that's why you cannot use CSV file in creating data analyzer. While data set, you can use CSV file or import connections. So you have to remember these two facts also. Okay. So all these combined together is model. Okay. Now, if you wanted to, Francis, if you as you are in the screen, if you wanted to do that, can you go to the folder? Yes. See if there is any samples public. If you go inside the public, no, right side, public. Yeah, some models are there. We can use any of these model to create a data analyzer. So click on the 3 bars on the left corner, 3 horizontal bars, 4 horizontal bars, the left corner, very top corner. Just you don't even have the data analyzer options. Oh, there you go. Click on the data analyzer. You can see here, data analyzer can only be created from a data source, which is live connection, or an existing model based on live connection. So right now you choose existing model to test how it looks like. You can go inside public and choose a model, any model that is there. Just choose something like 2023. See anything, any models are there properly. Yeah, model folder, in the model folder. In the model folder. Yeah, third from the bottom is. It's not allowing you. Take a look at it. Not going to mess up. Just use any of this, but yes, that's it. You don't save it and just see right now. Just check any of this Sapphire on. Anything that you wanted to see. Yeah, success factors. So it is bringing your data analyzer. Now, if you go to the designer tab at the top, now you can choose whichever you wanted to see. You have to click on those gray buttons. That if you click on the right side button, it will add you into the column here. Yes, see, it is a basically pivot. Basically a pivot. Yeah, this is how you can create your data analyzer and save it if you want to use it for. This basically brings the insight of the data. It's as simple as that. But these two are basically very basic form of use of data set. Now you can use this, you can create model out of, instead of this, you can create model, and that model you can use for future use. So, okay. Any questions till so far? Otherwise, I will start on the model. Any question? No question? Okay, fair enough. Before I start going to show you how to create model, I will quickly jump to the LMS. Okay, and cover some of the theoretical part I have not covered yesterday, and then from there. Now here we talked about this overview of connection yesterday. We talked about the data preparation basics. Just open that also. I'll just open it. We talked about all these slides here yesterday. Just to recap, what is model, what is acquired model and live model, what is in a model. Okay, I'll come to this all these details right now after this. Now this is what we saw, data sets. What is data sets? How you can create data sets into the SSE. And what is the difference comparison between data sets and models. Okay, you can see these are the comparison parameters and how it does it look. Features of SSE model. just of SSC model data, and I'll show you all these things, and then data foundation views, and then data sizing limitations for model and data sets. That's what we have yesterday studied. Okay, so I'll go there. And then performing basic data modeling. How you can perform basic data modeling. So this is what we are now going to take a look. Okay, so we'll see how to create a model and what is meant by data wrangling. Data wrangling is nothing but, we touched upon the data wrangling in the data set yesterday a bit. Data wrangling is nothing but you are basically using those smart transformation functions to create, concatenate, replace, all those functionalities. Okay, that is called data wrangling. So creating model, there are multiple ways to create model. One important way of creating the model, we started it yesterday, but just to recap, by uploading a CSV file. Another important way is by connecting to a live connection. The third one is import connection. And the fourth one is absolutely create from scratch. Okay. Now you can create from a blank model, you can create from a file or data sets, you can create from an import connection, or you can create from a live data connection. These are the four ways. Now, when you wanted to create a model, this is a little bit of primitive schemes. So like it is used to look like this earlier releases. You can import a file into a computer and start creating a model. Okay. Right. In the model, what is data wrangling? Data wrangling is data used in SSE models for stories and analytical applications may need to be modified for reporting and analysis purposes. For example, data from source systems that is imported into the SSE model have multiple columns for employee names. Like there is a one column called name, and you wanted to divide it into first name and last name. You can just split that functionality you can use. Similarly, if you wanted to first name and last name is divided into different column and you wanted to show it into one column, then you can just concatenate. Those functionalities are already available in data model. When you create data set, when you create model by CSV file. Okay, those are wrangling functions. So some of the wrangling functions here, if you can see here, some of the wrangling functions are concatenation, splice, change, and filter. We have seen all of this yesterday when we are trying to create a model based on the CSV file. Okay, so you can see some of the screenshot is here given. So here it is extract. Okay, this is how it looks like. Here it is concatenating. Okay, so these are and smart suggestions also comes. That's why it is called smart transformation. Okay, also so you can see other option of wrangling. Access the custom express editor. So this is the custom express editor where you can also give your own custom expressions to wrangle the data. Okay, so like here, if you see in this slide, it is given VP concatenate year, if month is less than 10, concatenate month and then month, something like that. Right. So there are conditional wrangling is there. That is possible. Okay. Then here you can combine two data from two sources. So here the wrangling is possible. Another option, wrangling the data, includes combining data from two sources. When you upload, so there are so if you see there is an incoming file, there is another incoming file. These are two incoming files. You wanted to join these two files together and then upload that into a single model. That is also possible. Okay, combine files, combine data. You can easily combine data from another source. In this case, entity is the common column from the map. So here it has to be a common column. That is also possible. This is one of the data wrangling. So these are the different data wrangling is possible. So these slides I wanted to cover before I get into the system and start creating the model. Okay. Does it make sense? Any questions on these slides? So there are there are 4 ways of creating model: blank model from a file or a data set, from import data connection or live data connection. And after you start creating the model, you can do the wrangle of the data. So now we are going to create the model, and I'll share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen. Okay. So before I create a model, this is my model structure. I told you yesterday to take a look at this file. So leave aside the first tab. We talked about this currency conversion table yesterday and we uploaded there. But this is my model. Okay. So the model is like SAP. There is these dimensions are there: sales organization, product, customer, entity, and account. Account is basically not a dimension. Is basically represents your sales, discount, gross sales, returns, kind of like things like that. They are basically in SSE world. There are basically like 5 types of accounts which are possible. One is asset accounts. In finance, you can understand. Then it can be expense account. Then it can be income account, and then it can be liability and equities, LEQ. Okay, so those are account types. So these are the dimensions. Dimensions can be of different types. Dimensions can be firstly generic dimension, second time dimension, third account type dimensions possible. Okay, we'll see all these things in one by one. So what I'll do in this exercise, I'm going to create the model basically from scratch. Okay, now let's see that into the system. I'll go here. I'll go to my folder exercise and I'll create a model. It takes you how you wanted to create a model. These are the 4 options we have. We discussed about it a little bit yesterday. We tried to create a model using a CSV file and we created a model. Today we are going to create from the scratch. Okay, so I'll just create a model. And in this case, there are 2 options. One is classic accounting based model and new model, which is recommended. So I'm going to create a new model instead of classic account model. But when yesterday we created the model using the CSV file, at that time, it created by default the classic account based model. Okay. So whenever you upload a CSV file and create a model out of it, it will always give a classic account model. But if you are creating a model from the blank, you have a choice whether you wanted to create a new model or a classic account model. In this case, I will create a new model. What is the advantage of creating a new model? The new model structure enriches the modeling experience thanks to its increased flexibility and improved data management. As opposed to the classic account models, which is this, the new model structure allows you to integrate both accounts and measures with many possible combinations. Okay. Note, however, there are few limitations you should consider. The limitations you can learn more whenever, if you click on this, it will take you to the help center and discuss all those limitations and all. Okay, I'm not concentrating on the limitation. I'm just creating a new model now. I selected that. Okay. Now it has taken me to this level. By default, for any model, okay, when you create from the scratch, it starts as planning. Okay, it starts as planning model by default. And in a planning model, default dimension is version and date. So that's why dimensions, version, and date are automatically embedded into it. Okay. Now we talked about these buttons on the yesterday also. I'll go through this button and I'll keep this model as a planning model. I'll create this model as a planning model. Okay, I'll not change this. If you wanted to change, you can go to the preference from here or here, either of these, and you can change the type of the model from here by unclicking that. Then it will become analytic model. But for this particular purpose, I'm keeping it as a planning model. Okay. Now, whenever you create a planning model, at that point of time, you need to define a column on which the planning will be done. Okay. So you have to define a column. So here I am choosing the date column. That means date column means nothing but this date dimension at which level the planning will be done. So that is the column on which the timeline of the planning will be decided. Okay. So I am selecting again, going back to this, and I'm just seeing this is the general setting planning. I have created the planning model and this is the date column. Now here data disaggregation. So planning is a process. When you create a particular model, planning is a process of writing down the data on a, in BPC world, right? What we do, like we write something plan value into a Excel and then we say save, automatically it gets saved into the database. So that's why that data is basically disaggregate instead of aggregation. So you have disaggregation can be based on data locking. Once you lock the data for planning, then you can do the disaggregation or based on the validation rule. If you have any validation rule that you can use. Okay. So that's the first thing. Second thing, for any model, if you are enabling the data audit, validation rules, data locking, data lock state, and all those things that can be done. And say for example, like you do a data audit. So if enable, data changes will be tracked in this model. So anything that you change in the data in this model, that will be tracked properly. A log will be available where security or data changes. Okay. Validation rule, if enable, data of the model will be validated to validation rule. So you can create validation rules. So you can say that all the company code should start with Z. That can be a validation rule that you can enable. If you enable it, it will ask for the validation rule. Data locking, if enabled, the data of the model can be locked with the data locking tool. That means no change can be done, even if it is a planning model that you can define. Then restricted export, if enabled, model cannot be exported. So model data cannot be exported into the CSV if you enable it. Other than that, you can export. Search to insight, I'll talk about search to insight, smart predict, smart discovery, and all those things later. Search to insight is a feature which is a natural algorithm feature. If you enable it, then search to insight is possible on this model. Okay, and when you enable it, it automatically create a database index on that model. Okay, it says the switch on these options, the index to the index of the model. All dimensions and members of the model will then searchable in the search to insight. Okay, then comes data access. If you see model data privacy, if it is enabled, only the owner of the model and the user with roles that are granted access security roles can access the data of the model. If you model data privacy, if you click, you can enable security to provide access to this data set as well. Okay. Then comes data access control. Data access control is something. So this is these security features here at the model level. Now, if a model has 4 columns or dimensions and you wanted to restrict profit center dimensions, say for example, to starting with P star, then you can do that through data access control. That is a row based data security. Row level data security you can achieve through data access control in SAP Analytics Cloud modeling. Okay, the moment you enable it, it will ask you version. Okay, and data access control. Right now there is only version. Apart from date, there is only version dimension is there. That's why it was giving me versions. If you create more dimension, it will start giving you more options. Okay, here it will give you more options. So this is the access and privacy tab in the preference of the model. Okay, Then come the date settings. If you wanted to generate the fiscal year data, like what is the difference between fiscal and date calendar? So in India, basically, the fiscal starts from April to March, whereas the calendar year is January to December. So if you wanted to, out of the date column, if you wanted to derive the fiscal, that you can do. Okay, and you can give the generate the data properly as the way you want. Okay, that's what you can do. Right, I'll do not change anything. I'll cancel. Then comes the planning. If you enable the planning, these are the options we have. Okay, then come currency. Now if you enable the currency for the model level, automatically it will ask for a currency conversion tables, on which if you are applying any conversion, that will take place. And it needs a date, it needs a column date, which will tell you on which date the currency conversion will take place. Okay, so this has to be given. Okay, you can also create a currency variable. You can create a variable and then say a conversion rule. Okay, that you can do if you want. Right, variable ID is currency, currency variable, variable description, default value nothing. So if you enter a value called USD, all the values in the transaction data will be converted into USD based on the SAP CEP currency table that I have uploaded into earlier into the system. I'll cancel it again. I'll not do any changes there. Right, then structure property. So these are some of the structured property, custom priority for calculation and things like that. Very rarely used. This is not very much used. Then comes the data and performance. Optimize the story build performance. If you click on that, what will happen? The model will be optimized so that stories can be built on this model very easily. Okay. Then come optimize recommended planning area, then maintenance, then redeploy model. All these options are there. So these are the preferences, and the preferences are very important in case of a model. How you set it up, what are the model type you choose, that is very important to talk about. So first I will do here some of the changes. These are all default I am keeping. I'll just enable the currency. Okay. So I'll use this currency table and I'll keep it like this. Okay. So the model I have created is a planning model. By default, these are the 2 dimensions. Now, if you see my data, there are other dimensions as well. Sales organization, product, customer, entity, account. So let's create each of these dimensions one by one. So I will create a dimension by adding a new dimension. The moment you create on adding a new dimension, what will happen? It will give you options. Whether you wanted to create an account dimension, whether it's a generic, whether it's a date type, or it's an organizational type. Organizational means company code, profit center, cost center, like that. Okay. So I will first create this particular dimension, which is SAP CP underscore sales organization. SAP underscore CP underscore sales organization. Okay, sales organization. I'll tell that this is a generic dimension. Now here is the option. I was talking about it yesterday. If you click on this, this is a public dimension, then that dimension will be available in other model apart from this model as well. Okay, so I'm not making it public. I am keeping it as it is. So it is a private dimension to this particular model that I am creating. Okay, the moment you create the dimension, you can see this picture got changed. Now another dimension came into picture. I'll give you a descriptions of this dimension called sales organization. Okay. And do I need to allow data access control on this dimension? No. Do I have to import data locking ownership or responsible we need to change? No, I am not doing. Do I need to enable the currency? Yes, I will enable the currency for this dimension. Now, if you see the beauty here, the data set is being given to all of you, and there is a field called currency. So every sales organization has a currency, like a company code has a currency, right? So that's why I have enabled the currency for this particular dimension. Okay. So I create the currency. Then there is something here, you can see there is something called H1 is there, which is basically representing the hierarchy. Okay, root, total and all. And there is something called entity. So entity is a property of the sales organization. S001 belongs to ENT 0001. Similarly, 2 belongs to 2, 3 belongs to 3, 4 belongs to 4, 5 belongs to 5, 6 belongs to 6. That's what is the relationship. So I will have for adding the entity as a property of the sales organization, I need to create a property. That means you are basically creating a attribute. I'll just say entity. Data type text. Okay. So this entity custom property got created. Now you wanted to create a hierarchy. I will create a hierarchy. Sorry, I think I have to rename it properly. Okay. Now I'll create a parent child hierarchy or a level based hierarchy. Now this is important to understand what is a parent child hierarchy. Let's understand. Parent child hierarchy is something for every there is at the very bottom level there is something called leaf node. Okay. And on top of that there is a parent node. And on top of that there could be another parent node. Like that. Now this is kind of a tree structure. So for example, this leaf node can be multiple. Okay, they belong to this parent belongs to this parent may belong to another parent. Okay, there are some node directly belongs to this particular parent, like this. The parent child hierarchy is relationship of the parent child hierarchy is this. So like this. Yeah, this is another relationship. This is how typically the parent child hierarchy looks like, and at the top, very top, there is something called root node. Okay, at the very top, right? This is how the parent child hierarchy will look like. So every parent has a child node. So in this parent, this is the child node, this is the child node. That child node could be another parent node or a leaf node. Okay. That's how the parent child hierarchy looks like. So in this case, if you see there is a root node is being given. So I will create a parent child hierarchy. Now you can tell me how you are creating like this and understanding this. Looking at the requirement, how will I understand? So I'm just doing it in the back, like a back calculation kind of thing. I know this is how it has to be done. This is what is the data. That's why I'm doing like this. But when you start doing in your project or in your work, you will have to discuss this every day and day out with the functional team or with the business and understand how should be it will be categorized and then decide which type of hierarchy you should be using. So right now I'm doing because I have created this data and use that data. So I will just use the parent child hierarchy. So I'll create a parent child hierarchy. So here it is asking for a parent child hierarchy. I'll give the name H1. I'll give the description as H1. Right. So this hierarchy is being created. So this is how I have created the sales organization dimension. At this point of time, let me validate the model. Let me see where is the issue. There's some issues there. Okay. So this is sales organization. Let me okay. I think every model should have a measure, at least a measure. I'll come to that. That's why it is giving the validation here. So now this is the sales organization dimension created. Similarly, what are the other dimension are there? Product. I'll quickly create product. So I'll say create another dimension, SAP CEP underscore product. Okay, and I will keep it as a generic and add. Okay, so I'll say there is a this doesn't need to have a property. I'll just create a parent child hierarchy. That's it, and I'll give H1. Okay, this is product dimension is created. Similarly, I'll create the next dimension called customer. And how does it look? Customer. Then this is level. 3 levels are there. So I will create a dimension called SAP CP custom. I'll create it as a generic dimension, and then I will create 3 property. One is L1. I'll give L1 level 1. I'll create another property L2. Right. I will create another property called L3. These 3 properties are there. Okay, and then I will create a level based hierarchy. When you create the level based hierarchy, it shows like this. And I'll say customer hierarchy. Okay. This is your level 3 would come here. Here. And then you just keep on set as level 2, as level 3. This is how it looked like. I think this has to be changed, or the order has to be changed a bit. Level 1, 2, 3, and then the member ID. So this level based hierarchy is created. Now this customer dimension is created. Now SAP entity. Now I have to create a entity dimension. So I will create another dimension called SAP underscore CP underscore entity. Okay, this is also generic dimension. If I see the data, it has a currency column. So I will enable the currencies. And then it has a hierarchy node and a country. So I'll create a property called country. Okay. And I'll say create. Okay. Then I'll create a hierarchy, parent child hierarchy. Example H1. So this is how my entity dimension is also created. Last is account dimension. So I'll create last dimension called account. CP underscore account. So instead of the generic, this time I will choose account type dimensions. Okay, and you will add it. So you can see I'll just say account. And there is nothing here I am going to create. And this is how the dimensions are created. Okay. Now there would be in this particular model, if you see, there is no measures yet decided. So I will create measures. One is I'll check this actual data. Ultimately, we are going to load this data. Amount, quantity, and price. Okay. So I will just 3 measures. One is amount. Okay, I'll say this is decimal 7. Aggregation type by default as sum. The amount will be summed up. If you if you have 2 rows, $30 and $20, it will sum up to $50 like that. Required dimension, these are not required. Unit type, you need to give the unit type. It's the currency. Currency, I'm giving fixed currency as USD. Okay, and the scale and everything I'm not giving. Then come quantity and price. Okay, so I'll create a column called quantity. Right, and I'll say it is integer. Aggregation type, again here I will give sum, and unit and currencies per unit. Fixed unit, if you wanted to give, there cannot be any fixed unit. So I'll just not giving any unit. Okay, for now. Then I can create another dimension called amount, price, quantity. Now say price and then price. Here also decimal type, aggregation type by default sum, and that's it. Okay. And this is currency type. You can decide the currency also from dimension. For amount, I am deciding the currency from sales organization. Remember, when I was defining the dimension here in this Excel, sales organization has a currency column. So I'm saying whenever transaction is taking place, any amount is being done, that has to be brought from the sales organization. Similarly, if I go to the price, I will also give that from sales organization. Okay, right. So this is how the model has to be created. Now I'll save the model. Now you can see that error is not coming because I have defined these measures. I'll say my model. I'll save the model. This is how the model looks like. Now, can you tell me? Can anybody tell me like what I have done so far? Have I loaded the transaction data? No. Right? Model is saved. What I have exactly done here so far? I have just defined the structure of the model. Okay. So none of the data has been loaded. So this is a master data. This is a master data. This is a master data. This is a master data, which is in turn in a dimension. And then there are three measures around that. This is exactly the star schema like structure in the model. Okay, if you wanted to toggle the view, you can toggle the view. Now, there is no data right now, that's why it is not showing any data, right? So this is how exactly the star schema like structure when you create the model. But this structure was getting automatically created when you were creating through flat file. But here you have the capacity of defining each and everything from scratch. Okay, so I created these models here, and that models are basically reflecting here. How does it look like? Now each, as I said, sales organization is a master data, product is a master data, customer identity, all are master data. So what I'll have to do, those data, whatever I have shown it here, those has to be loaded in that. So that so you can imagine this each tab are master data. Okay, but and this final data set that you are seeing, this is transaction data. Inside that inside this transaction data, there is account, there is version, date, one, sales organization, product ID, customer ID, entity ID, amount and quantity and price. All these sales organization is basically nothing but this sales organization. Nothing from this sales organization is possible in this column. Similarly, product ID, all this product ID, whatever is there, against that this transaction data is being created, right? Similarly to customer, this is the members, all those customers. This is the entity, similarly for the entity, right? So I will right now upload the master data of those. So I'll just click on the check on this and go back to your model here and click on the sales organization. So it opens up. So you can see exactly the same structure got created: member ID, description, H1, currency, entity. I'll just copy paste my data here. This is my master data. Save. Okay. Same we had to do for product. If you go inside the product, you will see same thing. Okay, save. Now I'm going inside again for the customer. Go inside of the customer and just paste. These are master data definitions I am giving. Okay. Then you go inside the entity. and use this entity data. Okay, and save. Then last but not the least, account dimension. Just go there and copy paste the account. So now each of these column in the account dimension has a significance. So this account type is the most important one. And these account types are, what are the different types of account possible? As I said, account types are income, expense, LEQ, that means liability and equities, AST, asset, and others. Okay. Others are basically told like, not exactly, let me recall. Others are called as non-financials. Okay, and fin. These are the different account types are possible in a planning model. Okay, so I'll just go back here after saving this. I'll go back and then go inside the account. I will copy paste this data that I have. Now I'll save this. So once the data is saved, these yellow buttons also went away. Okay. Now because I uploaded the data, I'll just say save. Okay. One more time. So this is how you create your model. Right. Now this is in the model structure tab. There are two more tabs are there, calculation and data management. Calculation tab, if you based on these measures, if you wanted to calculate something, then you can create a calculation. So say for example, I will just create a calculation here. I'll say the calculated measures are this. Okay, so I have three columns, right? Amount, price, and quantity. I will say, yeah, we can do that. No, in this case, the calculated measure is a specifically like basically a straightforward calculation. Okay, it's not a if then else conditions. Okay, so I'll create this calculation. Let me show you a first a simple one, then we'll see further. Okay. So here average, I was calculating average, so I'll say so these are the functionalities are possible. Account lookup, restic lookup, inverse if is possible. Yes, right. Now if you see, this is the condition. If my, say for example, price or amount is, amount is greater than, say for example, 10, 100, I'll say amount and else something else. Okay, I'll say price, something like that. I'm just showing it right now. I've not prepared these things. I just wanted to show you some simple calculation. Let me first show you a simple calculation. Then you can get into the more detail. Obviously that detail, if then else and all those functionalities are possible. So I'll give you a very simple one here. Average is equals to amount divided by quantity. Simple. Okay, this is what I wanted to create. It got created and I save this. But if then else is also possible, I need to little bit check the format and all. So model saved. You can create a calculated model as well. Okay, measures as well. Right. So this is how you can create a calculation. So what you are doing through all these exercise is basically you are defining the model structures. Okay, so that means what I have defined, this is how the model structure is there. This customer, product, sales, date, entity, accounts are the dimension. These are the measures. and these are the calculation measures are I have, say for example average. Okay, right? So this is one. Now your model is ready, and against each of this model dimension, I have uploaded my master data against each of these. And while I have created the master data, I have also defined the hierarchies. Okay, I have also defined the hierarchies. So if I go inside the sales organization, you can see this is the hierarchy I have defined. How the relationship between hierarchy. So all these sales organizations belongs to root total node, and in term total node is belongs to root node. Okay, so this is the way it is you can create. Okay, now this data model is ready. So now what we have to do at the very end, we'll have to go to data management tab and upload the data into this model. Which data? This transaction data. I'll keep this as it is. Now to upload the data, what we have to do at the very first, you need to browse and give the file. So import job settings we need to do. You will go and upload, browse the file that you wanted to upload. So I'll say actual data. Okay. We'll say import. So now it is trying to import the data. Let's see what happens. You can see the import job is scheduled is there, but it is not yet run. Let it be uploaded. It is still uploading. Once this is done, so the import setup is done. Now you have to set up the import. Click on this setup. Once you click on this import setup, what will happen? It will take you to a different screen. That screen is basically nothing but mapping of the column from the file to the data model. Okay, mapping of the column from the file to the data model. It may happen, right? Your file, after you created the data model, your file have a different sequence of columns. Dimensions are all different sequence in the not in the same sequence of the model. So that's why it is mapping is required. So you will see these are the columns are there. You can see the raw data. How does it look? If you click on next, here you can just map. Automatically it will take the mapping. If doesn't take, then you have to map it properly. Okay. So say for example, customer ID should be mapped to customer. Okay. Similarly, product ID should be mapped to product. Sales organization should be mapped to sales organization. Okay. Date should be mapped to date month. Right. Product ID should be mapped to product ID. Entity should be mapped to entity. Okay. And version is automatic. You can do that. Now I'll next. After this mapping, so this is a mapping between file and the model. Now it is validating the mapping. Okay, data successfully validated. After the successful validation happens, right, you can run the import. Okay, now finish. Now you'll see a issue here. It is running the job. Let it run and it will give you some status. So it's saying could not import the data. Some issues. Let's see. You can see it is could not import the data. Right, it got some issues. So after the mapping also it could not import the data. One of the reasons of not importing the data is that in your planning model, sorry, I came out. Yeah, in your planning model, in your model, right? If you open it in the date column, right? You have to define the range of the date. I have defined the range of the date from 2020 to 2023. But in my Excel file, if I open the Excel file here, actual, right? Data, the date is not, all the data is not following under the that date. Well, you can see there are date which is 2020, 2021. So I will increase the date range. Okay, so I'll go 2016 and increase by 2027. This is the range I would give and then save. Okay, now I will try to load the data one more time. Let's see how it looks like. Close that. Now you can see while it was trying to import, it can say data preparation unexpectedly, some error code happened. Now I'll try to do it one more time. I'll say import. Rather, I will give the file one more time. Set up the import. I'll say next. I'll have to give the date column to date column, sales org to sales org, product ID to product ID, customer ID to customer ID, entity ID to entity ID. Okay. Then say next. Everything looks good now. There is no additional action is required. Then next is analyzing, persisting your data changes. Hopefully this time it will make it. Let's see. And I'll get run import. No issues found. I'll get run import. Finish. Running the import. See. This data, actual data imported successfully. See, the status on all. So this is how you have to load the data. The flat file. In case of import connection, you have to set up it. You have to give the data sources, and it will ask you what import connection you have to do. Just imagine instead of file loading, you are doing through import connection. You create a model and then upload the data through the import connection. It's the same process. Okay, this is how you will create your model and upload the data. Now, if you go to the home screen, right, you will go to the file and where is my exercise and is my model. Save it somewhere else. Check. Okay, let me see. I somehow I created that model. Go to that modeler. It will show it to the recent file. Oh, it is created under the trainer folder. Yes, this is the model. Okay, I'll move it to exercise. Right, so I'm moving. Now you can see this model is being available. Now this model can be used for your story pin. So this is how you will create your model from scratch. Now I will open up for question. Let me know if you have any question. You should have this access to these two files, actual data and meta model. If you do not have, I will send it again. Actual data, plan data, and meta model. In LMS you should already have it. No, that other all the tabs you will see it in the meta model file. Yes, actual data. I after I created this using the metadata file, which is this file, I created all the dimension. Then in the data management, I uploaded the actual file. Metadata is just the structure and the their corresponding master data. Yeah, this is
Um,
very, very important for you to understand, like how you can. Right now, I have created through the which is with a file. Suppose you are creating an import connection, right? Import connection. If you are creating through a model through an import connection, then you don't need to create from the scratch. But in case it is your import connection is not ready, say for example, you are doing a greenfield project and import connection is not yet ready. You would upload, you create your model. Later, you map the import model to load the data. That is why it is helpful. And while you are loading the data, you can also schedule that load daily, yearly, or all those things. So this master data, in this case, I have this is not you myself, but I've got it from some exercise files and here and there. Okay, okay, which is basically, see, this master data is ultimately used in, if you see it in this actual data, this transaction data. So a transaction cannot take place without a master data, right? So ultimately, that's what I was trying to say. If you open the actual data set here, right? S001, S005. If you put a filter on this, all these data, all this S001 are nothing but this master data. Yeah. So sorry. For example, you have a GL account. That is a master data. You will get the GL account details in S4 CFIN SK1 table. So you have to get an extract of SK1 and upload into SSE. Or through an import connection, you have to upload the GL accounts in your GL account model. Sales data, you have sales organization, distribution channels, division. Those are the master data. And then ultimately you will upload the data through transaction, like okay, this date, this is the sales amount, this is the sales quantity. But those data has to be, first the master data has to be set up, and then ultimately we will load this transaction data. No, I'm defining the master data directly within the dimension. Yeah, inside this dimension, I clicked here, right, and went inside of that dimension, and there I have defined this master data. Yeah, in this case, I'm not using an import connection. So as you said, Sadia, that I'm using the S4 HANA box directly. No, I'm not using S4 HANA box directly. I have created a mockup data in the Excel file and I'll upload it here, copy pasting it. But in real world, you will use a import connection or a live connection. The data that gets changed significantly is the transaction data. Master data very rarely change, right? So transaction data you can schedule, load you can schedule. That scheduling will happen here. That scheduling will happen in the data management tab, where you can schedule. This is where you will schedule the job. Once you import the file, you can schedule further. Right? First time I have loaded that you have the capacity of scheduling it. Right now it is not coming because import connection it will show you. No, in SSE you cannot timestamp the master data because of the fact there is unless and until you have a timestamp column as an attribute of the master data. So for example, sales organization today S001 is this. Tomorrow it may, instead of sales organization US, and it may start belonging to, say for example, instead of ENT 0001, it may start belonging to ENT 0010 10. So that kind of change you have to maintain through a time dependent master data, and you have to have a time column, date from and date to. Okay, that has to be there. From which date to which date, that is valid. That's your challenge. Yes. Your SAP data has to be wherever you are getting the data from, like your transaction system, that has to be also time dependent. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Audit, right? I understand that. Then in that case, you need to make sure that that timestamp is generated somehow into the, like if you are using import connection, it is not possible. If you are using a file based model creation, that the one I have created now, in that case somewhere you have to define a timestamp column, and that timestamp column or date to date from column, and that has to be populated. Then you can do that. Yes. So this is a model that you are creating from scratch, and then uploading against that model the data. Now I have done some little bit of reverse engineering, like I have created the data first, showed you the data first, and then created the model. Ideally, you will in the real time scenario, you will not see the data here. You will just, okay, you will see that, okay, these are the attributes are there, this is the hierarchy, and all these things that you will learn, and then you will have to discuss with maybe in S4 system you can see the data and little bit or more. Okay, and then based on that you have to create the dimension and upload against each of these dimension the data, so that that master data is defined. Say for example product, if you see the master data is defined like these are the product. So any transaction in the transaction files coming here where the product is not lying into that data will be rejected in this model. That data will be rejected. We can do that, yes. But generally, I have not seen such scenarios in terms of like combining import connection and file together, but we can do that. While importing, there are possibilities of doing that. Like that is what I was trying to show you in the wrangling functionalities. There is one of the slide, right? If you see here, once I loaded the data, also you need to also understand. If I go back here, when initially I was seeing the data preview, like I meant to say this tab, just a view, this toggle view, there was no data. Now that data got uploaded, you can start seeing the data. See, that is what I have uploaded. 44,000 rows. It is just a sample 2,000 rows. It is showing. Right? The data got uploaded. Now you guys can practice this and get a hands on how to create a model from the scratch and upload the data. So this is a model that you have created. I have created from very scratch. Nothing has been there. Now here I have used only 6-7 dimension. In real time world, it could be more than that, a little bit more complex. Okay, so this is how you can create. And this is the new dimension type, a new model type I have used, where you will get this particular measure section explicitly, and then the calculation section explicitly, where I have created the average. Now if I go back into the model structure and see the data here, right, this amount price are there. Now if I wanted to say for example go into the stories, create a story, say for example a classic design experience, I'll create a story, say for example here a chart, and I go to exercise and I use my model from scratch. Okay, and I use a horizontal bar chart, add a measure. You can see the average is already calculating. Okay, I think it should be calculated, but let's see how it is behaving. Okay, average price. And another time, sorry, another measures I can give. One. So this is how you can see the average is also getting calculated. Okay. Average is also getting calculated on the fly, although it is not showing at the model level, because you have a calculated column. When the model was, when I uploaded the data on the fly, like not on the fly, uploaded the data, then average automatically got automatically calculated. You know, that's how it behaves. Okay, I'll give another account, say for example here. So this is how you can create a model. Okay, and you can use this model into the chart. I'm not getting into the chart details or the story details further. You guys can start creating a model and start practicing these different dimension creation inside the model and upload the data if you want. That way you will have a hands-on. Stop sharing for now. So whenever you are, see, one of the major thing that you need to understand, whenever you are creating whenever you are doing for SAP Analytics or any analytics like BW product, understanding of the data is very important. So that's why I yesterday told, try to study that file a little bit. The file
Yeah.
meta model file. So you click on the model, and then plus model. No, you can see, right? This is a very good starting. So hold on. If you see on the new model below that, there is an analytical model is called out. Okay. Can you click on the preference and change it to the planning model? Sorry, like the model is, if you set it as a planning model, then you will be able to create. There are two dimensions will be by default. Yeah, enable that at the right side. Planning capabilities. I think you do not have the authorization. Yes. Now this is the planning model. By default, two dimension will come, versions and date. Rest of the dimension you have to decide. So if
I'm
you are
sorry.
doing only planning activity, then only you will be doing planning model. And planning model is only possible on the import connection, not on the live connection. First
Yeah.
dimension name SAP CEP underscore, say for example, sales organization. First you can create a dimension called sales organization. In time you can map it. Type of the dimension, type of the dimension is generic. You can have 4 type of dimension: account, generic, date, and if you don't want to give access to this dimension to anybody else into the system, then you don't make it public. If you wanted to give for the reusability purpose, if you wanted to give that, make it public, you can make it public depending on your use case. Now once you created that, in the left side, right side, you have got all the bunch of properties. You can give the descriptions. No, do not enable anything. I am not enabling anything. So if you go up, if you just give the descriptions of the dimension, sales organization, here you can give space. Okay, now if you further go below, so now if you see the file that the sales organization has one attribute called currency. So to have that attribute as currency, you have to enable the currency. Just click on the enabling the currency. Then it has also another property called entity. So you have to create a property called entity, create property entity. That means sales organization has an entity. You just give entity. That type can be text. Just create. Okay. Now then another property it has called hierarchy, H1. So you create
Yes.
a parent-child hierarchy. Give the name of the hierarchy as H1. Just save it. That's how the dimension configuration is done. Now if you double click, if you click on the dimension on the left panel or double click on the dimension anywhere, you will get inside that dimension. Yeah, no, not there. On the dimension sales org. Yeah, no, you can click on the right corner, top right corner button on that square box, blue square box below in the diagram. The one you have selected now in the diagram below, cannot annotate here. That's the problem. No, you go at the very top corner diagonally below, diagonally below, further below, not in that pane, outside that pane, left side, further left side, generic, wherever the generic dimension is written, further below. Yes, just click on the sales organization, click on that, it will take you inside. Here you copy paste the data from that Excel. Not the heading. Heading is already there. Member ID, description, currency, hierarchy, and then entity. Remove the close the details panel. You are just defining the master data here from the file. This is your currency. I do not see. Oh no, where is your entity? See the entity here. Go back one more time. This below back. No, that is undo. Yes. Can you click on that and open the details? Go below. It is there. Then why it is not showing? Maybe. Yeah. Now just paste the data. Copy paste the data from Excel. That way you are defining the master data for sales organization. Just give next name as choice. Yeah, just give product. You have to just create a hierarchy here. That's it. Now if you inside that prod, you can define the data for the product. Just copy paste the data from the file. Save. Yes. Every time you have to save, otherwise the data will not be saved. Okay, fair enough. That's okay. This is giving some error. So I would say no. I would say right now do not upgrade the data because you have not defined any. You know what do you call? You have not defined really any measures. That's why it is giving this error. Just create few measures. Say, for example, price, quantity, and amount. Is just create some measure. Price. Just give the description same. Data type as decimal is fine. Aggregation type sum. Yes, and go to the currency derived from sales organization. Unit is currency derived from sales, not fixed, top down, derived from dimension. So just give sales. Yes, that's fine. Now you can save the model. At least one measure has to be there. And if you go inside the one of the dimension already you have created, can you see the data now? Can you check or you create and then finally check? Yes, there are three hierarchies, three levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. You have to create. That means 3 properties you have to create. No, currency you did not enable. Remove that currency. Yeah, create property, create property, create property 3 times. Click on the plus button at the top. Beside properties, yes. You're going to create a level-based hierarchy. Go below. You have to give the name of the hierarchy. Say, for example, you say customer hierarchy. Now you just pull the lowest node is member ID. Then after that, it will be 3. Just click on that 3. No, third one is the node above. Yes, L2, L3, L1. Yes, correct. This is correct. You don't need to do that. Just say okay. So basically, whenever you do planning, this is the level 4-5 dimension level. You will do the planning. Generally, no organization does planning at the GL account level. They do the account group level or company code level or profit center level or cost center level or sales org level, like that. No, but generally planning doesn't make sense at the granular most level. It makes sense to do specifically financial planning. Financial planning is at the higher level. There are 2 more planning possible. One is workforce planning, which is for employee and how much work headcount I will have and all those things, right? That is the workforce planning. And another planning is inventory planning. Inventory planning is very complex. Basically, that is being done by in SAP APO, but that is very complex. I have never worked on that, to be honest. So in the entity, you have to create you have to enable the currency. Then you have to create a property called country. So that is based on my data I am telling you right now. But generally in BW world, it is a level based hierarchy. Okay, rarely it will be parent child. Mostly it is level based. No, that's where you need to study the data before you start doing this modeling activity. You have to study the source system a little bit. But in case of import connection or live connection, you don't have to worry about that. Those hierarchies will be coming from those systems. You don't need to take care of those hierarchy. So then you have to create another dimension called account dimension. Generic. It's not a generic dimension type. It should be created as account. So you have clicked on that. Just click on the delete button at the top. Add a new dimension, and this dimension should be account type. There is no hierarchy in the account dimension. You just need to maintain the data. So here, you at the highest level, you are saying that whether it's an income account, whether it's an expense account, whether it's a liability or equities, and all those things. This is just see, your sales is ultimately dependent on discount, gross sales, and returns. That's what it is saying. If you go inside the account dimension, that particular field is by default. All this field by default will come. Yes, if you click on that CEP dot account,
Yeah.
if you go inside that, also there will be seen the hierarchy, third column. Already there. These are the properties of the account count. This is by default, it will come. It's an inherent property. And the most important is account type here. You have to at least tell whether it's income account, expense account, or LEQ or NFIN, non-financials account. I think there is some issues here. The columns are got changed. Copy paste everything once more time and shift it by one place. No, I think you have it got pasted from the red type column got missed because of the fact maybe we have not you have not enabled as this model as a currency conversion model. So in the initially when I was creating, if you see in the preferences, I enabled that currency preferences in the model preference. How can you go in the general? There is a save button, right? Beside that, there is a preference button. Yes. Now, if you go to currency, enable the currency, and this is the table by default it is taking. That's fine for now. Okay, just say okay. Now you copy paste the data one more time into the account dimension. Then that type will come. Just copy paste the data one more. Just create two more columns, price, amount, and quantity, and then you can load the data. No, you have to mention that. Yes, correct. You have to mention. Aggregation type should be by default. No, you have to give the name, price, amount you have give, quantity. Yes. Should be quantity. Instead of decimal, you can just put integer. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. The actual file. So for that, you need to go to the data management tab. For that, for now, if you wanted to create any calculated measures that you can create by going to the calculation tab. Click on the drop down. Here you can create some calculation based on these three measures that you have created. Base measure, amount, price, and quantity. I was creating an average price kind of thing. You can create something through, and this could be complex formula. Yeah, like Sadia was saying, right? Based on something, if discount is 10%, so if sales is more than $10,000, I will give 20% discount. Those kind of calculation is achievable. This is just you can say JavaScripting, kind of JavaScripting you are using. Else you have to give something. Is the assignment in this comparison one, quantity equal to 2. So this is where we need to have a little bit of knowledge of JavaScripting. Yes, it's not that straightforward because of the fact. Can you take a click on that? There was a button called function help.
Function L.
Yeah, right corner. Yeah, that function helps. Beside that, just search if. Instead of the function, look on the operators. Right now you are into the functions tab. Just click on the operators right side, the top. Yes. Now can you see here if there is any conditional operators are there? No, you need to scroll down. Now the scroll bar came. Equal to. Can you choose it from here? Can you check? I think that 50 has to be given in quote, and there is another if got opened. So this is how you can create multiple calculation at the model level. Logic you will be able to you know, just that syntactically it has to match, and you don't think about learning JavaScript is a ocean. Okay, so
Yeah.
so I would say context based learning, right? You do not need all the JavaScripting. You just need whatever you need from that piece. You can make out very easily. It will have little limitations. It will not do super complex things. But the standard functionality that is there in at the model level, you can see truncate, like, length, substring, left, if, then else logic, that it can do for sure. Something which is being done on top of like a database, coming like ABAP here. It is good. Now, if you wanted to load the data, you have to go to the data management tab. Even before that, just increase the date range. Go to the date dimension. Click on the, don't click inside, just hold it. I mean, it's going inside. Just hold that. Yes, just hold that, and then on the right side you will see the, just click once. Yes, right side you can see that general. Just define the date range, widen that date range from 16 to 25, say for 26, 7. So this is the range for which that will be done. Now generally we do not keep this much of range, only 1 year or 1 year maximum.
Okay.
Otherwise you will, there is nothing wrong, your data will be rejected because the date range doesn't fall into. Now you just expose the like, not import. First you browse the file from that top right corner button here, just beside the, no, left, the one left towards that. Yes, it's there. Now it is uploading the file into SSE environment. That is why it is import connection also does, and it is trying to give you the status. Now it is said that it is not yet run, but now it will allow you to do the setup. It's still coming. Just click on that status. Just remove that part. Yes, it is still coming. You can see. No, it's not done. Now you have to give the setup import. You need to, the import has not taken place. It's just the file got uploaded into the cloud. This is where the setup is take place. The first column is just showing you the sample data, which is fine. You just say next. In the next tab, you have to map the columns. So date, product ID will go to prod. Version you can leave. Version it is automatically, it will automatically take. It's the actual version. That's it. Then click on next. Yes, there is no additional actions required. Everything is mapped properly. Okay, now here bottom here it is showing the definitions, and just say next. If you save and exit at this level, it will be save and exit, but it will never be imported.
It won't be imported. Got it.
Now just run import. Everything is fine. It has checked the data, finish. Now it will start the job. Upload the data. Got correctly imported. Just click on the status. I just wanted to see the all are green or not. So this is how you can do this. Okay, upload the data. Now this that model you have created from the scratch can also be done by creating from a file. If you go to the 4 bars from last time at the top left corner, at the left top corner, and create another model. Yes. You go to create a model. and modeler. Just create a from CSV file. Just browse the actual file. It will get the file uploaded. Import. The file is getting uploaded. Just click on that file after it is uploaded. Yeah, just click on that file. Loading. Let's let it get finished. Now click on that processing. Now click on that file. Click on that now. It will take you to the modeler. Okay. See, this is how the data shows. Sample 200 record shows. Validate the model. Create model. Automatically model will get created in one. So it will automatically create that. Like let's see that what it does. Only thing you are not able to define the hierarchies and currencies properly, but rest of the fields will done. Let's create a model. Just let's create a model. No, it is now creating the model. Go to files. And the model is created. Data is imported. Data is also getting imported. You can see 22,000, 2,24,880 rows imported. Automatically it does that.
Yes.
So this is one click process. But the one I have done from scratch, it is much more. But now if you go to the model structure, click on that workspace, model structure. Let's see how that the dimensions are defined. This is not a new model type. This is a account based model type which is primitive. Okay, that's one thing you need to keep in mind. And now if you click on one of the sales organization ID, say for example, it has the data created, but all the other properties are not there. Hierarchies are not there. You can do that. Then you need to first delete the facts at the top. If you
Delete.
How can you delete the facts? Go back. On this screen, there is on the data on this data, right? Data tab at last button. General edit data. Last button. General edit data. Facts. First you delete the data. Up. Yes. All okay. Let's say all members I need to delete. Just allow you to choose the measures, but automatically dimensions are also will get cleaned up. Okay. Possible only when you are uploading the data set on the first time before you click on the create model. Yeah, that was not when you are before you create model. Once the model is created, you cannot change. Rebuild model is there sometimes, like a model to get corrupted. So that's where it is useful. More model. Sometimes model get corrupted. So we need to migrate to the new model. You can migrate it to the new model. Now it is a older model type. If you compare this particular screen with the model that I have created from scratch, you will see the differences. Here there is no measure, right? Here there is no measure. All comes under account. If you click on the account,
Yeah.
inside that amount, price and quantity get added. But in case of new model, the amount, price and quantity is a separate measure column. That's a new enhancement SAP has done. Creating a model, there was initially a pop-up dialog box coming, right? New type or old type. You cannot copy that structure into this model, but you can copy and save as and that model as many times as you want. Data and that data is same. And to the location where you have created, go to the data management. Yes, this all is done. So this is how you create the model from the scratch.
Okay.
So now you can see the difference between what is the difference between creating a model from scratch and what is the difference between creating a model from CSV file.
Yes.
In the CSV file, automatically the properties will be decided. You cannot have the control. You anyway have to modify later. And that's not the old style. That will generate a model of old style. That uploading a file is still a new style. Okay, but I'm telling that will generate a model of old style. But if you create a model from scratch, it will be always a new style model. If you do not even do that and upload the file, it will not fill up that hierarchy columns, level 1, level 2, level 3 that we created.
That will be missed. Okay.
So these are the things. So this is how you can create the model. Now that you are able to create a model, I'm very happy. Like you are really picking up pretty fast. I have not seen somebody picking up very fast like this. And
Thank you.
like this is really good. I mean to say, now tomorrow I can very confidently start on stories. Different factors of stories and all. And at the model level, we can also do certain things further. I will show you tomorrow before I start on the stories. Like I can define a variable, okay, in the model. I can geo enrich it. Model also can
Okay.
be geo enriched. So those things in tomorrow's class little in detail, and thereafter I will jump into the stories. So if you want to practice it one more time by creating your data set, you can always do that.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Analytics Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools to unify, simplify, and enhance all your organization's analytics and planning with one enterprise platform. Over the past year, we've seen strong demand from hundreds of business intelligence professionals looking to expand their skills in SAP Analytics Cloud. After taking ZaranTech's training, many have achieved certifications, transitioned into analytics roles, or gained visibility into data like never before. In just a few weeks, you can learn how to access, visualize, and share data through stunning dashboards, interactive stories, and augmented analytics. Discover best practices for data modeling, integration, and administration, and leverage smart capabilities like machine learning, predictive modeling, and more. This can open doors to new opportunities in BI analytics or help you transform projects. If you want to future-proof your analytics skill set with SAP Analytics Cloud, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone pursuing or advancing their careers. Thank you.